I'll treat you to a meal. Don't tell anyone what you just saw. Okay.
Yan Yueling curled her lips into a smile and naturally took Su Ming's arm. The soft touch made Su Ming a little distracted, but he shook his head and warned himself not to be attracted by any of the heroines.
This is not his woman.
But it belongs to the male protagonist.
Su Ming calmed himself down, drove to Yan Yueling's favorite restaurant. Whatever you want to eat, just order.
Yan Yueling's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she took the tablet from the waiter and poked at it. On the other side, the middle-aged man endured the severe pain in his knee and drove to Yi Mulan's home. At this time, Lin Ling and Yi Mulan were both sitting in the yard, quietly waiting for the good news they brought. Unexpectedly, instead of waiting for good news, he saw a group of warriors who were about to be crippled. Yi Mulan slammed the teacup to the ground.
What happened? Don't tell me you can't even teach Su Ming a lesson.
The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Master Yi, this is not our fault.
It's because Su Ming is such a thief. Tell me, what's going on?
Lin Ling was also dissatisfied with herself for not being able to avenge her father in Chu Yuan.
The middle-aged man told the whole story from beginning to end. Expert? Does Su Ming have an expert too?
Yi Mulan's tone became much more serious. With the Su family's background, it's normal to have a few martial arts masters, but
is there really a warrior who is willing to protect Su Ming? That guy is simply the most dissolute of all dissolute people. Pulling Su Wei along all day long, he does nothing but eat, drink and have fun.
Su Ming, who had just finished get off work and was about to treat his employees to a meal.
Yi Mulan said viciously, find out who the master behind Su Ming is.
Yes, we will try our best. Helplessly, the middle-aged man had to endure the pain and drive away again.
What a bunch of losers. I keep them so they can do things for me. Not to use them as vases to admire when I think they are pretty.
Yi Mulan looked so disappointed that his fingers were tapping the table red. Lin Ling had no choice but to comfort her.
Let's tell Brother Chu the news. Yi Mulan seemed reluctant.
If Chu Yuan knew that Yi Mulan failed to help and was instead taught a lesson by Su Ming's men, how embarrassing would that be? But after all, he was in front of his schoolmate, so Yi Mulan had no choice but to nod and agree.
Okay, let's do as my schoolmate says and tell Master Chu. The two found Chu Yuan, who was practicing Ling Yun Ju in the yard. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuan punched a wooden stake to pieces, which amazed the two. As expected of you, Brother Chu.
Lin Ling smiled sweetly and quickly ran over to hug Chu Yuan's arm.
Xiaoling? Didn't I tell you to try not to come to see me recently? Chu Yuan was shirtless, revealing his muscular body. He pushed Lin Ling away and wiped the sweat off his face. I have something important to tell you.
Lin Ling felt very aggrieved.
Yi Mulan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Yes, Master Chu, we both do have something very important to tell you. Chapter 127, IQ is a fatal flaw. Mr. Knight, please take a seat. Chu Yuan may not give face to Lin Ling, but he cannot not give face to Yi Mulan.
Now the Lin family cannot help him openly, and Chu Yuan's only backer is Yi Mulan. He didn't know that Yi Mulan also regarded him as his backer.
Yi Mulan sighed and told what happened to his men. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Su Ming is a stupid second generation. He is arrogant and domineering. He has offended too many people.
Su Hang is worried that his beloved son will be killed, so it is normal for him to arrange a few experts to protect him.
It's okay.
If those people can't deal with him, I can deal with him myself. Chu Yuan sneered, Su Ming has been jumping around for so long, it's time for him to die.
Yi Mulan laughed out loud. For what Master Chu said, I want to toast you 2 glasses.
Schoolgirl, please go get 2 bottles of wine and pour them for us.
Okay.
Lin Ling did it for Chu Yuan's sake, otherwise she would not be willing to be ordered around by Yi Mulan. After Su Ming returned home, he began to complain in his diary.
July 9th, cloudy weather. Damn it, did I offend someone before? Why are all these people bothering me?
Fortunately, these people are not characters in the plot, and they don't look like Chu Yuan's men.
They should just be the minions of some insignificant person. Don't pay too much attention to them. It was Yan Yueling.
Today, she saw me using my spiritual power. Fortunately, I am very smart and managed to get away with it temporarily.
With Yan Yueling's personality, she will definitely not doubt my words. Someone attacked Su Ming.
Qin Yudai almost forgot that Fan Su and Fan Hao were sent by her to monitor and follow Chu Yuan, and they had left Su Ming long ago. She called Fan Su, but before she could say anything, Fan Su spoke first.
Boss Qin, I was just about to call you.
We just saw the eldest young master of the Yi family and the eldest young lady of the Lin family enter Chu Yuan's house.
Say your name. Yi Nulan, Lin Ling.
Qin Yudai gritted her teeth.
I understand.
Then you continue to monitor Chu Yuan.
Okay, no problem. Qin Yudai went straight to find Yi Yuxing.
My people told me that your cousin was hanging out with Lin Ling and just went to look for Chu Yuan.
Yi Yuxing narrowed his eyes. Su Ming mentioned that Yi Nulan was not clean. Now it seems to be true.
I originally thought he was very honest, haha. I didn't expect that he was colluding with Chu Yuan. Is it possible that the person who attacked Su Ming today was Yi Nulan's subordinate? Yi Yuxing sneered, I'll find out after I try it out. She called Yi Nulan in front of Qin Yudai and said that several warriors under her command had gone home for vacation, and asked Yi Nulan if he could borrow his warriors for use. The latter hesitated and finally refused directly.
Qin Yudai gave a thumbs up. No wonder Yi Nulan hasn't fought you in all these years. IQ is a flaw.
Yi Yuxing sneered, with his skills, he still wants to fight me? It seems that Yi Nulan's men have attacked Su Ming. Qin Yudai rubbed her hair irritably.
Why not arrange for Yan Yueling to protect Su Ming?
Isn't her fighting ability second only to Chu Yuan?
Hello. Yi Yuxing was unhappy. You still want another woman to get the meat before us?
Qin Yudai spread her hands. Su Ming is not a popular guy. Yan Yueling probably doesn't have any feelings for him. Besides, his safety is more important now.
Fuck whatever you want. Yi Yuxing rarely swore. With so many women chasing after him, isn't he still a popular guy?
Qin Yudai smiled and said, relax, our common enemy now is only Chu Yuan.
I don't want to marry him. Yi Yuxing felt a chill when she heard the name Chu Yuan.
Before these two could take action to teach Yi Nulan a lesson, someone else took action first. Yi Wanchuang held the top spiritual weapon, the Frost Sword, in his hand, and stared coldly at the people under his feet. They were the warriors who had attacked Su Ming.
Auntie, don't blame us, it was Yi Nulan who asked us to do it. Yi Wanchuang sneered, don't shirk responsibility. I won't let him go either.
Yo-Yo, the leader of the 4 great war gods of Yin country, is actually beating up warriors for the big boss. Should I tell him this good news? Wang Muyao fell from the sky and landed beside Yi Wanchuang, who put away the frost sword and said calmly, sorry, I started it first.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, my boss has spiritual power himself and can easily deal with these bastards. Wang Muyao was still playing with the butterfly knife in her hand.
She was not as merciful as Yi Wanchuang.
She used her butterfly knife to cut off the thumbs of several people with 2 swishes. Blood spurted out, and several warriors didn't even have time to scream. When they came to their senses, Wang Muyao gave them a warning look and placed her slender index finger lightly on her lips.
Shoo!
Several people were silent. Yi Wanchuan looked at him strangely. The boss you are talking about is Su Ming.
Who else besides him? You can also see his.
Yi Wanchuan suddenly realized. Wang Muyao nodded lazily. Yeah, I just realized it after I saw you just now.
I guess it's not just the 2 of us, there are many people who can see Su Ming. Then wouldn't that be a mess? The word plot was automatically muted, and Wang Muyao sneered, who wants to follow that crap? Are you willing to marry Chu Yuan? Or do you think someone else is willing? Yi Wanchuan's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Since you have dealt with these people, I will go and take action against Yi Nulan. Yeah.
Yi Wanchuang had no objection. It was going to be a fight anyway, so she could save some energy by letting Wang Muyao go.
If you have time, come to this address to find me. Wang Muyao came and left in a hurry.
After giving Yi Wanchuang an address, her figure disappeared. She has a strong spiritual power in her body.
She is actually stronger than me.
Yi Wanchuang lowered her head, looked at the pitiful warriors who were afraid to speak, and said calmly, "Go away, don't let me see you again, otherwise, I will not show mercy."
Yes. Thank you for your kindness, young lady. They left here tumbling and crawling.
Yi Wanchuang spread out his spiritual sense, did not notice the existence of other people, and hurriedly left.
Wang Muyao quickly found Yi Nulan.
He had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a bathrobe. He was sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet and looking at something.
Wang Muyao was leaning against the window, thinking that Yi Nulan was looking at the company's financial statements or other documents, but she didn't expect that he was actually looking at Yi Yuxin. Fuck. Even Wang Muyao couldn't help but widen her eyes. This bastard, why is he looking at his own sister's photo?
Yi Nulan stroked the face of the beauty on the screen with his right fingers, his eyes dark and deep. Wang Muyao held onto the window with one hand and took out her cell phone with the other hand. She zoomed in with 2 fingers and pressed the shutter button.
Good man, what a shameless bastard.
Wang Muyao thought that she would send the photo to Yi Yuxing later to let her see how her cousin, who is usually serious, actually viewed her.
Chapter 128 A Little Trick. Wang Muyao continued to monitor and found that Yi Nulan's fingers kept sliding on the tablet.
His tablet album was almost full of photos of Yi Yuxing, which made Wang Muyao stunned, because Su Ming had never mentioned this matter in his diary. With his personality, if Yi Nulan was really such a pervert, Su Ming would definitely complain about it in his diary.
Now it seems that Su Ming might not know that Yi Nulan actually had improper thoughts about his own sister. Yi Nulan's mouth opened and closed, and Wang Muyao couldn't hear what he said.
She only felt that the expression on Yi Nulan's face became more and more obscene, which made people feel uncomfortable.
That's disgusting.
Wang Muyao secretly complained, rolled her eyes, and flicked her fingers, sending a beam of spiritual energy flying past.
Bang!
The window exploded. Yi Nulan's expression changed. He turned around and looked, but he only saw a dark beam of spiritual power flying towards him.
Well.
Yi Nulan's eyes widened and the tablet in his hand fell to the ground.
TSK, you are such a pervert.
Wang Muyao put on a mask, walked over, picked up the tablet, and looked at it carefully.
There is no doubt that all these photos were taken secretly by Yi Nulan, and the angles are extremely tricky. Yi Nulan was restrained by Wang Muyao's spiritual power and was unable to move.
He could only stare at her, as if he was guessing Wang Muyao's identity.
Put it down. He now has difficulty even speaking. Wang Muyao smiled and said, No. Did you hire someone to do something about Su Ming? You are the Su family's running dog.
Yi Nulan gritted his teeth, with a hint of jealousy that he couldn't hide in his eyes.
Why? He, Su Ming, is a playboy. Why can so many people help him?
Wang Muyao said calmly, I advise you to think twice before doing anything in the future.
This time I'm just teaching you a lesson, but I don't think it will be the same next time. Wang Muyao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. I'll punish you to stand here for a day and a night.
The restriction she set could not be broken by anyone except a powerful martial arts master.
Wang Muyao sensed that there was no such strong person around Yi Nulan.
It was already daybreak, but Yi Nulan was still standing there in a funny posture. He was sweating all over, and his mind became dazed. How could a young master who grew up in a greenhouse have ever suffered such torture? Yi Nulan wanted to just faint, but Wang Muyao's spiritual power kept him hanging, preventing him from even fainting.
And what about Wang Muyao?
She had already gone back to her home to sleep. As luck would have it, Yi Yuxing sent someone to call him, but Yi Nulan was unable to move and could only decline. Another day passed. At 1 o'clock in the morning of July 11th, Yi Nulan regained his freedom.
He collapsed to the ground and slept until 12 o'clock the next day. Master, Miss Yi sent someone to look for you.
The maid said cautiously. Yi Nulan was exhausted, but he had no chance to fight against Yi Yuxing. He could only endure the pain in his body, stand up, and said in a hoarse voice, "Get me a set of clothes."
Yes.
What Yi Mulan didn't expect was that Su Ming was there too. When he saw this man now, he was so angry that he trembled all over and wished he could cut Su Ming into pieces. Yi Mulan took a deep breath, lowered his eyes, and hid his emotions.
Don't forget, Yi Yuxing is still there.
Su Ming also felt puzzled. Why did they call him over for no reason? He put his legs on the coffee table without any rules. Seeing this, Yi Yuxing beside him just looked at him helplessly and warned him, "Su Ming, this is the Yi family, not the Su family. When you come here, you must abide by the rules."
Mr. Yi is right. What is the matter that you called me here today?
Su Ming had no choice but to put his legs down, raised his head, and glanced at her lazily.
Yi Yuxing said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Is there a problem with me inviting you to dinner? What about him?"
When Su Ming saw Yi Mulan, he thought of his hemorrhoids and asked quickly, "Yi Mulan, are your hemorrhoids healed?"
Hemorrhoid?
Yi Mulan was confused for only a moment, and then the doubt in his eyes was replaced by rage.
Humiliation. This is naked humiliation. He is the eldest son of the Yi family, handsome and bright. When has he ever had hemorrhoids?
Yi Mulan was about to scold, but unexpectedly, Yi Yuxing answered Su Ming before him.
I had the surgery and it's fine now. So he really had hemorrhoids? Yi Mulan shouted angrily, "Enough! I don't have hemorrhoids at all? Sister, did you call me here today just to talk about these useless things?" Of course not. Yi Yuxing shook his head. What's the matter? I was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to come over. I only made time today.
I hope you don't blame me.
Yi Mulan is always a little timid when facing Yi Yuxing.
Although he is older than Yi Yuxing, his abilities are not as good as his younger sister.
Yi Mulan admitted that he did have improper thoughts about his sister, but so what? Yi Yuxing won't marry him anyway, so what can she do if she just thinks about it?
Yi Mulan was optimistic and thought that as long as he controlled the Yi family, he would be able to control Yi Yuxing.
Unfortunately, he simply couldn't do it.
Yi Yuxing straightforwardly raised the recent problems in his company, which were all major problems that could not be ignored, and Yi Mulan himself did not notice that his face turned green after he saw the fluorescent computer screen. "I'll give you 5 days to resolve it as soon as possible, otherwise I will conclude that you don't have the ability to manage this company."
Yi Yuxing frowned and spoke in a cold voice. I see. Yi Mulan held his breath.
Making a fool of himself in front of Su Ming was even more painful than killing him. When Yi Mulan thought about Yi Yuxing going out to eat with this playboy after scolding him, he felt even more uncomfortable. He would even rather let the warrior from the day before yesterday imprison him for a while longer.
Go down.
In fact, Yi Yuxing did receive an anonymous email yesterday, which was almost entirely filled with photos of Yi Mulan holding a tablet and looking at her. It must be said that Yi Yuxing did feel a chill, but she couldn't do anything about Yi Mulan for the time being.
What's your plan?
After Su Ming saw Yi Mulan leave with a dejected look on his face, he felt somewhat relieved, but he didn't understand what Yi Yuxing wanted to do.
Calling him here, after all, is not to let him watch Yi Mulan make a fool of himself, right? Yi Yuxing sighed and rubbed his eyebrows as if he had a headache. I've encountered something recently. After thinking it over, I think it's better to tell you. Ah. Don't. We don't seem to be that familiar with each other.
Su Ming laughed dryly twice.
Why don't you tell Uncle Yi and let him give you some advice? It's useless to tell me. No.
Yi Yuxing sighed again. He's been very busy lately, and I don't want him to worry about my affairs.
So what is going on?
Su Ming took the phone and opened the email according to Yi Yuxing's instructions. After seeing the photos inside, he opened his mouth in surprise.
What the hell?
This kid Yi Mulan, the original book didn't mention that he had this habit.
A bastard. Yi Yuxing is his blood-related sister. The first thing Su Ming thought of was that Yi Mulan had evil intentions towards Yi Yuxing. Chapter 129, I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. What brother would look at his sister's photo with such obscene eyes?
Su Ming frowned and threw the phone to Yi Yuxing.
Su Ming, can you help me?
How can I help you? What does your Yi family's business have to do with me? Su Ming rolled his eyes and had some guesses in his mind. In the original novel, there was indeed no mention of Yi Mulan having any ill intentions towards Yi Yuxing, but when Yi Mulan met Chu Yuan, the latter was already in a relationship with Yi Yuxing, and Yi Yuxing also clearly expressed his love for Chu Yuan at the time. Yi Mulan probably had self-knowledge and took the initiative to give up the competition in his heart. Although this is a world of fiction, every character is a living being with their own thoughts. So Su Ming thinks it is normal for plots that are not in the original novel to appear.
However, Yi Mulan's is too explosive. I can't think of anyone else who can help me except you. Unexpected? It's okay, I'll help you think about it.
Boss Qin, little Boss Qin, everyone can help you, there's no need to look for me, and the relationship between my father and Uncle Yi is not good, we can't get too close.
Yi Yuxing curled his lips. She knew that Su Ming would come up with this excuse. But Yi Yuxing was well prepared.
Su Ming was unable to resist her soft and hard persuasion.
He could only say dejectedly, okay, how do you want me to help you? Let me be clear first. Don't go too far. Just help me deal with Yi Mulan. I'll give you the specific instructions. Whatever.
Su Ming's tense face relaxed slightly.
Fortunately, Yi Yuxing did not make excessive demands, otherwise he would definitely refuse directly. How can the villain and the heroine be so close?
As long as Su Ming made his attitude clear, Yi Yuxing would not continue to approach him without knowing what was good for him.
After all, she is one of the heroines, so she should be able to understand Su Ming's expression.
The two had a meal, and Su Ming returned to Qin Yudai's company and found Yan Yueling standing at the door of the office. It's strange to say, Su Ming used to never see Yan Yueling in the company all day long, but recently he and her have had more contact at work, and they are almost inseparable.
Boss Su.
Yan Yueling leaned forward gently.
Well, let's go. I heard from President Qin that the little star in Yuhua Entertainment Company has been pestering you recently. Yes. It's Chu Yuan's company again, and the world revolves around the male protagonist, right?
Su Ming remembered this plot, which was about Yan Yueling being harassed by a little celebrity. Due to the power behind the other party, she couldn't take direct action. In the end, Chu Yuan cleaned up the mess himself.
But what about Chu Yuan?
He should have appeared when the little celebrity harassed Yan Yueling for the first time. He did nothing and asked Su Ming to solve the problem.
What's your name? My last name is Chu, and my name is Chu Chaohui. Same as in the original book.
Su Ming frowned and said, I can't show up directly, otherwise it would be bad if some gossip spreads.
Yes, I understand. Yan Yueling paused and said, how about I beat him up? Stop it. Don't think of solving everything with violence. Behind Chu Chaohui is the entire Chu family and Yuhua Entertainment Company. Do you think it's as simple as you think? Will it be over as long as you fight?
If you hit him, the Chu family will definitely investigate thoroughly. If you don't want to be drowned in the overwhelming negative press releases and be banned in the industry, then you should just listen to my instructions.
Yes.
Su Ming felt dizzy.
The plot here for Yan Yueling has changed a lot.
In the original novel, she did not go to work in Qin Yudai's company, but instead joined Chu Yuan's Yuhua Entertainment Company.
Perhaps because she had the support of a big boss, Yan Yueling never thought that she must not offend Chu Chaohui. When she arrived at Yuhua Entertainment Company, Su Ming asked her to find actors and directors normally. I'll just walk around here. If you run into any trouble, just call me.
Yan Yueling looked like she had no desires or requests at all. She would do whatever Su Ming said. After she left, Su Ming came outside the company, spread out his spiritual sense, and quickly locked onto Chu Chaohui's location. With his identity, he could basically walk around Yuhua Entertainment Company as he pleased. After entering the elevator, he pressed the 7th floor button. As soon as the elevator door opened, he really saw Chu Chaohui. He seemed to have just attended an event and hadn't even washed off his makeup yet. Strangely, his neck and face were completely two different colors, which made Su Ming doubt the makeup artist's skills.
Master Su.
After Chu Chaohui saw him, although he was unwilling, he still curled his lips and said, "Master Su, long time no see." Su Ming looked puzzled.
Have we met before? There were low laughter around him. Chu Chaohui gritted his teeth and said, "We met at a banquet last year." There is no way.
Although the Chu family is powerful, they are not qualified to jump in front of Su Ming.
Su Ming's identity is enough to crush everyone present.
He sneered, "Sorry, what's your name?"
Chu Chaohui.
Chu Chaohui. I really have no impression of him.
After all, I am a forgetful person.
I can only remember those who are well known and worth making friends with, such as the young Master Su next to you and the young Master Li over there. Most of the artists in Yuhua Entertainment Company have some connection with the top families in Yuncheng. The two young masters were even a little proud to see that Su Ming knew them.
Chu Chaohui's face looked very bad.
He didn't know what was wrong with Su Ming that he had to come here to cause trouble for him and even humiliate him. He truly deserves the title of Yuncheng's #1 playboy. Su Ming looked him up and down with contempt in his eyes.
Chu Chaohui was angry but dared not speak out. At this time. What's wrong? It was Chu Yuan.
What a coincidence that he showed up at this time. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he had planned to give the credit to him, but unexpectedly, Chu Yuan saw that Su Ming had a conflict with an artist in his company. Without asking what happened, he stood behind Chu Chaohui and stared at him coldly.
Mr. Chu. Chu Chaohui hid behind him. Who doesn't know the grudge between Chu Yuan and Su Ming?
The woman that their President Chu didn't want became a treasure in Su Ming's eyes. Although this playboy was powerful, he was still helpless against Chu Yuan. Chu Chaohui raised his chin and looked at him provocatively.
It's you. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Why? Are you here to cause trouble again today? You really don't mind being tired." Su Ming's mouth twitched.
"I gave you a chance to perform in front of the heroine, but it was a pity that you were useless."
Before you ask this question, shouldn't you ask the person next to you what he did?
"My name is Chu Chaohui," he roared.
"Master Su, I have never offended you. Why are you being so aggressive?" Chu Yuan frowned. "Su Ming, did you hear that? My people didn't offend you."
Su Ming ignored him, randomly picked a stool, and sent a message to Yan Yueling, asking her to come to the 7th floor as soon as she finished the connection. The other party replied with a brief yes.
Not long after, the elevator opened with a ding sound, and Yan Yueling's figure appeared in everyone's sight.
When Chu Chaohui saw her, his face changed.
Chapter 130, Excellent Acting Skills. Ms. Yan.
Chu Yuan had a faint smile on his face. Chu Chaohui thought to himself that this was not good. He had been pestering Yan Yueling for a while.
Wouldn't this cause Chu Yuan's dissatisfaction? Young Master Su.
Yan Yueling ignored Chu Yuan and came to Su Ming. Su Ming coughed dryly, turned around, and stared at her fiercely. "I heard from your agent that you were bullied by the boy over there.
Is that true?"
After these words were spoken, even Chu Yuan looked at Chu Chaohui with dissatisfaction in his eyes.
Chu Chaohui lowered his head and stammered, I didn't. Whether there is or not, you can tell by looking at the surveillance." "Why surveillance again?"
Chu Yuan's eyes went dark, and he felt that he must be backlashing against this company. Yan Yueling tugged at Su Ming's sleeve and whispered, "No, Master Su, maybe Sister Zhang misunderstood."
Sister Zhang is Yan Yueling's agent. Chu Chaohui was stunned.
Why would Yan Yueling speak for him?
But on second thought, I felt something was wrong. These two people are playing him here. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. "Oh? Are you serious?" "Yan Yueling, you don't have to be afraid. You are Mr. Qin's employee.
Mr. Qin sent me here this time because he wanted to investigate this matter.
If it is true, just tell the truth." "President Qin Yudai?"
Chu Chaohui was shocked again.
Yan Yueling's position in the company is so high? Could Qin Yudai actually send Su Ming over? Chu Chaohui's face turned pale.
Chu Yuan was observing him from the corner of his eye. Seeing this, he understood and frowned. Chu Chaohui, tell the truth. I. How could Chu Chaohui speak clearly about such a thing? He stammered and refused to speak. Chu Yuan felt that this guy had embarrassed him, and his expression became impatient. It's a pity that he just spoke up for Chu Chaohui. I thought Su Ming was just looking for trouble, but I never expected that it was Chu Chaohui's style that was problematic, and Su Ming was standing up for Yan Yueling. A feeling of jealousy emerged in Chu Yuan's heart, which he himself was not aware of. Yan Yueling's eyes rolled and tears fell from the corners of her eyes.
Everyone had a question mark on their face. Wasn't she fine just now? Why are you crying now?
But as soon as Yan Yueling started crying, everyone immediately understood what was going on. They all stared at Chu Chaohui with strange eyes.
The latter's handsome face turned red and his eyes became erratic.
Chu Yuan took a deep breath and shouted in a tone that did not allow for argument, "You were wrong first, apologize to Miss Yan."
Why should I apologize to her?
Although Chu Chaohui was afraid of Su Ming and Chu Yuan, he was not afraid of Yan Yueling.
So this is how President Chu educates his employees on a daily basis. Su Ming spread his hands. Sure enough, you can't use unconventional methods to run a company. Otherwise, you won't know how to educate your employees. How can a good person become a gangster?
Of course he knew that the reason why Chu Chaohui was entangled with Yan Yueling was because of his own character problems, but Su Ming just didn't say that. He just wanted to disgust Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan wanted to rebuke him, but suddenly realized that he was not in the right in this matter, so he hated Chu Chaohui even more. He thought that after the matter was over, he would terminate the contract with this guy and let him get out of Yua. Su Ming made a few more sarcastic remarks, then pretended to scold Yan Yueling, and then left Chu Yuan's company with his men in a cool manner. He originally wanted to leave this opportunity of being a hero and saving the beauty, showing off and slapping someone in the face to Chu Yuan, but who knew that he scolded Su Ming without saying a word? It's his own fault that he is useless, it's not Su Ming's fault.
Master Su, did I act well just now?
After walking out of the company, Yan Yueling smiled slightly, which was rare on her face, making Su Ming a little dazed.
Ah, so.
Yan Yueling was not annoyed, but instead took her arm affectionately.
You're not afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi? I can see there are no paparazzi around.
After all, it is the largest entertainment company in Yuncheng. No matter how incompetent Chu Yuan is, his employees will handle the paparazzi problem properly. Besides, Yan Yueling is only a little famous now and is quite low-key in the circle. In addition, some people spread rumors that she and Qin Yudai have a close relationship, so naturally people will not cause trouble for her.
Chu Chaohui just now was just used to being arrogant, and he wanted to bully Yan Yueling because she was wearing cheap clothes.
If you start a scandal with me, President Qin will teach me a lesson again. Yan Yueling curled her lips and hugged him tighter. After Su Ming fastened his seatbelt, a message from Chu Tian suddenly came to his cell phone. He and Yi Chen planned to attack Chu Yuan tomorrow night.
Su Ming frowned.
In the original novel, Chu Er, a servant beside Chu Tian, was captured by Chu Yuan and inadvertently revealed the location of the Chu family.
Then, Chu Yuan began to prepare manpower and soon attacked the Chu family and completely eliminated the Chu family from Yuncheng.
Therefore, the battle between Chu Tian and Chu Yuan is of great importance. At the very least, Su Ming also wanted to preserve the plot where Chu Er was captured. I don't know why, but every time an important plot is going on, something always goes wrong. Su Ming no longer has any hope for the plot to proceed normally, as long as it doesn't deviate too far from the right track.
Master. Yeah.
Su Ming came back to his senses and stepped on the accelerator. Yan Yueling said cautiously, "Do you need my help? Just act well and don't cause me any trouble, and I'll be thankful."
That's not what I meant. It's Chu Yuan. Su Ming sneered, "I don't take him seriously, and this time I have the eldest son of the Chu family to help me, so who is Chu Yuan? Not only Chu Tian and Yi Chen, but also Wang Muya."
Su Ming calculated and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
The lineup seemed too luxurious.
Even if Chu Yuan could win this battle, he would probably be seriously injured and would have to lie down for 10 days or half a month to recuperate.
Besides, it's not your turn to interfere in the feud between us.
Su Ming's face was sinister. This time, I will make the name Chu Yuan disappear from the world.
You really don't need help?
Yan Yueling thought about it and realized that the last time Chu Yuan's master took action, she was indeed shocked.
That terrifying aura almost injured her.
However, even such a strong man could not display his magical powers through the air too many times. Yan Yueling's father once told her that the higher the realm of a warrior, the closer he is to the so-called supernormal realm. However, the supernormal realm is not a good thing for warriors with mortal bodies, because the power of the supernormal realm is too strong. Their every move may touch upon the supernormal realm and trigger divine punishment. The power of divine punishment is definitely not a calamity that can be overcome by relying on one's own spiritual power and skills. From ancient times to the present, few warriors have successfully survived the heavenly punishment. Yan Yueling believed that Chu Yuan's master was very close to the extraordinary realm. He had taken a huge risk in helping Chu Yuan before. No one was willing to take such a risk a second or third time. If he takes action this time, he might be able to kill Chu Yuan. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yan Yueling's eyes. She has already felt the obstacles of the plot. No matter what she does or where she goes, she may meet Chu Yuan. The plot is forcing her to be with Chu Yuan.
Yan Yueling was unwilling to do so. Chapter 131, Did he violate the heavenly law? Even if Su Ming didn't allow it, Yan Yueling would still think of helping.
She returned home that night and began to prepare.
Coincidentally, Wang Muyao also wanted to ask her for help, so she took advantage of the night and sneaked into Yan Yueling's house.
Unlike Yi Nulin, who had never noticed her from beginning to end, Yan Yueling noticed Wang Muyao's presence almost at the first moment. She frowned and a beam of spiritual power shot out from her fingertips.
It's me. Wang Muyao raised her hand and barely blocked the beam of spiritual energy.
She was secretly frightened.
Although they are about the same age, Yan Yueling's talent in martial arts is far superior to hers. Yan Yueling was not good at remembering people.
When she saw Wang Muyao, she just felt that she looked familiar. She lowered her head and thought for a while before she remembered that this woman was the one who helped Su Ming deal with Chu Yuan that day.
Yan Yueling's expression eased slightly.
Will you help to encircle and destroy Chu Yuan tomorrow?
The young master won't let me do it. Wang Muyao looked at the hidden weapon in her hand and remained silent.
It's just that he doesn't let you do it, but whether you help or not is still up to you, right?
That's true.
Yan Yueling lowered her head and pondered for a while. She had originally planned to fight alone, but she suddenly thought of Chu Yuan's unfathomable master.
After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and agreed. Then it's decided. Wang Muyao blinked and stuffed a paper ball into her palm.
As soon as she left here, Wang Muyao rushed to Yi Wanchuan's house. Unfortunately, the relationship between the other party and Chu Yuan was rather awkward, so she couldn't take action openly for the time being.
I can ask Yun Ting to assign some people to you. Yun Ting, are you free tomorrow? Certainly.
Li Yunting sat aside, looking at Wang Muyao curiously. He was also one of the bosses of the underground forces in Yin country. He had heard of Wang Muyao's name a long time ago, but he didn't know how his boss knew her.
Just as rumored, eccentric, and weird. Oh, okay then.
Wang Muyao sighed regretfully. If you take action, along with me, Yan Yueling, and Chu Tian, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Chu Yuan?
Hearing this, even someone as calm as Li Yunting couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Although he had never met Yan Yueling, he knew the strength of Wang Muyao and Chu Tian. At least, these two people are on par with Yi Wanchuang. However, Yi Wanchuang is the leader of the four war gods in public, and the Chu family has always been low-key, and Wang Muyao's work is not worthy of being in the limelight, so she did not make it onto the list of martial arts war gods of Yin country. All these people together are just to deal with Chu Yuan? What, did he violate the laws of heaven?
Soon, Li Yunting's question was answered. Wang Muyao's expression and tone suddenly became pious. All this is for my wealthy boss. Su Ming? Li Yunting's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Yi Wanchuan with a gloomy look.
The latter frowned and said, I just don't like Chu Yuan, and I want to teach him a lesson.
Good man, this is no longer a lesson.
I want to remove him from Yin country, no, from the world.
Li Yunting felt dizzy.
He remembered that a few months ago, Yi Wanchuan even had a faint admiration for Chu Yuan.
In just 2 months, why did it turn into disgust?
Not only Li Yunting couldn't understand this change, but the other 2 war gods were also a little confused.
Is this what the legend says, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea? Li Yunting shook his head as if sighing. Boss, take it easy. The strong man behind Chu Yuan is not someone you can easily mess with.
If he had the ability, he would have investigated me.
Yi Wanchuan sneered.
He's just an old man, but he was given the title of a living immortal on Earth.
Does he really think of himself as a living immortal on Earth? Wang Muyo pricked up her ears. What's the matter with the living immortal on land?
Is Chu Yuan's master so powerful? Yi Wanchuan gave her a strange look and lowered her voice. You haven't read Su Ming's article. Wang Muyao coughed dryly. Sometimes I'm too busy, so it's inevitable that I'll miss 1 or 2 articles. Yi Wanchuan lowered his head and pondered for a while, then replied, after reading that article, I also conducted a detailed investigation on Chu Yuan's master.
That person is called Cui Jingchen.
He has a great reputation both inside and outside Yin country. Everyone calls him Yin country's living immortal on land. It seems that when he was young, he had a very high status in Yin country, but when he got older, he closed the door and lived in seclusion, and no one was seen again. In these years, except for his apprentice, Chu Yuan, no one else has seen Cui Jingchen.
Wang Muyo suddenly realized. Shit, it's okay. Just do your best tomorrow. Both of them knew Chu Yuan's true identity.
He was actually the male protagonist of the book. It was not an easy task to break his male protagonist halo and kill Chu Yuan.
Wang Muyao chatted with her for a few more words and then turned and left.
On the other hand, Chu Yuan didn't know that there would be a violent storm waiting for him tomorrow night, and he was still sitting comfortably in meditation and practicing. At this moment, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Chu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of worry flashed across his eyes.
Master? Didn't I tell you not to use your magical powers to come to me casually? Otherwise, your current strength will easily cause problems. What if you touch the extraordinary and receive divine punishment? What should I do then? No problem. Cui Jingchen's voice was as calm as ever.
A golden halo circulated in front of his eyes, and a familiar face emerged. Chu Yuan hurriedly got out of bed and knelt on his knees.
Master, what can I do for you? Cui Jingchen's face was full of fatigue. I seem to have found out where your parents are. What? Chu Yuan's whole body trembled, and he was overjoyed. Cui Jingchen coughed twice.
On the east side, where the clouds and water converge. The golden light gradually faded and dissipated. It might be that observing Chu Yuan's parents was too tiring, causing him to be unable to maintain his magical powers. Cui Jingchen was old-fashioned and unwilling to use communication devices such as telephones and mobile phones, so Chu Yuan could do nothing about it. The east, where clouds and water converge.
Chu Yuan seemed to be thinking about something.
The east that Cui Jingchen referred to was certainly not the ordinary east. The scope he covered was too broad and too vague.
Chu Yuan would definitely ask him clearly when he met him in person next time.
He has been waiting for more than 20 years, so a few days won't make a difference.
Brother Chu.
Lin Ling heard the sound and knocked on the bedroom door.
Come in. Chu Yuan said indifferently.
Lin Ling had finally fought for the opportunity to stay with him. How could she give up so easily? She carried a plate of grapes and placed it on the table beside her.
Xiaoling, you've worked hard recently. People's hearts are not made of iron and stone.
Chu Yuan saw all the good things Lin Ling did to him, but he just didn't like her. It was impossible for Chu Yuan to force himself to like her. Besides, Lin Ling had drugged him some time ago and forced Chu Yuan to do that with her.
Chu Yuan was very conflicted about her. No, it's not hard. As long as I can please Brother Chu, it won't be hard for me at all. These words touched Chu Yuan. He hugged Lin Ling's petite body in his arms with a gentle look in his eyes. Lin Ling lay contentedly in his arms.
Chapter 132 The Same Technique. On that day, Su Ming asked for leave. Qin Yudai saw what he wanted to do in his diary and approved it naturally. However, Su Ming was a little confused. He suspected that Qin Yudai approved the leave based on her mood. She had failed to approve it several times before, but this time, it was approved very quickly.
Oh, President Qin is really moody. July 12, cloudy. Today's plot is crucial.
According to the original plot, Chu Yuan will defeat Chu Tian and learn the location of the Chu family through his servant, Chu Er. After a short period of preparation, Chu Yuan will kill the Chu family and completely remove them from Yuncheng. Even if Chu Yuan cannot win today, at least he must know the location of the Chu family to pave the way for the next plot. If nothing unexpected happens, after dealing with the Chu family, Chu Yuan will embark on a long journey to find his parents, and encounter countless opportunities on the way to find his parents, which basically has nothing to do with me. Su Ming had a serious expression on his face. Zhang Xilian had rarely seen him with this expression. Most of the time, Su Ming had a serious expression on his face. In fact, the inner thoughts he wrote in his diary were very bizarre. She stretched herself in bed and asked, "Anything to do today?"
Well, stay home and be good.
There was a cold light flashing in Su Ming's eyes. He stood up and covered Zhang Xilian with the quilt to hide the traces of charm.
Zhang Xilian nodded lazily.
She was not interested in the male protagonist, and now was not the time for her to meet him. If Su Ming said it could be solved, then it could definitely be solved. She would not mind his business. After Su Ming left, he went straight to Chu Tian's residence.
Master Su.
When he arrived, he found that Wang Muyo and Yi Chen were already sitting on the sofa.
Chu Er carefully poured a cup of tea for Su Ming. He didn't know what was going on.
This morning, after Wang Muyo came over, she had been looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, which made Chu Er feel uncomfortable all over.
Thank you, everyone.
Chu Tian thought that he had taken advantage this time, so he asked Su Ming to gather experts to help him deal with Chu Yuan. Little did they know that this time it was a win-win situation. Su Ming took a sip of tea and immediately felt refreshed. The fatigue brought by getting up early suddenly disappeared.
Good tea. Chu Tian smiled and said, "Of course, this is my father's treasure. Unless we meet a particularly distinguished guest, we will not easily use this tea to entertain."
So, Master Chu also knows about the existence of young Master Su? Yi Chen asked curiously.
Of course. Chu Tian said concisely.
The smile on his face was refreshing, but Su Ming felt a little uncomfortable watching it. When Su Ming thought that this high-spirited young master would become a mental patient soon, he felt as if his heart was filled with mixed feelings and he didn't know what to feel. As for Chu Tian, he was still smiling heartlessly. "If Chu Yuan is dealt with, my father will invite a few of you to visit our Chu family." Su Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. In the original plot, he didn't even have any interaction with these people from the Chu family, but now, he has to join forces with Chu Tian and Yi Chen to deal with Chu Yuan. The plot is a bit twisted, but as long as the final result is good, Su Ming can accept it. Besides, the plan has already been formed, so even if you want to quit, it is impossible. This time, a friend of mine will also send an expert to help. Wang Muyo said with a smile.
Very good. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Su Ming's mouth twitched. That's not necessary. The current lineup is already luxurious enough. If a few more came, would Chu Yuan really be killed by them?
Su Ming felt cold all over.
That shouldn't be the case.
Chu Yuan also has a master who is known as a living immortal on Earth.
No matter what, Cui Jingchen would not watch Chu Yuan die like this.
Su Ming felt slightly relieved. If something unexpected happens, please help me, Master Su. Chu Tian only knew that Su Ming was a warrior, but he really didn't know his specific strength.
Today's tea was a touchstone.
Only those who were as strong as him could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the tea.
Obviously, Su Ming's strength was not weaker than his. The moment he drank the tea, he even felt some oppression on Chu Tian. He secretly sent a message to Su Ming, asking for help. What else can we do? Could Su Ming still refuse? He could only nod his head in a pretentious manner as a sign of agreement. It's about time that the person I planted in Chu Yuan's company takes action. He has been very busy these past few days. When he hears something, he will definitely go to the company to take a look. We can just stop him on the way to Yuhua Entertainment Company. Good. In the evening, 8 o'clock. Chu Yuan suddenly sat up from his bed, holding his phone, his eyes still a little confused. What did you say? The artists of the company collectively requested to terminate their contracts. What about the penalty? For an entertainment company to operate, artists are the foundation of the foundation. If an entertainment company doesn't even have artists, what is it? Chu Yuan put on his clothes and didn't bother to think about the strangeness of the phone call. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and headed to the company. After getting in the car, Chu Yuan stepped on the accelerator and soon encountered the first traffic light. Wrong. It's only 8 o'clock now. Logically, there should be some small vendors gathered around, shouting and selling their own goods in the night. But at this time, there was no one around. The red light turned green, but Chu Yuan showed no intention of driving away. He opened the car door and got out in the middle of the street. Chu Yuan spread out his spiritual sense and indeed detected several strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. Everyone, come out. There's no need to hide. Chu Tian's figure shot out like a sharp arrow. He bent his fingers together, and there was clearly no sword in his hand, but a strong sword energy gathered around him, which pierced Su Ming's cheek and caused pain. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, and a faint bloodstain appeared on his face. Behind him, Yi Chen's figure emerged silently. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and was about to strangle Chu Yuan's throat. You are a bunch of scoundrels with unrepentant evil intentions. Do you think you can offend me, Chu Yuan? I've had enough of you challenging me over and over again. A burst of pure spiritual power burst out from Chu Yuan's body, shattering Chu Tian's sword energy. Yi Chen couldn't help but take a step back. This pervert has improved his strength again. As the male protagonist, Chu Yuan can improve his strength with every breath he takes. What's more, he himself is an invincible male protagonist. Yan Yueling hid in the dark the whole time and didn't make a sound. She saw Chu Yuan's erratic figure and suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Not long after, a light bulb went off in her mind, as if she suddenly remembered something, and she could no longer remain calm. Isn't the technique Chu Yuan used the same one that Su Ming used a few days ago? Exactly the same. The only difference is that the spiritual power of the two people gives Yan Yueling very different results. Chu Yuan's spiritual power is very domineering, while Su Ming's spiritual power is as pure as the breeze and the bright moon. It looks calm on the surface, but it is actually full of murderous intent. But there is no doubt that the skills used by the two are exactly the same. Moreover, Yan Yueling seemed to have seen this technique somewhere before. But no matter how hard she thought, her mind was blank. Chapter 133, Be a Low-Key Strong Man. Bang! In one confrontation, Chu Yuan faced 2 opponents at once and was not at a disadvantage. Yan Yueling was still observing in the dark. That's right, Chu Yuan and Su Ming's skills are exactly the same. There must be some connection between these two people that they don't know about and that Su Ming didn't write in his diary. What is it? At this time, Wang Muyao suddenly appeared. Chu Yuan saw that there was another person and his expression became a little more serious. Wang Muyao! He roared. You actually aided and abetted the evil, colluding with Chu Tian and Su Ming. The Chu family expelled my parents and regarded me as a bastard. This is simply unforgivable. Su Ming even humiliated me in every way. How dare you help such people? Chu Yuan began to use moral blackmail and continued to brainwash Wang Muyao. She rolled her eyes and had only one sentence for Chu Yuan. Don't help them? Give me money. Give me money and I will help you. What are you doing here if you have no money?
She is not a god and does not need to eat.
As the boss of Yin Country's underground killer organization, he also needs to make money to support his family, right?
She didn't have time to listen to Chu Yuan's nonsense.
Chu Yuan clenched his back teeth tightly. You don't know what's good for you.
Wang Muyao's face turned cold, and spiritual power surged in her palms.
Su Ming's frown gradually relaxed.
The three warriors attacked together. Although Chu Yuan was a little overwhelmed, he was still able to deal with it.
Wang Muyao whistled, and many warriors rushed out from the surroundings.
Without even asking, Su Ming knew that these warriors must be here to help them.
Xiao Nan. Chu Yuan suddenly shouted angrily. Boss Chu. Wow. Su Ming couldn't help but applaud.
He is worthy of being the male protagonist. With just a roar, his little brothers will appear out of thin air. Su Ming was envious of this treatment.
He gave a thumbs up.
As Chu Yuan's younger brother, Lin Nan has benefited from his protagonist halo and his strength has increased in recent days.
He can even fight on par with Yi Chen.
You know, Yi Chen is a small boss in the early stage. It seems that the previous battle at Su Ming's house did leave a psychological shadow on Chu Yuan.
Su Ming's mouth twitched. He didn't want to do that either.
He was just a simple supporting villain who just wanted the plot to get back on track. Su Ming sighed and hid at the edge of the melee to prevent his indestructible body from accidentally hurting others.
Hello.
Someone patted his shoulder and Su Ming turned around nonchalantly. Yan Yueling rested her chin on his shoulder, raised her eyes, and stared at him lazily.
Su Ming was stunned and his expression gradually became stiff. Why the hell are you here? Didn't I tell you not to get involved? Why don't you listen? Yan Yueling shrugged innocently. Wang Muyao asked me to come. Depend on.
Su Ming beat his chest and stamped his feet in his heart.
He shouldn't have trusted Wang Muyao.
I clearly told you before that there was no need to invite Yan Yueling. Now, it has become a story about two female protagonists helping a few male villains to deal with the male protagonist. Su Ming found it ridiculous.
He raised his hand and pressed Yan Yueling's shoulder. You are not allowed to make a move. Why?
Is it because you and Chu Yuan used the same martial arts? Yan Yueling stared at him with burning eyes. Su Ming felt guilty, but he did not fall into her trap.
He said seriously, it wasn't me. It was the expert I invited. Besides, how would I know why they used the same technique? That kind of martial arts is not common.
No, it should be said that it is a heaven-level martial arts that is rarely seen in the world. Yan Yueling curled her lips and smiled.
Since Master said you invited a master, why don't you use him to deal with Chu Yuan? Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled, but his expression remained unchanged.
Why should I report to a small employee like you?
Yan Yueling smiled and said, of course not. It's simply impossible to lose your temper. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Boo. That crisp sound?
Su Ming looked at her in astonishment, the soft touch on his lips was fleeting.
Spiritual energy surged around Yan Yueling.
I have to say that this woman is a fool in other aspects, but when it comes to eating and martial arts, she is absolutely a complete and unquestionable genius. In terms of talent alone, she is even stronger than Chu Yuan, who has the aura of the male protagonist. With just these two moves, he directly surpassed Su Ming, who had the support of the system. However, he has a bug, that is, his body is indestructible, and Yan Yueling cannot break his defense. Su Ming was comparing them secretly in his heart, but Yan Yueling had already rushed out.
Depend on. Chu Yuan couldn't help but curse.
At the same time, he felt puzzled.
Why? So many people are helping Su Ming?
He almost bit his steel teeth to pieces, his eyes were red, and he stared at the people opposite him. Lin Nan was already exhausted and spat out a mouthful of blood.
He was thrown out of the battle circle by Yi Chen.
At this time, Su Ming saw Chu Er approaching from the corner of his eye.
He was holding a spiritual weapon that Su Ming did not recognize.
It should be Chu Tian who instructed him to use it at the critical moment. Su Ming's sixth sense told him that Chu Er was most likely captured by Chu Yuan at this time.
He remained calm and pretended not to see.
After Chu Er approached Chu Yuan, an extremely strong green light burst out from the magic weapon, and the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly swept around. In an instant, Chu Er became the focus of the whole audience.
Chu Tian was overjoyed. "Throw it."
Chu Er gritted his teeth. He couldn't open his eyes because of the green light. He was worried that he had thrown it in the wrong place, so he had to take the spiritual weapon and run to where Chu Yuan had just stood.
When the green spiritual power enveloped Chu Yuan, making him unable to move. Damn it! The end of the road.
Only Su Ming lowered his eyes.
This plot will soon be over. Yan Yueling stepped back to his side and asked, "Master, what should we do?" "Just watch."
Su Ming laughed twice grimly.
"No, I mean. Crash."
Before Yan Yueling finished her words, everyone heard the crisp sound of flowing water. Someone came to save him again, but it's not the same person as last time. Yan Yueling was helpless and even a little depressed.
This male protagonist is too difficult to deal with. Ay. Chu Er just ran over.
In front of Chu Er and Chu Yuan, a whirlpool appeared out of thin air, and a hairy arm stretched out from it.
From a distance, it looked like it was wearing a sweater. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly.
The man opened his 5 fingers and actually grabbed the collars of the 2 men. Both Chu Er and Chu Yuan had expressions of great pain on their faces. "Youngster, follow me."
Boom!
There were bursts of thunder in the sky. Su Ming looked at the spiritual weapon in Chu Er's hand.
This is a good thing.
In the original novel, this thing was not obtained by anyone in the end. Instead, it was blasted into pieces in the battle between Chu Yuan and the Chu family.
It's okay for him to snatch things that have nothing to do with the plot, right?
At worst, I can borrow it from Chu Tian for a while. Su Ming licked his lips. After seeing the many powerful people in this world, his purpose became a little impure.
Does advancing the plot have anything to do with him becoming stronger? No. He wants to be a low-key strongman. Su Ming was ready to make a move. "Master, I can't throw it out."
At this moment, Su Ming flashed and snatched the magic weapon from Chu Er's hand and threw it back to Chu Tian.
Boom!
The vortex suddenly dissipated, and the dark clouds covering the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a cloudless sunny sky.
Chapter 134, Hiding in the City. Ahem!
Yi Chen's cough broke the silence around him. There was an awkward expression on his face. He was the weakest person here, and he was the one who suffered the most serious injuries in every operation to encircle and suppress Chu Yuan.
But I didn't expect that Su Ming's strength was so strong.
The move he made just now was definitely not weaker than Chu Tian's. Su Ming was weighing the spiritual weapon in his hand. It was a small square iron box, covered with rust and looked a bit shabby, but Su Ming knew that the iron box was called Sifang Cheng Zhong. The man in the vortex just now moved too fast, causing the Sifang Cheng Zhong to not even reveal its complete form. Once the 4 directions clear bell is deployed, let alone the strong man just now, even Chu Yuan's master Cui Jingchen may not be able to break the spiritual weapon and rescue him.
However, the Sifang Cheng bell when not unfolded is just an ordinary small iron box, extremely fragile. Otherwise, it would not have been reduced to dust in the original novel due to the battle between Chu Yuan and Chu Tian's father. In the final analysis, the male protagonist is just too lucky.
This group of people, except Yan Yueling and Wang Muyao, are all villains. They dared to attack the male protagonist without knowing their own limitations, and they will definitely suffer the consequences.
Chu Er.
Chu Tian is also a man who values friendship and loyalty. Chu Er has been with him since he was a child. Now that he has been kidnapped by an unknown strong man, he will definitely not end up well.
Fortunately, the spiritual weapon his father lent him was not taken away. Thank you, Master Su.
Chu Tian clasped his hands together and watched Su Ming playing with the Sifang Cheng bell with great interest. He was generous and said with a smile, since Master Su helped to snatch it back, "I'll trouble you to keep it for a while."
It won't be too late to return it to us after we capture Chu Yuan alive. Nature. Su Ming assured with a smile. Chu Tian was not worried that Su Ming would occupy the Sifang Cheng Bell and not return it. After all, Su Ming was a well-known figure in Yunqing, and he seemed to be harboring a big secret and was always unwilling to reveal his true strength. If he had not had to, he would probably have just stood by and watched the fight. How could such a person covet a small spiritual weapon? In Chu Tian's heart, he already regarded Su Ming as a master. The small hermit hides in the wild, the great hermit hides in the city. Su Ming appears to be a cynical playboy, but in fact, he is a powerful martial arts master. Fuck, why did he get away again? Wang Muyo felt unhappy. Is this the protagonist's aura? It's too abnormal. Yan Yueling couldn't help but frown. Just now they were almost able to capture Chu Yuan alive, but were intercepted by an old fellow who appeared from nowhere. She didn't know that person, but she could feel that his strength was not as strong as Cui Jingchen. How could it appear out of nowhere? Yan Yueling looked at Su Ming. I think we will get the answer soon. Hey guys, how do we deal with this guy? The strong man was only concerned with taking Chu Yuan away and didn't notice Lin Nan at all. He was lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, staring at Yi Chen. His unwillingness to admit defeat was a bit similar to Chu Yuan's. Chu Tian looked at Su Ming, obviously wanting him to make the decision. Master Su, why don't you kill this person? He put his palm on his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Su Ming had thought about getting rid of Lin Nan here, but he was still very useful and should be able to provide a lot of help to Chu Yuan. If he was killed now, Chu Yuan would probably lose the opportunity he should have. By then, the plot would go off track and Su Ming would be even busier. He sneered. Lin Nan is a well-known figure in Yunqing, and his father is also a well-known businessman in Yunqing. Killing him will probably trigger a large-scale public opinion. What should we do? Break its legs and throw it in the trash. Su Ming shrugged. After all, he is a warrior, and breaking 2 legs is nothing. His action is a mental humiliation for Lin Nan. Asshole. Su Ming turned on the recording and recorded all of Lin Nan's insults. A mere Lin family? What are they? Lin Nan wouldn't have forgotten the current situation of their Lin family, right? It's simply internal and external troubles. In the original novel, the Lin family's situation was not very good. If they hadn't licked Chu Yuan, they would probably have gone bankrupt soon. Originally, Chu Yuan would have tried to save the Lin family, but now for some reason, Chu Yuan has not taken any action. In this case, how long can the Lin family hold on? Su Ming sneered and said, Master Chu, come with me to the Lin family later. No problem. Chu Tian had a smile on his face, knowing what Su Ming was going to do. I'm sorry, in front of the #1 playboy in Yunqing, even if you are the head of the Lin family, you have to humble yourself and apologize to me. Su Ming cannot touch the male protagonist because he not only has the aura of the protagonist, but is also the main body of this world. Once there is a problem with the male protagonist's plot, he will not be able to return to his original world. But Lin Nan is different. He's just a supporting actor, he can abuse him however he wants. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, called Su Hong, and specially asked Yan Yueling to cut a bloody wound on his indestructible body. Master. Yan Yueling's pretty face turned slightly red. Get started. He specially found a secluded place so that Yan Yueling would not have to hesitate. Su Ming lifted up his shirt, revealing his fair and strong chest and abdomen. Yan Yueling gritted her teeth, a trace of struggle flashing across her face. Hurry up. Su Ming also felt helpless about his indestructible body. He could only leave a white mark on his body, and no blood could be seen at all. Yan Yueling was the strongest among those present, so he went looking for the other party. Yan Yueling stretched out her finger and mobilized her spiritual power. Laugh. Su Ming took a breath. It fucking hurts. Master. Yan Yueling hurried forward to support him. Su Ming didn't notice that Yan Yueling's face looked a little pale just now. If Su Ming had taken action just now, Chu Yuan would not have been able to hurt him at all.
Su Ming forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. When Su Hong learned about the situation on his side, he was immediately furious and went to find the head of the Lin family to explain. Not long after, Su Ming and Chu Tian appeared at the Lin family together. Lin Nan sat in a wheelchair, staring at the two of them eagerly.
Lin Chao also knew about the grudge between Chu Yuan and Su Ming.
It was understandable for his son to help Chu Yuan, but now was not the right time. The Lin family's handle might be in Su Ming's hands.
How confusing.
Lin Chao glared at his son fiercely. Lin Nan knew he had done something wrong, but he did not regret it.
Snort.
Su Hong didn't drink the tea in front of him, but stared at Lin Chao with gloomy eyes. The wound on Su Ming's body was bandaged. As long as he activated his spiritual power, this minor injury would heal immediately.
Of course he wouldn't do that.
Brother Su, this is. Lin Chao glanced at his son behind him and groaned secretly. His son's leg was broken, but he still wanted to apologize to Su Ming. Just because that person was more thoughtful than Lin Nan and recorded a voice message.
The eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Tian.
Su Hong smiled, but didn't say anything else.
He also didn't expect that Su Ming would know Chu Tian.
He had heard about the Chu family's reputation from the older generation.
Even though the tiger was gone, its influence was still there. The Chu family has gone into seclusion, but the influence they have brought to Yunqing has always been there. Su Heng's father's generation was well known to the Chu family. Chapter 135, You Can Just Steal the Money. It turns out to be Mr. Chu, nice to meet you.
Lin Chao had the same surname as Chu Yuan, so he immediately noticed something was wrong.
Su Hong said calmly, Lin Chao, don't waste your words.
My son was beaten by your son.
How are you going to compensate him?
Lin Chao's mouth twitched. Your son was just injured, but my son broke his leg. But he didn't have the courage to talk to Su Hong like that. The Lin family is now on the verge of collapse, and they are now relying on the cooperation with the Luo family to survive. Luozhen, the son of the Luo family, has a close relationship with Su Ming. If Su Ming is angered, it is equivalent to angering Luozhen. Even though they think that cooperation with the Luo family is important, in fact the Luo family does not take it seriously at all.
If the cooperation between the two families is terminated, the Lin family will be the one most affected.
It's still Lin Chao. His Adam's apple rolled as he thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Su Ming sneered at this time.
Uncle Lin, do you think he wants to protect Lin Nan?
This young master has been injured so badly, I can't just let it go like this.
Either you pay for the medical expenses, or your Lin family will.
Xiao Ming, stop talking nonsense. Su Hong had a smile on his face, but he didn't really blame Su Ming. On the contrary, what Su Ming said was very much to his liking.
You've offended the Su family, and you just want to let it go? You wish. Chu Yuan has experts to help him, do you have any? Su Hong always paid attention to Su Ming's movements.
Of course, he also knew that the grudge between him and Chu Yuan was just caused by Qin Yanran.
Beauty is a disaster.
However, it is not a bad idea to regard Chu Yuan as a stepping stone for Su Ming's transformation. Anyway, he is just a small warrior.
His son has climbed up to the Chu family, so it should be easy to deal with Chu Yuan, right?
Facing the gazes of the Su family's father and son, Lin Chao felt tired.
Is Chu Yuan a noble man or a scourge? No, how could he think that?
Apart from this matter, Chu Yuan also brought a lot of help to their Lin family.
We are willing to compensate you too for your medical expenses.
Not only the medical expenses, but also the mental damages for Mr. Chu and me.
Oh, and Lin Nan must kneel down and apologize to us.
Su Ming raised his head and almost looked at people with his nose up. Lin Chao's expression changed.
This is really too much. He had a feeling that Su Hong would definitely ask for an exorbitant amount of money.
As expected, Su Hong seemed not to notice his expression. He coughed dryly and said, Xiao Ming is right, but he and Mr. Chu are also at fault in this matter. Why don't we just pay 20 million for medical expenses and 10 million for mental damages?
So much.
Lin Nan felt dizzy and almost stood up from his wheelchair.
This guy is a bandit? You can just rob the money.
Lin Chao looked embarrassed.
Brother, I'm afraid.
Given the Lin family's situation, it would be very difficult to come up with 30 million. Su Ming knew that he couldn't afford it, so he asked, Master Lin, can't you even afford a little medical expense?
No, of course not. Lin Chao hesitated, but didn't know what to do. He could only turn around and glare at the unfilial son. Don't forget, there's also Chu Yuan's share, so of course he should give it more.
Su Hong was not afraid that he would not give it.
Doesn't he know what the Lin family's current situation is? Be prudent and don't dare to offend anyone.
Lin Chao gritted his teeth. Under the pressure of the three people, he endured the humiliation and transferred 10 million to Su Ming's card. The other 20 million was put into Su Ming's hands in the form of an IOU. Mr. Chu, this 10 million is not much, how about we each take half?
Then Miss Wang and Miss Yen.
I'll take care of it. Chu Tian smiled and said, then I will respectfully obey your command. He was not wrong, Su Ming was indeed a person worth making friends with. Little did he know that Su Ming was trying to win him over just for the sake of the next plot. Only by making Chu Tian obedient can he control the future plot. Before leaving, Su Ming did not forget to complain to Su Hong. Dad, I was injured so badly, but the Lin family refused to give me even 30 million.
Hey, please be considerate of your Uncle Lin. He is old.
Su Hong looked at him mockingly, and Lin Chao was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. As soon as we get rid of this one, another one comes along.
It turned out to be Yi Yusheng. The corners of Lin Chao's mouth twitched and his calves trembled.
He slowly turned his head and looked at his unfilial son. Lin Nan looked confused.
Yi Yusheng? Why are you looking for him? My eldest is not here.
His tone was unkind.
This woman seems to be from Su Ming's gang and is not a good person. Talk to Miss Yi nicely. Yi Yusheng coughed dryly, with Yi Chen following behind him. This is the first time that Yi Chen has appeared in front of other people.
However, Yi Chen's face was slightly pale at this time. After seeing Lin Nan, he pointed at him and said, Miss, he was the one who hit me.
You're talking nonsense.
Lin Nan was furious.
Who is this stinky old man wronging?
Lin Chao was terrified. How much trouble has his son caused where he can't see?
Su Hong and his son are relatively easy to deal with. The worst that can be done is money. But Yi Yusheng is not someone who can be sent away with just a little money.
Because Yi Chen was always wearing a mask, Lin Nan did not recognize him as Chu Tian's helper until he leaked a trace of spiritual power. Lin Nan's expression suddenly changed.
It's actually him.
Suddenly, Lin Nan pointed at Yi Chen and yelled, You stinky old man. It was you who helped Su Ming and Chu Tian beat us, and I even broke my leg because of it.
How dare you come here again? Shut up.
Lin Chao's face turned pale. This statement was an admission that he was the one who injured Yi Chen.
It's over. It's really over now. Yi Yusheng's arrival made Lin Chao, an elder, feel uneasy.
He swallowed his saliva and said with a wry smile, Big or small Miss Yi, come in and sit down first.
No need to sit down.
Yi Yusheng stared at him coldly.
Uncle Yechen is my personal bodyguard.
He would never attack Lin Nan for no reason, unless he takes the initiative to provoke me. He was the one provoking me.
Yi Chen took out his cell phone and played the recording.
The Lin family father and son were stunned.
Good job. Why is the recording you released the same as the one Su Ming released? The relationship was discussed in advance, so you are here to trick them? The evidence is there. My Yi family's lawyer will come to visit us in a few days.
Lin Chao felt very disappointed. Not to mention how invincible the Yi family's legal team is, when Yi Yusheng said this, Lin Nan actually had no way out. With Yi Yusheng's ability, it would be no problem for him to send Lin Nan to jail for a few years, or even more than 10 years. Yi Chen smiled smugly at Lin Nan.
This is what happens when you offend me. Let's see if you dare to help Chu Yuan in the future.
Lin Nan was so angry that he was shaking all over. Bitch! Yi Yuxing remained calm, but Lin Chao ran back and slapped Lin Nan hard.
Rebellious son! Shut up! Yi Yuxing ignored the chaos in the Lin family and left with Yi Chen.
After getting in the car, she reluctantly said, "Are you sure it was Su Ming who asked you to do this?"
"Yes, miss." Yi Chen took out the chat history and showed it to him.
The Lin family has been providing assistance to Chu Yuan. If they fall, it won't be difficult to deal with Chu Yuan.
Yeah, I know that.
Chapter 136, the male protagonist is not here, so I cheat on him. The news that the Lin family had offended two major families in Yunqing spread like wildfire, and naturally reached the ears of Lin Liu's mother, Lin Fong. Different from the mess at Lin Chao's house, Lin Fong has run the company in an orderly manner over the years, even enough to be on par with the Qin family. She flipped through the latest news and frowned slightly.
"Mother!" A girl's voice came from behind.
Lin Fong turned around and saw that it was Lin Liu. Her brows immediately smoothed out and a faint smile appeared on her face.
"Why are you here?"
Lin Liu curled her lips. "I don't want to deal with those young masters." In front of outsiders, she can be spoiled and willful, but in front of Lin Fong, Lin Liu is the image of a good girl. She didn't want to worry her mother.
Lin Fong nodded. "If there's no one you like, then you don't have to deal with it. It's not like there isn't one."
A begging face appeared in his mind, and Lin Liu couldn't help laughing and almost laughed out loud. Lin Fong observed her from the corner of her eye, and seeing Lin Liu's expression, she asked, "Yes."
"What is it?"
Lin Liu was about to ask a question, but she saw the playful smile in Lin Fong's eyes, her face turned red, and she said firmly, "No."
Lin Fong nodded.
"Mom, I heard that Lin Chao's family. Well, his son Lin Nan injured the personal bodyguard of the eldest lady of the Yi family, and the eldest young master of the Su family. There is no easy target in these two families, and they will definitely not let them go. Lin Chao's company is already shaky, and the only thing they can rely on is the cooperation with the Luo family. However, the young master of the Luo family has a close relationship with the young master of the Su family.
If something happens to the young master Su, the Luo family will definitely help."
Lin Liu was confused, but she could roughly understand what was said.
She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "The young master of the Su family? Is he the #1 playboy in Yunqing, Su Ming?" "Yeah, what's wrong?"
Su Hui mentioned him to me recently."
"Oh?
What did you say?" Lin Liu thought about it and decided that since Su Hui had told her in person, it shouldn't be a secret and she could tell her mother. They said that Su Ming and Yi Yuxing were deliberately making things difficult for the Lin family, and that Yi Yuxing was interested in Su Ming. Lin Fong was stunned.
"Are you sure you heard me correctly?"
She also knew that Su Hui, although he looked cynical, was actually a very stable child and would not talk nonsense for his good brother.
"No."
Lin Fong's face was full of disbelief. Lin Liu smiled awkwardly. Maybe Su Hui is just talking nonsense. Yi Yuxing's ability is comparable to her mother's, so why would she fall for Yunqing's #1 playboy?
Besides, doesn't Su Ming have a fiancé? Maybe.
Lin Fong was a little uncertain.
"Ask Su Hui where Su Ming is now."
"Oh. The Lin family is holding a banquet now, and Su Hui is downstairs." Lin Liu ran over and asked about Su Ming's whereabouts.
"In a bar, I think."
Su Ming has been keen on going to bars recently, and Su Hui doesn't know why.
"Why are you asking this? Could it be he looked alert?"
"What are you thinking about?" Lin Liu rolled her eyes.
"It's my mother.
She is very concerned about what's going on in Lin Chao's family recently."
"Oh, it's not a secret.
Young Master Su has been hanging out with Luo Zhen a lot recently. You can see him if you go to the largest bar in Yunqing," Su Hui said with a smile.
"Thank you very much."
Lin Liu thanked him uncomfortably.
"Yeah." Su Hui did not ask anything from her.
With a smile on his lips, he stared at Lin Liu quietly.
The latter felt embarrassed by his gaze and went upstairs to reply Lin Fong.
"Okay, you're here, I'll go take a look." Lin Fong still didn't quite believe it. Okay. Lin Fong put on her coat, and before leaving, she turned to Lin Liu and said, "Actually, Su Hui is not bad. I am quite satisfied with that kid."
Mom!
Lin Fong went downstairs, smiled at Su Hui, and went to the bar. At this time, Su Ming was counting the recent profits with Luo Jin. He glanced at Yi Yuxing beside him, as if asking, "Why are you here?" Yi Yuxing said calmly, "It's just a coincidence, and didn't I also help you with Lin Chao's family affairs?" Su Ming got angry when this matter was mentioned. He forgot to tell Yi Chen not to tell Yi Yusheng, but now Yi Yusheng knows everything. "We have something else to do, you go first." Luo Jin was ashamed. In the entire Yunqing, the only person who dared to speak to Yi Yuxing like this, besides Su Ming, was probably Yi Yuxing's father, Yi Shaoning. But the problem is that they are father and daughter. What are you two? Sold so many. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Yes. It's also thanks to Wang Muyao. But Luo Jun never dared to mention Wang Muyao to Su Ming. He only said that a mysterious person bought most of the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine. What do you sell? Yi Yuxing turned his head and closed his eyes. The music is so loud. If Su Ming hadn't been here, she probably wouldn't want to come to the bar in her life. Health products, the regular ones. Luo Jin said casually. Oh. Yi Yuxing didn't care much. Anyway, Su Ming can't hide things, and it won't be long before he writes them down in his diary. She just needs to read the diary. Boss Su, business is good. Yi Yuxing leaned on his shoulder and said lazily. Not as good as Yi Zong. Su Ming shrugged, but Yi Yuxing stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. Damn, the heroine and the villain are so affectionate, how can this be allowed? Su Ming frowned irritably, but the subtle fragrance coming from Yi Yusheng made him a little distracted. Forget it, he is not a eunuch, it is impossible for him to have no reaction to a woman like Yi Yuxing. Shu Yuan is not here anyway, so it's okay to cuckold him, right? This was the scene Lin Fong saw when she arrived at the bar. She opened her mouth. Isn't it rumored that the Su family and the Yi family have always been at odds? Is this called discord? They both stuck together. And it seems that Yi Yuxing enjoys it very much, while Su Ming is actually a little disgusted? Even frowned. Mom! Lu Yu? Why are you two here? Lin Fong looked at the two young men behind her. I came to see you. I was bored at the banquet, so Su Hui took me out to play. Lin Liu looked forward and saw Yi Yuxing nestled in Su Ming's arms. She couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, Su Hui, what you said is actually true. How could I lie about something like this? He felt aggrieved. Do you want to go? Su Hui looked at Lin Fong inquiringly, and the latter nodded with a smile. You guys go ahead. I'm an old man and I won't get involved. I have to go back to host the banquet later. Okay. Lin Liu gave her an okay gesture. As Lin Fong's daughter, now is her time to come on stage. Master Su, Miss Yi, what are you doing here? Su Ming saw that it was Su Hui, and said with a smile, let's drink. I made a little money recently, so I'll treat you guys to a big meal later. When he saw Lin Liu, he nodded slightly. Lin Liu smiled and hid behind Su Hui. This guy is very quick. Yi Yuxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. Su Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up. Fuck, Su Hui, are you single? Chapter 137, Don't ask too much about social affairs. Luo Jin's eyes almost popped out when he saw the woman following Su Hui. The three of them had been close friends since childhood, and Luo Jin knew how strict Su Hui's family was. Nonsense. Lin Liu glared at him. Cut. Luo Jin curled his lips. It seems that it has not been one yet. Su Hui didn't care what Lin Liu said. Anyway, this girl was a hypocrite, otherwise she wouldn't have come here with him today. Master Su has started a business. Su Hui came over and asked. Don't ask too much about social matters. Miss Yi, why are you here? Yi Yuxing lifted her long hair, and she was so charming that even Lin Liu couldn't help but admire her in her heart. It was just a chance encounter. Su Hui rolled his eyes in his heart.
Encounter by chance? Then why are you holding his arm? How can you be so affectionate with each other?
Obviously, Su Hui was not the only one who had such doubts. He, Lin Liu and Luo Jin looked at each other, and no one dared to ask any more questions.
Su Ming is fine, but Yi Yuxing is not someone you can easily mess with. Isn't the recent Lin family the best example? Miss Yi, I heard that you are planning to sue the Lin family.
I guess so. Yi Yuxing replied lazily. Not only will she file a lawsuit, she plans to hand over the evidence to the police and let them decide whether Lin Chao lives or dies.
But to be honest, those evidences can only bring down Lin Chao alone.
It is unlikely that Lin Nan and Lin Ling will also be affected. But even so, it was enough for Lin Ling and her brother to learn a lesson. When the Lin family goes bankrupt, the two of them will become rootless duckweed.
Yi Yuxing had not originally planned to act so quickly. Who let them bring it to him? Is Lin Nan going crazy this time?
How could he be so blind as to attack you 2-inch?
Luo Jin raised his hand, touched Su Ming's chest, and asked in confusion, Master Su, does it still hurt here? Why do I feel like everything is alright? Su Ming coughed dryly.
After he returned home, he mobilized his spiritual power to heal his injuries. Of course, there was no problem now, but he was worried that others would notice, so he still wrapped a circle of gauze around it. Of course it still hurts. I'll have to go to the hospital for a checkup in a few days. He rubbed his chest solemnly.
Of course Lin Liu had met Lin Nan.
She originally thought that Lin Nan was different from Lin Chao and was a brother with a good personality. She didn't expect that he was so stupid. Now, the entire Lin family has been harmed by him. She is not worried about anything else now, she is just afraid that her mother will be implicated. She didn't have to worry about this, Yi Yuxing had already made arrangements.
Let's go and treat everyone to a meal.
Su Ming stood up and said with a smile. Isn't Aunt Lin coming with us? He just saw Lin Fong appear nearby. Lin Liu smiled and shook her head. No, my mother has to go home to host the banquet.
Then Miss Lin, please come with us.
Yi Yuxing was like a boneless person. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to her and was not very proactive.
Master Su.
Su Hui took advantage of the louder music around him and quickly approached him and asked, what's going on between you and Miss Yi? Lin Liu pricked up her ears and listened carefully, as if she was afraid of missing anything.
It doesn't matter.
Don't make blind guesses, or Uncle Yi will skin me alive. Su Hui curled his lips.
Let's not talk about it. After dinner, Lin Liu returned home and told Lin Fong about his feelings today.
Su Ming is not the same as the rumors said.
Moreover, between him and Yi Yuxing it seems that Yi Yuxing is more proactive, while Su Ming seems a little cold. Lin Fong asked in confusion, didn't they say that Su Ming only likes Qin Yanran? Could it be because of this?
Lin Liu shook her head.
No, I asked Su Hui, and he said that he hasn't seen Su Ming and Qin Yanran walking together for a while. Maybe they had a quarrel. No, Yi Yuxing and Qin Yanran have a very good relationship. No matter what, she can't steal her best friend's man.
Besides, Su Ming is already engaged. After Lin Fong finished speaking, she felt that the marriage contract on Su Ming was a little powerless. Everyone is in the same circle, so Lin Fong certainly knows what the Jiang family is like. In her opinion, Su Hong just wanted to harm Jiang Renwu, so he let his son sign a marriage contract with Jiang Xilian.
It's not certain when this thing will be resolved. Lin Fong sneered.
It seemed that Su Ming was not as useless as the rumors said.
He still had some good points.
On the other side, Su Ming returned home and saw that Jiang Xilian had already fallen asleep. He no longer had any concerns, sat down beside the bed, and took out his diary. On the night of July 14th, the Lin family should not be able to be saved.
With Yi Yuxing's personality, he will definitely not let them go. Next time, I must remind Yi Chen not to let Yi Yuxing hear about this kind of thing. The person who rescued Chu Yuan that day should be the Lord of Ao Palace in the original novel, Long Tao. He is now stronger than Chu Yuan, but not as strong as Cui Jingchen.
The reason why he came forward to rescue Chu Yuan was probably because he was attracted by the pure spiritual power in his body. It is said that Long Tao has a heavenly spiritual weapon in his hand, called the water control ring. He must have used this spiritual weapon that day to rescue Chu Yuan out of thin air. The next plot should be that Chu Yuan forces Chu Heir to tell him the location of the Chu family, and then he will recuperate in Ao Palace. Soon, he will lead everyone in Ao Palace, plus the 4 great war gods, to attack the Chu family.
In Ao Palace, Chu Yuan will meet one of the heroines, Long Tao's daughter, Long Minger.
With her help, Chu Yuan will break through the Chu family, his strength will increase greatly, and he will soon be able to control Ao Palace.
Su Ming put down his pen, thinking about something. The current plot is still normal and has not deviated from the track. In that case, let's continue. He was in a good mood and climbed into bed after taking a bath. Zhang Xilian seemed to sense something, her brows slightly furrowed, and she moved closer to his arms. Su Ming subconsciously put his arms around her waist and began to wonder if he had been too nice to Zhang Xilian recently. Why wasn't she afraid of him at all? I'll torture her a little some other day.
Su Ming sniffed the faint fragrance and slowly closed his eyes. The next day, when Zhang Xilian woke up, she found herself lying in Su Ming's arms. She immediately felt a lot more at ease. She raised her head and rubbed him with a smile on her lips. Su Ming sat up with sleepy eyes, put on his clothes, thought about it, and decided to humiliate Zhang Xilian a few words. However, looking at her expression, Su Ming knew that it would have little effect.
I don't know what's wrong with this girl.
She has been so clingy to him lately. When he arrived at the company, he found Yan Yueling standing at the door waiting for him with a burning gaze.
Su Ming frowned. Why are you standing here if you're not going to work?
Yan Yueling opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself.
How should she say that she was very interested in the water control ring? You definitely can't say it directly. Su Ming said, if there is nothing else, I will start working.
Yan Yueling thought about it and decided to find someone for help.
She shook her head. It's okay, master.
Su Ming looked puzzled. Yan Yueling did not go to work. She didn't have any announcements to attend today, so she simply called the contact number Wang Muyao left for her.
Hello. A lazy voice came from the other side. Chapter 138, Stalking. Sit down.
After Wang Muyao knew what Yan Yueling wanted to do, she directly invited her to her home. Coincidentally, Xiao Shijun was also there, and she finally understood that not only she could see Su Ming's diary, but all the heroines mentioned in the diary seemed to be able to see it.
You want that toy?
Yan Yueling is not good at speaking, but the desire in her eyes cannot deceive anyone. But we don't know the function of the water control ring yet. Yan Yueling took a sip of water, thought for a moment, and said, Chu Yuan's master Cui Jingchen should be close to reaching the level of a supernatural being, but even he can't frequently use his magical powers to help Chu Yuan. But if he has the water control ring, it will be different. As long as the spiritual weapon is injected with spiritual power, even if he is not a martial arts expert, he can use it at will, transcending time and space, which is very convenient.
Wang Muyao's eyes became more serious. Scope. About a few thousand miles. How do you know? Guess. Yan Yueling's sensitivity in this area even frightened Wang Muyao.
Of course you can, but you have to wait for Chu Yuan to show up. He is impatient and will surely not be able to hold it in for long before he attacks the Chu family.
Yan
Yueling put down the cup and stared at her. I want to ask you for help.
Sure, just pay me. As an underground killer organization, there's nothing we can't do. Wang Muyao yawned and said. Wait. Xiao Shijun suddenly interrupted them. If you want to use the water control ring, shouldn't you look for Long Tao?
Why are you looking for Chu Yuan?
It seems also?
Then wait until the next time the water control ring appears and then take it away directly.
Wang Muyao's idea was simple and crude.
Yan Yueling agreed. Do you need help? Xiao Shijun asked.
Why not find Yuan Chuang? Wang Muyao thought about it. It's all right. I'll pay you. Thank you.
Yan Yueling was really interested in the water control ring. She has a calm personality, but that doesn't mean she has no desires. After seeing the magical effects of the water control ring, she became interested and wanted to take it away.
Moreover, working under Qin Yudai has many benefits.
Yan Yueling is now somewhat famous in Yunqing and has her own small treasury, so she doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay them. Wang Muyo had originally planned to help her.
First, she couldn't let Chu Yuan live too comfortably and had to make him unhappy. Second, Yan Yueling was half her ally and she could clearly see the relationship between them.
She would not ruin her relationship with Yan Yueling just for a few dollars.
Moreover, this person's strength is probably even stronger than Chu Yuan.
When Yan Yueling attacked Chu Yuan, it was an absolute crushing defeat. From this point of view, what the author wrote does not seem to be accurate, or in other words, in order to highlight Chu Yuan's invincibility, he deliberately made Yan Yueling weak.
What kind of stupid author?
Wang Muyo rolled her eyes. Su Ming didn't know that, out of his sight, several female protagonists had formed an alliance and started planning Long Tao's water control ring.
He was busy dealing with Qin Yudai. Redo it.
Qin Yudai threw his plan on the table and rubbed her brows.
There's something wrong here. She looked unhappy. Su Ming thought about it.
He remembered that during this period of time, it seemed that Qin Yudai was entangled by a rich second generation, whose background was stronger than the Qin family, and there was also cooperation between his father and Qin Long. Even for her father, Qin Yudai would not break up with the other party. This matter dragged on for quite a long time, and it was Chu Yuan who stepped in to resolve it. Although Su Ming remembered it, he didn't intend to interfere. After all, Qin Yudai was the heroine and had great luck.
It was really foolish of the rich second generation to provoke her.
Yes. Qin Yudai was indeed troubled by this matter. The other party was too thick-skinned, but she couldn't refuse directly. They were both very uncomfortable with the dilemma.
How about asking Yi Yuxing and Su Ming for help?
Forget it, she wants to solve it herself. Qin Yudai curled her lips. Su Ming was only concerned about his plot anyway, so even if she asked him for help, he might not help.
Yi Yuxing has been busy with the Lin family's affairs recently and has no time.
After get off work, Qin Yudai looked worried.
Yudai.
When Imo Xing saw Qin Yudai, he ran over excitedly with flowers in his hands. Qin Yudai brushed past him, got in the car, and prepared to leave. Imo Xing, however, stopped in front of the car, looking determined.
Yudai, even if you reject me, can't we still be friends? Friend.
Qin Yudai looked at the bouquet in his hand with a cold face. Imo Xing was also a decisive person. Upon seeing this, he threw the flowers directly into the trash can and stared at her.
Sorry, Master Mo, I don't lack friends. Let's drive. Why? Imo Xing refused to leave, which made the driver very troubled.
At this time, Su Ming happened to see it after get off work, bought a bottle of Coke, and watched from a distance.
Hello. Qin Yanran hugged his arm. Mr. Qin?
Is there something wrong? Su Ming raised his eyebrows.
Qin Yanran nodded in Imo Xing's direction, and the meaning was self-evident. You want me to help Mr. Qin? No problem. How should Mr. Qin repay me?
Su Ming sneered and made a casual joke.
Any way to repay you is fine.
Qin Yanran stood on tiptoe and wanted to kiss Su Ming on the lips, but the other party was prepared and stopped her directly.
Su Ming coughed dryly, don't mess around.
This was meant to be a reprimand, but when Qin Yanran heard it, she felt it was a bit of pampering and her face immediately turned red.
Su Ming was speechless.
Without waiting for him to refuse, Qin Yanran pulled him over.
As for Imo Xing, he was still arguing with Qin Yudai. One wants to leave, the other won't let him go. It's just a meal, are you going to reject me? Imo Xing looked unhappy.
This woman really doesn't know what's good for her.
Do you dare to refuse his invitation? Does he know how many women are behind him, eagerly waiting for him, Master Mo, to invite him? Even if Qin Yudai is playing hard to get, there should be a limit, right?
Mo Xing was about to explode when he saw two figures walking towards him from a distance.
Master Mo.
Su Ming put his hands in his pockets, looking proud.
Mo Xing lowered his head somewhat awkwardly and said, Master Su, long time no see. He sneered. It's been a long time, what's going on?
I just want to invite Mr. Qin to dinner. Seeing Su Ming coming over, Mo Xing changed the way he addressed him. Did President Qin agree? Su Ming looked concerned.
Mo Xing's face immediately turned red. No.
Then what are you still doing here? Su Ming pretended to be surprised. Qin Yanran also chuckled, her smile was neither salty nor light, with a hint of sarcasm.
Mo Xing hesitated, not knowing how to answer.
It seems that Su Ming is here to help Qin Yudai. If he continues to stay here, it would be a bit ungrateful. The only people in the entire Yunqing who dare to challenge Su Ming are his parents. Although Mo Xing has a powerful background, he is nothing in front of Su Ming.
He chuckled twice and turned away. Shame on you, sister.
You've already rejected him, so why is he still pestering you? Qin Yudai shrugged and said with a smile, Thank you, Master Su.
It's a piece of cake. Chapter 139, I don't like him. Yunqing, AO Palace. The decoration here is similar to that of an ancient palace. It is a martial arts force hidden in the eastern part of Yunqing.
The palace master, Long Tao, is powerful and well known in the martial arts circles both inside and outside Yen.
He went to Yunqing to do some business a few days ago and happened to see several people fighting over there.
Seeing that Chu Yuan had excellent talent, he helped out and formed a good relationship with him.
Thank you for your help, senior.
Chu Yuan had almost recovered, but he still felt extremely depressed. We have been forced into a dead end this time, and it is inevitable that we feel embarrassed.
Who were the people who fought with you that day?
Long Tao sat at the first seat in the palace and asked. Chu Yuan straightened his back, Senior, this is my personal grudge, Chu Yuan, and I must resolve it myself.
Long Tao's eyes lit up. This child is teachable.
He originally wanted to help get rid of those warriors, but he didn't expect that Chu Yuan was so smart and could see through his thoughts at a glance. Long Tao coughed dryly, Since you don't need it, then forget it. He was short of manpower at the time, and since Chu Yuan didn't want help, he wouldn't force it.
Next, you will recuperate in my AO palace for a while. When the time is right, it won't be too late to attack back.
Then I'll trouble you, Senior. Chu Yuan secretly observed Long Tao's expression. It's not that he can't use the other person, he just feels that now is not the right time. He had already learned the location of the Chu family from Chu Air. The only thing he had to do now was to conserve his energy. The head of the Chu family might know the whereabouts of my parents.
Even if you don't know, you must know some clues. Otherwise, how did they know Chu Yuan was in Yunqing?
Since we can investigate him, we can definitely investigate his parents. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's eyes became solemn.
Father. Long Minger suddenly appeared beside Long Tao. She glanced at Chu Yuan calmly and asked, Is this the person you brought back? Both his tone and expression were quite arrogant. Chu Yuan was stunned.
The girl in front of him has a petite figure and a delicate face.
She is actually Long Tao's daughter? Chu Yuan forgot everything else for a moment and stared at the other person blankly.
Seeing this, a hint of disgust flashed in Long Minger's eyes.
Yes, his surname is Chu, and he is older than you. You can just call him Brother Chu. He is a martial arts genius. If you have any questions, you can ask him.
Long Tao felt that Chu Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than other men, and thought that his daughter should also.
Unexpectedly, Long Minger frowned.
Father, our AO palace is not suitable for people like Chu Yuan to stay now. He is now regarded as a great enemy by the hidden Chu family. If we take him in, won't we be enemies with the Chu family? Long Minger looked at Chu Yuan with deep disgust in her eyes. Long Tao did not expect that Long Minger would be so disgusted with Chu Yuan, and he was troubled for a moment. In fact, at first, he wanted to catch the girl in the dress, but later Long Tao found that Chu Yuan was a man with great luck, so he suddenly decided to bring him back.
What should I do about this? Chu Yuan also frowned. Miss, it is just as you said. The Chu family kicked my parents out of the house decades ago, and they are still hunting us down. The relationship between them and me is already a life and death struggle. Do you think this is my fault? Long Minger looked surprised. Even if it's not your fault, is it our Aogong's fault? Chu Yuan was speechless. Anyway, this guy is a big evil star. Father, if you don't drive him away, then your daughter will leave. After saying this, Long Minger left angrily. Long Tao couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Chu Yuan. I've spoiled my daughter. After a few days, when her anger has subsided, I'll just let it go. Chu Yuan didn't care much. She is a girl, there is no need for him to be angry with her. What's more, Long Minger is a pretty little beauty. As the underground overlord of Yin country, how could Chu Yuan bother with a little girl? He shrugged and left. After Long Minger returned, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What's the play? Are you so great just because you are the male lead? Just because you are the male protagonist, you can bring trouble to our AO palace? Can you please get out of here right now? I'm annoyed when I see you. Long Minger opened the drawer, took out the copy of the diary, and looked through it carefully. There is no record of me before. It seems that I am a new character. Shit, who wants to marry that damn male protagonist? Long Minger was full of complaints, and she was about to dig out Chu Yuan's family tree and curse everyone in it. She was naturally spoiled and had been loved since childhood. If possible, Long Minger could stay in AO Palace for the rest of her life and never go out. Anyway, her father and elder brother would protect her. But this diary that appeared inexplicably last night said that she would help Chu Yuan control AO Palace? What a joke. It's not like she has no brains. If Chu Yuan was in charge of AO Palace, would her father and brother still have a good life? Which idiotic author wrote this novel? Long Minger cursed in her heart. She absolutely would not let Chu Yuan continue to stay in AO Palace. But just now, she had already seen the protagonist's aura. If it were in the past, if there were uninvited guests coming to AO Palace, Long Minger would have just needed to say a word to drive them away. But just now, when Long Tao heard that she wanted to drive Chu Yuan away, he said nothing. Obviously, Long Tao prefers to keep Chu Yuan. I don't know what kind of magic potion Chu Yuan gave him. Long Minger narrowed her eyes, and after much thought, she still felt that her eldest brother was the most reliable. But it is impossible for her to go to see her elder brother in person. Long Minger did not come to the table for dinner that night. When Long Lei asked, he found out that it was his father who rescued someone who should not have been rescued. Long Tao's face was full of worry, and he hoped that he would go and persuade his sister. Long Lei did not answer at the dinner table. After returning, he immediately went to Long Minger's room. Brother. Long Minger was unhappy. Man is iron, and food is steel, so why don't you go eat? Long Lei sighed inwardly. It's not easy for him to be a peacemaker. If he is not careful, he will offend both sides. He was just testing the waters today. If Long Minger was really determined not to let Chu Yuan stay here, then he would naturally side with his sister and not help Chu Yuan, an outsider. Why do you hate him so much? Long Minger curled her lips and said, no matter what, I just hate him. Either he or I or he. Long Lei was shocked. Has it come to this? Why? He couldn't help asking. Because. Long Minger covered her mouth. She had wanted to talk about the diary and the plot just now, but found that she couldn't say anything at all and couldn't make a sound. Long Lei looked concerned. Because I just don't like him. Long Minger turned her head away angrily. There is nothing to talk about. Long Lei shook his head helplessly. Well, I'll go talk to your father for you and see if he can drive that outsider away. Brother, you have to help me. Long Lei patted his chest and assured, you are my biological sister. If I don't help you, who else can I help? Only then did Long Minger feel relieved. With her big brother helping her, she is not afraid that Chu Yuan will leave. Chapter 140, The Scheming Woman. how about it?
When Long Tao saw Long Lei coming back, he asked hurriedly. Father, I don't understand why we have to keep that outsider. Long Lei naturally sided with Long Minger. It's not that he hated Chu Yuan, but he didn't understand why his father would risk being hated by Long Minger and keep Chu Yuan. Long Tao curled his lips and said, "You are too young to understand.
I think Chu Yuan is a man of great luck.
Making friends with him will benefit our AO palace. I have already decided on this matter and will not change it."
Luck. Long Lei really couldn't understand this mysterious thing.
But he believed in his father.
But what should we do about Long Minger? He frowned, feeling that it was not easy to be a troublemaker.
Speaking of which, it was the first time that Long Lei saw Long Tao so determined.
In the past, he would compromise whenever Long Minger acted coquettishly. What kind of magic does Chu Yuan have? For some reason, Long Lei was more willing to believe his father. He felt that Long Tao was right, and perhaps Chu Yuan really was a man of great luck.
The balance in Long Lei's heart began to gradually tilt towards Chu Yuan.
Go and persuade your sister.
I can tolerate her being spoiled and willful at ordinary times, but when it comes to major matters, there is no room for negotiation.
Long Tao said in a firm tone. Okay, I understand.
Long Lei sighed and returned to Long Minger's bedroom.
Brother, I heard everything. Long Minger packed her luggage with a gloomy face. Little sister, what are you doing? Long Lei suddenly became anxious.
You have heard what father said. He said that the man has great luck. It will only benefit us, AO Palace, to be on good terms with him.
Why don't you understand your father's painstaking efforts? Long Lei was extremely anxious. From childhood to adulthood, Long Minger had never left AO Palace. What if she went out and something happened?
But Long Minger didn't listen and started packing her luggage.
Long Lei scratched his head and finally had to resort to force. Little sister, if you are like this, I will have no choice but to imprison you in the AO Palace. Long Minger sneered. Brother, are you sure you can beat me? Long Lei was speechless. Don't tell me, it's not certain.
Long Minger sneered, are you going to imprison me because of an outsider?
Long Lei was speechless again. He stammered, this is also for the good of our AO Palace.
But my sister didn't care.
I think you have been bewitched by that stinky man. I don't care, I'm leaving now. Long Minger turned around suddenly, and a cloud of powder flew out of her sleeves.
Long Lei's face changed, and before he could dodge, the powder splashed on his face and he fainted immediately.
Snort. Long Minger's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot.
She was also considered a half-master of martial arts, so it was no problem for her to deal with the warriors guarding the gate of AO Palace. In the entire Dragon Palace, the only person who can stop her is Long Tao. As soon as Long Minger stepped out of the Dragon Palace, Chu Yuan followed her. He smiled and said, I sensed from a distance that the spiritual energy fluctuations here were unusual, but I didn't expect that I would actually catch them red-handed.
Go away. Long Minger's face was cold.
Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Miss, I don't seem to have provoked you, why do you hate me so much?
I'll say it one last time, are you going to leave or not?
Light blue spiritual power emerged in Long Minger's hands.
Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise.
This little girl looks plain, but unexpectedly, her spiritual power is so condensed. He still has some hidden injuries in his body that have not recovered. If he fights with Long Minger, it is hard to say who will gain the upper hand.
Inappropriate.
Chu Yuan advised kindly, although your strength is good, your foundation is not very solid. How about you stay here and I will help you consolidate your strength? Long Minger closed her eyes and a powerful stream of spiritual power shot out.
He just can't eat anything. Chu Yuan dodged quickly. Long Minger took the opportunity to slip away.
As soon as she left, Long Tao's figure came from a distance.
What's going on? It's your daughter. She doesn't seem to like me very much. The corner of Chu Yuan's mouth twitched. Long Tao's expression immediately turned ugly. Minger is gone.
He quickly found Long Lei and kicked him up.
Father. Long Lei was shocked and angry. He looked at Chu Yuan, his eyes filled with blame. If it weren't for this outsider, why would Long Ming run away? Obviously, Long Tao also thought so, but at the moment, the future of AO Palace is the most important. He cleared his throat, stood in front of Chu Yuan, and said in a deep voice, Ming has never been out of AO Palace. There is no telling what kind of dangers she will encounter outside. You should organize people and go out to look for her. Yes. How could Long Lei dare to be negligent? He didn't bother to blame Chu Yuan and immediately set off with a group of good players. Long Tao turned around and patted Chu Yuan on the shoulder. I'm sorry, you are my benefactor, but Ming escaped from AO Palace because of me. Chu Yuan sighed. I'll rest for 2 more days, then go out with big brother Long Lei to look for Ming. Long Tao suddenly felt very relieved. I really didn't make a mistake. It's a pity that Ming is so ignorant, otherwise, I would have wanted to marry her to you. Chu Yuan was flattered. Long Tao chatted with him for a few more sentences. He wanted to take out his cell phone to contact Long Ming, but found that the girl had blocked him. You are ignorant. On the other side, Long Ming came to the center of Yunqing City and went straight to Su Ming's company without any hesitation. Isn't it the Qin group? Easy to find. A sly smile appeared on Long Ming's face. She would never let her father's AO Palace fall into the hands of others. The only way now was to ask Su Ming for help. She was guarding Qin's door, but suddenly discovered a serious problem. She has never met Su Ming. For a moment, Long Ming was dumbfounded. What should I do? She had no choice but to ask the security guard nearby, have you seen Su Ming? Master Su. The security guard shook his head. He's not off work yet. It will probably be very late. If you have an appointment, you can go in directly. If you don't have an appointment, you need an appointment to see him. Depend on. Long Ming wanted to curse. How would she know when Su Ming would get off work? Helplessly, Long Ming had to buy a pancake and sit on a bench by the roadside waiting quietly. Until 10 o'clock at night. Ha! Su Ming yawned and walked out of the company. You've been working hard lately. Qin Yudai patted his shoulder with a smile. Su Ming was disdainful. Do you really think he doesn't know what's going on? It was simply that Qin Yudai was annoyed by Mo Xing's harassment and asked him to help take the blame. A scheming woman. Su Ming waved his hand and was about to leave when a black figure fell from the sky, giving him a big fright. Boss. Wang Muyo hooked her hands around his neck and hung on Su Ming like a sloth. Come down. Su Ming's eyes were dim. Well, I want to discuss a long-term business with you. Wang Muyo blinked her eyes, but not only did she not let go, she wrapped her arms even tighter. Ahem. Qin Yudai's eyes were meaningful. She patted Su Ming's shoulder, said nothing, and turned away. Chapter 141. Anyway, I don't lack money. Su Ming always felt that there was murderous intent in Qin Yudai's last look, but he had no evidence. What do you want to talk to me about? He looked at Wang Muyo with a light tone. Nothing, just about Chu Yuan. Su Ming sneered, I have paid you a lot of money so many times, but you didn't solve my problem. What are you planning now? Wang Muyo stared at him pitifully and said, Isn't it because that bastard is too lucky? Well, I'll give you a free ride this time, and next time I take action, I won't charge you a commission. Is that not okay? Su Ming is a big boss who needs long-term development, so Wang Muyo naturally has to go along with him. What's more, it was indeed her fault these few times that she failed to get rid of Chu Yuan, causing Su Ming's commission fees to be wasted. I hope so. Su Ming snorted. Boss, let's go over there and discuss in detail. Wang Muyo pointed to a bench not far away. Su Ming had no objection and nodded slightly. Long Ming was extremely depressed when she saw Su Ming being seduced by a strange woman. She had originally wanted to go up and establish some connections, but now it seemed she had to change her approach. As they approached, Wang Muyo saw a petite girl with a delicate face sitting on the bench. She raised her eyebrows and said, Boss, there's someone here. How about we go somewhere else? Su Ming also frowned. Let's get in the car. This is really not a good place to talk. Etc. Long Minger was not happy. She pouted and said, I'll give this place to you. I'm leaving first. Thank you, little sister.
Wang Muyo was not serious and even wanted to reach out and touch her head.
Hey! Can you keep some distance? How can you touch the daughter of the Lord of Ao Palace?
The burst of light blue spiritual power really scared Wang Muyo.
Warrior!
She and Su Ming were both surprised. The two looked at each other, and Wang Muyo curled her lips and smiled.
Let me test your weight. Hello. Su Ming was confused. Why did you start fighting without saying anything? Weren't these two people very harmonious just now?
Two powerful spiritual powers converged in midair, and a flash of surprise flashed across Wang Muyao's eyes.
This girl is not simple.
Showing up at the gate of Qin Group at this time, who knows who he is coming for? Thinking of this, her expression turned a little colder.
Long Minger was not a pushover either.
She released her spiritual power recklessly, causing sonic booms to sound in the air.
Su Ming gritted his teeth and yelled, Stop fighting! Bang!
In the last move, Long Minger took 3 steps back and Wang Muyo took 1 step back, and the latter had a slight advantage.
She lifted her long hair and asked in surprise, Who is it? Long Minger's eyes rolled.
Her sixth sense told her that she couldn't give her real name at this time.
What if Su Ming knew she was the female lead and refused to cooperate with her? Long Minger said calmly, At this time, shouldn't you report your name first? Wang Muyo. Damn it! Met the heroine?
Long Minger immediately changed her eyes to looking at a giant panda. Wang Muyo felt uncomfortable being stared at and asked, You? Unexpectedly, she snorted and laughed twice. I have no name or surname, and was raised by my master. This time I came down the mountain because of the task my master gave me. Wang Muyo felt unhappy when she heard that she refused to give her name, but after hearing the second half, she became interested again.
Task. Could it be related to Su Ming? Is this also a plot?
She turned around and found that Su Ming also had a confused look on his face, obviously unaware of this.
Long Minger smiled and said, Of course, I'm not here to cause trouble. Oh.
Su Ming was surprised.
This plot doesn't exist in the book. Who is this person? Could it be some important character who has hidden his identity? But shouldn't such an important role be given to the male lead first? Why are you here?
Wang Muyo, however, had other thoughts. Although this girl's strength is weaker than hers, she is undoubtedly also a martial arts expert.
If we can win her over, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? But Wang Muyo did not say it clearly, but looked at Su Ming, waiting for his decision. Let's talk in the car. Su Ming shrugged.
He didn't know who this girl was, but it wouldn't hurt to get in touch with her. After getting in the car, they both looked at Long Minger, who smiled awkwardly twice.
What did your master ask you to come here for? Let me come here and learn. Study. Su Ming looked confused. Yes.
Long Minger felt a little embarrassed at first, but the more she spoke, the smoother she became, and she automatically completed her lie in her mind. He said that I stayed in the mountains all day and he was my only real opponent, so he asked me to go down the mountain and find an opponent of equal strength to take a written test.
My current strength has reached a bottleneck, and I need an opportunity to break through. This statement is half true and half false.
Long Minger's strength has indeed reached a bottleneck, and she needs a strong opponent to help her break through it.
I see.
Perhaps because what she said was too true, neither of them suspected anything.
Then I'll arrange accommodation for you. Wang Muyo volunteered.
Su Ming stared at her dimly.
More friends, more paths. Forget it.
Just by looking at her eyes, Su Ming knew that she was up to no good.
And you?
Wang Muyo pointed at herself and said seriously, I want to cooperate with you for a long time, targeting Chu Yuan.
Hearing the name, Long Minger pricked up her ears. Su Ming showed no expression and nodded slightly. Our cooperation was originally only aimed at Chu Yuan. Su Ming actually didn't want to agree to Wang Muyao's suggestion of long-term cooperation.
He was worried that Wang Muyao's impression of Chu Yuan would become worse and worse, which would cause some of the subsequent plots to not proceed normally.
Let's keep it like this for now.
Su Ming snorted. Anyway, I'm not short of money, so even if I entrust you 10 more times, it will be enough.
Depend on. Wang Muyao was stimulated again by the sentence, I'm not short of money anyway.
Every time, Su Ming paid a commission in the tens of millions.
Is this the Su family's foundation? Wang Muyao thought angrily.
Su Ming slowly stepped on the accelerator and rode away from the crowd. After returning home, he began to think about the girl who had just got on the bus.
Who is she? Could it be someone outside the plot? If so, that would be the best.
Su Ming wouldn't have to pay much attention to her in the future.
But what if it's an important character in the plot?
Su Ming felt that he should observe for a while longer. He felt that the girl was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't tell where.
Who on earth is that?
Su Ming frowned, feeling puzzled. A pair of hands wrapped around his waist from behind.
Zhang Xilian leaned on his shoulder and said lazily, Why did you come back just now? Su Ming frowned. Go cut me some fruit. This woman is becoming more and more unruly. Yes, master.
Zhang Xilian chuckled, ran to the kitchen, cut some fruit for him, and placed it on the coffee table. Su Ming thought about it over and over again, but couldn't come to an accurate conclusion, so he simply gave up. He shook his head helplessly, and after eating the fruit, he hugged Zhang Xilian and went to bed.
Chapter 142, Lin Family Bankruptcy. Master. Su Ming yawned lazily, looked at Yen Yueling, and asked, Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? No, you. Yen Yueling twitched her nose.
She always felt that Su Ming had the scent of the imperial water ring on him, but she wondered if it was an illusion. To verify, Yen Yueling grabbed his sleeve and sniffed it hard. What is this for? Qin Yanran crossed her arms across her chest and happened to see this scene.
Who knows? Su Ming shrugged. Really?
It smells like the imperial water ring, although only a little bit.
Could it be that Su Ming had secretly contacted the palace master of Ao Palace? That's not right. With Su Ming's personality, how could he possibly approach a positive person who helps Chu Yuan? Yen Yueling frowned. No, it's okay. She placed a strand of her spiritual power on Su Ming and turned away. Sister Yusheng asked me to tell you that the court session is today. Ah.
Su Ming leaned against the wall and nodded absent-mindedly.
Then.
I heard that Lin Chao got involved in a business he shouldn't have gotten involved in. This time he's in jail, he might.
What did you say? Su Ming frowned. A business that shouldn't be touched? Could it be?
His expression changed.
It seems that Lin Chao cannot escape death. Oh, you're not very well informed. Would you like to go and see it together? Qin Yanran raised her eyebrows. Forget it, I'm not interested. Let Yi Yuxing handle it himself. Su Ming yawned. He wasn't an important character anyway. However, after this incident, the Lin family is likely to collapse. That's good, so that it won't be disadvantageous to Su Hui. Su Ming sneered.
This world revolves around the male protagonist. He has the male protagonist's halo and privileges, but that doesn't mean his vassals have them too. For example, Lin Nan, although he is now the number one person around Chu Yuan, the Lin family cannot escape this time. If it was Chu Yuan, the person who went in would most likely be someone else. This is the truth of this world.
In the afternoon, Su Ming received the news and his brows immediately frowned. Lin Chao was sentenced to death, did you know?
Qin Yudai mentioned this matter by chance.
No. It seems that he still underestimated the Lin family's ability to commit suicide. The Lin family will go bankrupt soon. If you want to take action against Lin Nan, I can help you.
Qin Yudai said in a low voice. Oh, that's fine, just consider it as my reward for helping you these days. Because of Su Ming, Mo Xing didn't dare to get close to Qin Yudai these days. He was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Su Ming is not Qin Yudai, who can be manipulated by him at will. Qin Yudai chuckled when she heard this. I want to repay you, there is an easier way. What? Su Ming raised his eyes lazily. You will know from now on, Master Su. She seemed to be in a good mood. Come on, stay with me after get off work. Su Ming stood up and walked out of the company with Qin Yudai. From a distance, he saw Mo Xing standing there unwillingly. When he saw the two of them coming out together, he suddenly became dejected. But soon, he realized that this was not the right way to go, so he walked over quickly and looked at Qin Yudai with burning eyes. Master Mo, is there something wrong? Qin Yudai frowned. Yudai, I have already booked a restaurant. Let's go together today. I'm sorry, I have an appointment today, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Qin Yudai showed a decent smile on her face. She held Su Ming's arm with a distant look in her eyes. Mo Xing gritted his teeth and looked at Su Ming with jealousy in his eyes. Why? You already have Qin Yanran, why do you want to compete with me for Qin Yudai? Mo Xing clenched his fists and forced a smile. Really? I'm sorry for being so abrupt. Yudai, when are you free? I've been very busy with work lately. After saying this, Qin Yudai left with Su Ming. Boss Qin is really welcome. Su Ming teased. It's okay, a little worse than you. What are you talking about? He is a supporting male villain, and is hated by everyone. This woman was obviously implying something about him. Su Ming frowned. Boss Qin, please be careful about your words and actions. Originally, he shouldn't have spoken to Qin Yudai like that, but don't forget that Su Ming is now a psychopath, and his words and actions are much more overbearing than before. Yes, you are right. I will listen to Master Su. Qin Yudai smiled good-naturedly, which left Su Ming confused. Master Su, would you please have dinner with me tonight? She blinked, and her plump breasts pressed against Su Ming's arm, causing the latter to subconsciously take a step back. Since it's Mr. Qin's invitation, I would be disrespectful to refuse it. In the evening, Su Ming looked at Qin Yudai, who was drunk opposite him, and his wrist trembled. You know you can't drink, so why do you insist on being tough? He walked forward and said helplessly, Boss Qin, you are drunk. Qin Yudai put her hands on his shoulders, her eyes blank. She was very beautiful. After drinking, the corners of her eyes turned slightly red, which added a bit of charm to her whole person. Her red lips slightly parted, as if inviting Su Ming to kiss her. But he didn't have this intention now. He just felt that if he continued to stay with Qin Yudai, things might develop in an uncontrollable direction. Su Ming frowned and helped Qin Yudai up. Boss Qin, I'll take you home. Aha! Qin Yudai raised her head and rubbed it in his arms. What does this mean? Su Ming gritted his teeth. Boss Qin, you are drunk. Qin Yudai didn't listen and pressed her soft lips against his. Su Ming carried the person and walked out of the restaurant. His car had been parked outside, but now, for some reason, it was gone. Su Ming's expression changed and he touched his pocket. Where are his car keys? Brothers Fan Su and Fan Hao hid in the dark, the latter holding the car keys with sweaty hands. Brother, is this okay? Master Su won't retaliate against us after he finds out, right? Fan Su rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? He said, this is President Qin's order. Don't you see that her plan is almost successful? Then let's go on. Fan Su gritted his teeth. Drive Master Su's car to the wilderness and return it to him tomorrow morning. What if he takes a taxi? Fan Su chuckled twice and actually took out a cell phone. It's Su Ming's cell phone. Fan Hao widened his eyes. On the other side, Su Ming also found that his cell phone was missing, and cursed angrily, you damn thief, don't let me find out who you are. Qin Yudai lay in his arms, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, and she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. After returning, I will definitely give Fan Su and the other person a raise. Helplessly, Su Ming could only hold her and sit on a bench on the street.
Boss Qin, where's your cell phone?
Su Ming took a quick look and saw that Qin Yudai was wearing a skirt today and she didn't have her bag with her, so he couldn't find any pockets at all.
You can't just touch it, right?
Su Ming cursed the damn thief in his heart again.
Su Ming.
You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child.
Qin Yudai understood this truth very well.
She raised her head, her eyes moving around, extremely charming.
Boss Qin, are you awake? Su Ming was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Qin Yudai said, let's go to the hotel. Chapter 143, Unromantic. Ah.
Su Ming was shocked by Qin Yudai's words.
He frowned and said, no, I'd better take you home. Boss Qin, where is your phone?
Qin Yudai didn't answer, but stared at him with resentful eyes. It was impossible to lie to him that she didn't bring her cell phone, but Qin Yudai's cell phone was hidden in a very secret place.
Su Ming said calmly, otherwise, I will take you back. Who is this going to tire out?
Qin Yudai's mouth twitched and she continued to rub against his arms.
She just didn't believe it. How could she bear it?
She thought she was pretty and had many suitors, but her looks, which she was so proud of, were useless to Su Ming.
Thinking of this, Qin Yudai felt a little dejected. Boss Qin, I told you not to drink anymore.
Su Ming didn't know that this wine had such a strong aftereffect. Helplessly, he had to follow Qin Yudai's wishes and come to the hotel.
Boss Qin, did you bring your ID card?
The hotel front desk staff obviously knew the two people, but did not dare to say much, and even silently turned off the surveillance camera.
This is not a good idea to shoot. You two are in room 306. Su Ming was confused. Ah. He hasn't said anything yet. The receptionist pulled the corner of her mouth reluctantly and said with a smile, Mr. Qin is our VIP customer. You don't need to provide your personal information for the time being. Master Su, do you need me to take you upstairs? No need. Damn it, telling lies is simply unscrupulous.
Fortunately, the front desk clerk had been working here for a long time, and she knew what was going on as soon as Qin Yudai gave her a look. Forget it, I'll add the identity information later. She sighed tiredly and handed the room card to Su Ming. As soon as he entered the room, Su Ming was dumbfounded.
Why is it a double bedroom? He couldn't just leave Qin Yudai here and leave, right?
Su Ming had the urge to curse. He threw Qin Yudai to the ground and said, Boss Qin, I'll be back soon.
Where are you going?
Qin Yudai raised her eyebrows and held on to his collar. You want to leave the leader here and leave by yourself?
Of course not.
Su Ming said righteously, I'm not that kind of person.
Go ahead.
Qin Yudai was indeed a little drunk, but not seriously.
She just had a slight headache and felt a little weak.
Su Ming returned to the front desk and said with a straight face, Do you have a cell phone?
Some.
The receptionist handed her cell phone to Su Ming. After getting the phone, Su Ming realized another problem.
Who should he call?
There was no phone number. Su Ming closed his eyes. Before he traveled to this world, the original owner was madly in love with Qin Yanran and even memorized her phone number. After Su Ming came to this world, he inherited the original owner's memory and knew Qin Yanran's phone number. It's just she saw me and Qin Yudai in the hotel, and I don't know how to explain it. Su Ming's eyes flashed, but he still dialed the number.
Hello.
Qin Yanran saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
Although she was confused, she still pressed the answer button. It's me, Su Ming. Whose phone is this? It's a passerby. My phone was stolen by someone else. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Do you have Yi Yuxing's contact information? What? It's useful. Send it to this phone. Oh.
Qin Yanran curled her lips and obediently copied the number and sent it to him. Su Ming called Yi Yuxing again.
Who? In front of outsiders, Yi Yuxing was always cold.
When such an indifferent voice came from the receiver, Su Ming actually felt a little pressure.
It's me. Su Ming said calmly, I have something to ask of you. Explain. There was a hint of smile in Yi Yuxing's tone. Let's go to Ruicheng Hotel first. It's the middle of the night, and you want me to go to the hotel to find you. Don't think too much, it's President Qin. Okay. I'll listen to you.
Yi Yuxing hung up the phone, immediately asked someone to prepare a car, and went to Ruicheng Hotel.
What do you mean?
Su Ming sat on the stairs in front of the hotel, yawned, and briefly explained the situation.
Yi Yuxing's mouth twitched. My goodness, he really does everything he can. This was obviously planned by someone.
Yi Chen followed behind Yi Yusheng and looked at Su Ming cautiously.
He still has something to say to Su Ming. Then I'll go up first. 306, right. Right.
After she left, Yi Chen immediately came up to her and whispered, Master Su, the person who rescued Chu Yuan has been found.
Su Ming's eyes immediately became sharp. It's the palace master of Ao Palace, Long Tao.
He has a heavenly spiritual tool in his hand, called the water control ring.
Once this thing is activated, it will be like the scene that day. A vortex will appear out of thin air, and the user can pass through the vortex and take away anything he wants. Su Ming nodded. What did Chu Tian say?
Yi Chen smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Master Chu has contacted a strong man who can help investigate the exact location of Ao Palace.
And they have found out something recently. What? Su Ming's eyes moved.
It is said that Long Tao, the lord of Ao Palace, has escaped from Ao Palace due to playing around. Long Tao is gathering people to go out and look for her.
The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched.
Thinking of the description of this young lady in the novel, he suddenly felt that everything made sense. The girl was indeed willful and capricious, and Chu Yuan had to put in a lot of effort to take her into the harem.
Okay, I'll go visit Chu Tian when I finish my work. Please pass on the message. No problem. Now everyone is in the same boat, and it is impossible for Yi Chen to stay out of it. Moreover, he had provoked Chu Yuan again and again, and he didn't think the other party would let him go. It is better to strike first and get rid of Chu Yuan directly to prevent future troubles.
In room 306, Qin Yudai leaned against the bed, eating potato chips out of boredom.
Why is it you?
You guess.
Yi Yuxing rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. TSK, you just know how to play tricks on me.
Qin Yudai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that her beauty had no effect in front of Su Ming.
You know how many people are watching him now.
Yi Yuxing shrugged, and Su Ming doesn't want to have anything to do with us female protagonists at all.
What he wants from the beginning to the end is to complete. That's true. Qin Yudai smiled.
You also hired someone to steal his car and cell phone.
Don't worry, I'll return it tomorrow. Qin Yudai said lazily.
She didn't know that Su Ming's car had been destroyed by Fan Su and his cell phone was still missing.
You are too impatient. Don't make Su Ming unhappy and alienate you.
Yi Yuxing crossed his arms and threw her a coat.
Let's go.
Before leaving, Qin Yudai tapped Su Ming on the forehead.
Not understanding romance.
Su Ming touched his forehead, looking puzzled. Yi Chen hid behind Yi Yuxing, wishing he could just keep his tail between his legs and behave himself. This Miss Qin, it turns out that she is also.
He shut his mouth.
Forget it, this is not his business. He has no right to meddle in the trivial matters of these people. After they left, Su Ming returned to room 306 and had a comfortable sleep.
Chapter 144 Leniency for Confession. Su Ming's lost car might not be found, but his lost cell phone unexpectedly appeared in his bedroom the next day. Master.
Zhang Xilian called softly.
Su Ming opened his arms and let Zhang Xilian put on his clothes.
She has become more and more obedient recently, but Su Ming always feels something is wrong.
This woman, could she be holding it in secret and plotting how to kill herself? Then every night should be a good time for her, why not do it? Don't you dare? Or are you planning something else?
Su Ming touched Zhang Xilian twice again.
The latter was not angry but looked shy. He was sure. This must be some secret plan. Okay, that's right.
Su Ming felt very relieved.
Was my phone here last night? He pointed at the table. Jiang Shilian shook her head. I don't remember, probably not. That's strange. Since you stole his phone, why would you return it?
On the other side, the brothers Fan Su and Fan Hao lowered their heads and stood in front of Qin Yudai. Where's the car?
Well, Fan Su laughed awkwardly twice. Aren't you afraid that young Master Su will find it? I will just give it to. Ruined. Qin Yudai stared. Almost. It's already the same as scrap metal. Fan Hao shrugged and was immediately given a look by Fan Su. This brat only knows how to talk nonsense. Although it is true. Forget it, I'll give you a new task. Please go ahead. The two of them immediately perked up and listened attentively. Ao Gong, have you heard of it? Qin Yudai asked. Fan Hao looked at Fan Su. He never knew much about the martial arts world. Fan Su immediately smiled and said, Of course I know. The Lord of Ao Palace, Long Tao, is a daughter slave. I heard that his daughter ran away recently, and he is looking for her in a hurry. How do you know that? Oh, there are only a few famous people in the martial arts world of Yuncheng. Moreover, if Long Tao wants to find his daughter in such a big city, he will definitely spread the news and gather everyone's strength. What Fan Su said was a matter of course. Do you have a photo of Long Minger? Fan Su shook his head blankly. No, Long Tao might want someone with power to help her find her daughter. She didn't consider warriors like us without any sect or school. Most of those people have seen Long Minger, so there's no need to release photos. This is a bit troublesome. Pay attention. If there is any news about Long Minger, you don't need to report to me. Just follow the clues and investigate on your own. Yes. This was a good opportunity to redeem themselves from their crimes, so the two men accepted it immediately. July 17, sunny. With Long Minger's personality, she can indeed escape from Ao Palace. It will probably take some effort for Long Tao to find his daughter, but with Chu Yuan's help, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the hero and heroine are attracted to each other. When he was with several heroines before, he always met Chu Yuan inexplicably. This time should be similar. Soon, after Chu Yuan has recovered, he will take action against the Chu family. The previous plot will soon be over. I hope nothing goes wrong. What happened to my personality? After reading the diary, Long Minger was so angry that she wanted to find Su Ming right away, grab his collar and ask him what was wrong. She has a good personality, right? At least the warriors in Ao Palace think so. Long Minger coughed twice and felt a little guilty. If what Su Ming wrote in his diary is true, then Chu Yuan will be able to find me soon, right? Her face changed. Now I can't rely on my own strength. By the way, Wang Muya. Maybe she could ask that woman for help. Without saying a word, Long Minger hurried to Wang Muya's home. Is that you? What's the matter? Wang Muya yawned, not understanding why this little girl came to see her so early. Go in first, and talk later. Her mysterious look aroused Wang Muyao's curiosity. After welcoming the person into the house, Long Minger greeted Xiao Shijun, who was sitting next to her reading quietly. Tell me, what's going on? You're so mysterious. Wang Muyao threw an apple to her, and Long Minger hesitated. Actually, I've been having some difficulties recently. She immediately became alert. I don't have any money, but I have my life. I'm not short of money. As the daughter of the Lord of Ao Palace, how could Long Minger be short of money? She felt that this woman was insulting her. Someone wants to take me back. Catch you and go back. Wang Muyao narrowed her eyes and caught these two sensitive words. Could it be that this girl ran away on her own? Etc. Run away secretly? Puff. Wang Muyao spat out a mouthful of water. Xiao Shijun also frowned and asked, Who wants to take you back? My dad and my brother. There is no doubt about it. The palace master of Dragon Palace does have a son and a daughter.
Wang Muyao's eyes suddenly widened and she and Xiao Shijun looked at each other in surprise.
You are not. Long Minger lowered her head, played with her clothes, and said aggrievedly, I am Long Minger. Wang Muyao was not surprised but happy. That's right, I was looking for you. Looking for me. Long Minger pointed at herself with a strange look. Why?
Next, Wang Muyao sat opposite her and began her long speech, but Xiao Shijun was no longer surprised by this and behaved quite calmly.
Ah. Long Minger looked shocked. Then what should I do? If you want to get rid of Chu Yuan, you can only rely on Master Su. So, as long as she follows Su Ming, there will be no problem?
Long Minger had no idea that she had been brainwashed by Wang Muyao.
She lowered her head and began to think seriously. Is it okay? Xiao Shijun's mouth twitched.
Am I right? Wang Muyao curled her lips. That's right.
As you wish. Okay then. I'll listen to you.
Long Minger had nowhere to go now, and even her residence was found by Wang Muyao. She thought that the other party was not a bad person, so she nodded and agreed.
This is Xiao family, Xiao Shiyun. Xiao family. Long Minger immediately became alert.
Is it that martial arts family, the Xiao family?
Nature. Xiao Shijun looked at her curiously. Could it be that Long Minger also knows someone in my family? Soon, the expression on Long Minger's face became solemn. How?
Your father is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Nantian.
Indeed. Xiao Shijun raised her eyebrows, feeling a bad premonition inexplicably.
Long Minger stroked his chin and said awkwardly, My father seems to be more familiar with your father.
Would he go to find Uncle Xiao? Hearing this, Xiao Shijun frowned. But I have never heard my father mention the Lord of Ao Palace.
Because my father and Uncle Xiao are mostly involved in interests, there are fewer private conversations and gatherings.
Xiao Shijun nodded.
She didn't care much about the internal affairs of the Xiao family, so naturally she didn't understand these things.
If it was my father who asked for help, Uncle Xiao would most likely agree. In this case, will it soon have an impact on Xiao Shiyun as well? Chapter 145 Lin Nan goes crazy. Long Minger felt a little sorry. Why worry so much? If they come, at most you can just drive them away without killing them, isn't that enough? As soon as Wang Muyao finished speaking, she realized something was wrong.
She remembered that Yan Yueling seemed to want the water control ring.
If I help Long Minger, can I get the water controlling ring in return? Maybe you can try it?
However, the water control ring is like a treasure to guard the Ao Palace.
TSK, but think about it, didn't Chu Tian also lend the Sifang Qing bell from his family to Su Ming? The probability of Yan Yueling obtaining the water control ring is still very high. She comforted herself. Wang Muyao? Are you okay? No, we all know what happened, you can go back first. Wang Muyao waved her hand. Okay, then I'll trouble you to help me. Long Minger was unhappy. She really didn't want to be caught and stay in Ao Palace with Chu Yuan. That's too painful. What's the point of helping or not? We are all in the same boat, so there's no need to be so polite. If it weren't for the fox-like smile on Wang Muyao's face, Long Minger would have really believed her. This woman must be waiting to make a fortune from her after the deal is done. By the way, don't tell Master Su your identity. Wang Muyao reminded her. I know. Long Minger naturally knew the consequence of confessing to Su Ming that was being driven away. She had finally come to Yunqing to find someone, and she didn't want to be kicked out like this. Su Ming didn't know that they could see the diary, and the identity he presented to the outside world was just a supporting villain. How could a supporting villain take in the heroine? Chu. Su Ming sneezed. Master, do you have a cold? Yan Yueling asked. No, maybe someone is talking about me. Su Ming rubbed his nose. Master, I have a request. Can you show me the Sifang Qing bell that you got that day? Su Ming was stunned. Of course I can, but what do you want that thing for?
Yan Yueling wanted to investigate the grade of the Sifang Qing bell to determine whether the water control ring was a true heavenly grade spiritual weapon.
But of course she couldn't tell Su Ming the truth, so she made up an excuse. My father recently mailed me a spiritual weapon, but I'm not sure about its grade. Perhaps I can use the Sifang Qing bell to judge.
Su Ming did not doubt her and took out a rusty iron box from under the desk and placed it in front of Yan Yueling. After being injected with spiritual energy, the Sifang Qingzhong immediately emitted a destructive green light. Judging from the grade by the light it radiates, the Sifang Qing bell is undoubtedly a heavenly grade spiritual weapon.
The water-controlling ring that Long Tao used that day emitted a blue light that was almost as bright as the cyan light of the Sifang Qing bell.
Yan Yueling was secretly happy, but her face remained expressionless.
Thank you, Master. How is it, have you made a judgment? Well, it's just an earth-level spiritual weapon. She looked disappointed. Su Ming smiled and said, Don't be disappointed. Earth-level spiritual weapons are not easy to find. Owning one is already icing on the cake.
After all, not everyone can own a heaven-level spiritual weapon like this young master.
The second half of the sentence was automatically filtered out by Yan Yueling's ears.
Although this was lent to him by Chu Tian for fun, the Chu family will not survive for long, and this toy will eventually fall into Su Ming's hands.
Su Ming! Su Ming! You bastard! I'll fucking kill you!
At the end of the corridor, there was a burst of cursing, attracting the attention of many employees.
Put your heads back, one by one. Are you so free?
The director shouted loudly, and all the employees immediately lowered their heads and fell silent.
Young master, do you want me to solve it? Yan Yueling frowned. Where did this mad dog come from? Biting everywhere? Go see what's going on.
Su Ming heard the voice and felt it sounded familiar.
Who was it I thought? It turned out to be young Master Lin. Wasn't Master Lin very arrogant when he injured our Master Su? Think it over carefully.
If you cause trouble again this time, Lin Chao will not come to help you.
Su Hui came with Lin Liu.
As soon as he got off the elevator, he saw Lin Nan roaring madly here. Lin Chao was sentenced to death, the Lin family went bankrupt, and Lin Nan now has no more than 200 yuan on him. He is unkempt and has dark circles under his eyes, as if he was over-rewarded. Several bodyguards behind him pulled him so hard that their teeth were bleeding.
How come this boy is so strong?
Lin Nan's eyes were red as he stared at Chu Yuan who was approaching. Lin Liu's eyes were complicated. In the past, her mother Lin Fong regarded Lin Chao as a competitor.
Now, everything is over.
She somewhat disapproved of her mother's behavior of visiting Lin Chao in prison, but Lin Fong and Lin Chao were blood relatives after all, and even if they had broken up before, it could not change the blood relationship between them. Anyway, Lin Chao would pass away soon, and Lin Liu thought about it and acquiesced to her mother's behavior.
Su Ming, you beast! Lin Nan roared, not caring at all even if his clothes were torn by the security guards. He just wants to kill Su Ming now. Get it straight, you were the ones who attacked me first.
Su Ming put his hands in his pockets and reacted calmly.
Lin Nan was just an insignificant little character, not worth his attention. Besides, aren't you Chu Yuan's little follower? Where is he? Why didn't he come to help you? Su Ming sneered and said. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my father? Lin Nan's eyes turned red. That's not right. He was the first to violate the laws of Yin country.
Su Ming spread his hands innocently.
We are just punishing evildoers. There is no need for you to be so excited, right?
When he said that, Lin Nan became even angrier.
He is a powerful warrior himself. When he goes crazy, even 10 bodyguards are not enough to defeat him.
Yan Yueling raised her hand and used her powerful spiritual power to pin Lin Nan to the ground.
He struggled hard, but to no avail. Go away, don't let me see you again. Letting you and your brother go is my last mercy.
Su Ming waved his hands and ignored the crazy Lin Nan.
Throw him as far away as possible. Yes.
The bodyguards looked at each other, lifted Lin Nan's limbs, and walked into the elevator. There was a gleam in Lin Liyu's eyes. The people around Su Ming are indeed masters. Such a beautiful girl, even her martial arts attainments are so high.
One can't help but admire it. Damn it, my dad made a mistake. Why are you here going crazy? There's really not a single good person around Chu Yuan.
Su Hui spat twice in anger.
It's not worth getting angry with such a person.
Su Ming brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and didn't take Lin Nan seriously at all.
He is Chu Yuan's helper, so he will definitely not die now.
However, the Lin family went bankrupt, so he will inevitably have to go through some hardships before he can return to Chu Yuan.
Su Ming sighed. If Yi Chen hadn't reported the matter to Yi Yuxing, would the Lin family have gone bankrupt now?
According to the original plot, the Lin family would prosper until the end of the novel. Fortunately, it was Lin Nan, not Chu Yuan. If there were major changes in Chu Yuan's plot, Su Ming would have to pull him back no matter what.
Chapter 146, When the wall falls, everyone pushes back.
But now, Su Ming is not worried about the things between Su Hui and Lin Liu.
The downfall of Lin Chao also means the rise of Lin Feng. The overlap between the two companies is already high. In this way, the old customers who originally had Lin Chao's side are now likely to switch to Lin Feng. For example, the Luo family, where Su Ming's good friend Luo Jin belongs, is a good example.
On the day Lin Chao was sentenced, Luo Jin found Su Hui and asked for Lin Feng's contact information on behalf of his family. After being thrown out, Lin Nan rolled on the ground and spat.
Asshole. How about it?
Lin Ling, who had always been proud, also lowered her head. She looked extremely haggard. Her bright and beautiful appearance was gone, replaced by simpler clothes. In the past, she wanted to look down on people, but now, Lin Ling felt like a thorn in her back, as if everyone on the street was laughing at her, making her want to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it.
Su Ming is a bastard.
Seeing Lin Nan cursing, Lin Ling knew that this trip was in vain. Yes, without their halo, they were not in Su Ming's eyes at all. In his eyes, the two siblings were just two down-and-out clowns. Lin Ling laughed at herself.
Sister, let's go home.
Lin Nan was tired of scolding Lin Ling, so he pulled Lin Ling's wrist and wanted to take him home.
Where are we going back to?
Lin Ling said solemnly, there is not a penny left of the family property.
The only way now is to find someone who can protect us.
Lin Nan thought for a long time but couldn't think of anyone else who could help them get through this difficult time.
The two sat on the street.
Lin Nan took out his cell phone and dialed number after number, but none of them went through. Thinking about it carefully, he did reduce his contact with other young masters for Chu Yuan.
There is one thing that Lin Nan is unwilling to admit.
That is, after climbing up to Chu Yuan, he thought highly of himself and didn't bother to get along with ordinary people. Over time, people thought he was arrogant and stopped associating with him. Lin Ling flipped through her friend list.
Most of them were just fake friends.
Some of them had even deleted her and were eager to cut off all ties with her.
A bunch of bitches. She cursed angrily. As I was flipping through the pages, a name caught my eye. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Yeah, how could I forget about him?
Lin Nan was stunned.
Who? Senior. Yi Newlin.
Lin Nan pouted unhappily.
It was Yi Yuxing who sent their father to prison.
Now Lin Nan had no good feelings towards the people of the Yi family. When he heard this name, he wanted to stay away from them. But Lin Ling said that Yi Newlin was different, he had always given Chu Yuan financial support. Now in Lin Nan's eyes, no one is useful except Chu Yuan. His boss Chu has always been thinking about him. He believes that Chu Yuan may just be recuperating now, and when the time comes, he will come to help him deal with Su Ming and the Yi family.
Lin Nan clenched his fists.
Lin Ling rolled her eyes.
What are you thinking about? We don't even have a home anymore. Isn't the most important thing now to find a place to stay?
But if you don't go, I'll go by myself. When the time comes, Brother Chu will contact me instead of you.
Don't blame me.
Lin Nan's expression changed and he followed Lin Ling happily. When Yi Mulin saw the miserable brother and sister at the door, his first reaction was disgust.
Don't you know what your father has done? Now you are shamelessly looking for him? How can you be so shameless?
Yi Mulin regretted getting involved with these two people, but it was useless to regret now. The relationship between the two siblings and Chu Yuan was relatively good. If he wanted to bring down Yi Yusheng, he had to rely on Chu Yuan's power.
Yi Mulin took a deep breath and forced himself to put on a gentle smile. He opened the door and Lin Ling rushed towards him. Yi Mulin subconsciously took a step back.
Lin Ling was also aware of her current miserable situation, so she smiled awkwardly and did not move forward.
You too.
Yi Mulin smiled faintly, and his smile was very distant.
I've heard everything. Come in.
Seeing this, the hostility on Lin Nan's face decreased a lot. He nodded slightly and sat on the expensive leather sofa in Yi Mulin's house. Thinking back then, their family was also extremely luxurious, but now seeing the extravagant furnishings in Yi Mulin's home, Lin Nan actually felt a little inferior. I will arrange accommodation for you two siblings until Chu Yuan comes back. Yi Mulin said softly after taking a sip of tea brought by the maid.
Lin Nan is young and inexperienced in worldly affairs, but Lin Ling is not.
She heard the hidden meaning in Yi Mulin's words: if Chu Yuan doesn't come back, you two can get out too. It's really like when a wall falls, everyone pushes it.
Thinking back to the beginning, how polite and gentle Yi Mulin's attitude towards her was. But now? Like everyone else, you want to cut yourself off from them?
Lin Ling's nose felt sore and she had an urge to cry.
Brother Chu, where are you? Come back soon.
She took a deep breath and said, of course, don't worry.
Lin Ling was not an ignorant person.
She changed the way she addressed Yi Mulin, and the expression on the latter's face eased a little.
Speaking of which, do you two have any clues about Chu Yuan? Where is he?
Yi Mulin inquired intentionally or unintentionally, his face full of concern for Chu Yuan.
We don't know where Boss Chu is now, but he will definitely come back.
Lin Nan said confidently.
Yeah. Yi Mulin couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard this.
But it wasn't their fault.
He waved his hand and asked the housekeeper to arrange accommodation for the two people.
The place was very simple and it looked like no one had cleaned it all year round. If it were in the past, Lin Ling would have been full of complaints, but now she only felt grateful.
It doesn't matter. It's good to have a place to live.
Over the years, the brother and sister had been squandering their parents' money.
After the accident, all the money was taken away.
They had no savings, otherwise they would not have fallen into such a situation. Lin Ling thought about it and felt more and more sad. Lin Nan was very optimistic. After all, as a grown man, he didn't care about the environment here at all. In just a few days, from heaven to hell. These were all brought to them by Su Ming and Yi Yusheng. Lin Nan gritted his teeth.
When I see Chu Yuan, I must tell him about the bad behavior of that bitch Yi Yusheng. Chu Yuan must not be allowed to have any contact with this woman again.
Lin Nan gnashed his teeth in hatred. After Yi Mulin sent the two away, he learned that Yi Yusheng was about to arrive. He hurriedly sprayed some perfume, pretended nothing had happened, and sat quietly on the sofa.
Elder brother. Yi Yusheng called out softly. Yi Mulin was flattered. Yusheng, why are you here today? Nothing, just came to see you. Are you kidding?
You, Yi Mulin, are surrounded by my spies.
It would be easy for me to find out what happened to you. Yi Yusheng raised the corners of his lips sarcastically and exchanged a glance with the butler beside him calmly. The butler nodded slightly and served tea to Yi Yusheng. Chapter 147, What a Lucky Star.
Brother, today, there is something different here. Recently some of the maids in my house like to wear perfume.
I'll teach them a lesson later. This smell is indeed a bit strong.
Yi Mulin smiled awkwardly, with a flattering tone in his smile.
Now, he has no capital to challenge Yi Yusheng at all. He even wants to behave humbly when he sees the servants around her. Yi Mulan was fed up with days like this. Anyone can look down on him except Yi Yusheng.
The dirty seedlings broke through the soil and gradually grew into towering trees.
Yi Mulan is now unable to resist Yi Yusheng's attraction to him. But why? She just kept getting close to that dude every day? What's so good about that bastard?
Yi Mulan has never looked down upon Su Ming.
It was so in the past and it is so now.
He couldn't help but clench his teacup, lowered his eyes, and restrained the desire in his eyes.
Yi Yusheng smiled and said, "Brother, you may have misunderstood me.
I am not talking about the smell of perfume, but other smells.
Anyway, it doesn't smell good. You should clean more recently."
Yes. Yi Mulan felt that Yi Yusheng might have discovered something, otherwise why would he say that?
She never cared about these things before.
Yi Mulan subconsciously tensed up, his facial muscles tensed. I have to say, her good brother really doesn't know how to hide his emotions.
Yi Yusheng saw this and couldn't help laughing. Funny. By the way, brother, don't you have a small apartment under your control?
It has been rotting in your hands for many years, and there has been no chance to sell it.
Yes, indeed.
The Lin siblings live in that small apartment.
Yi Mulan felt cold all over. It's over. He has Yi Yusheng's people here.
Yi Mulan could no longer maintain a decent smile.
He crossed his legs expressionlessly and told the butler to pour him another cup of tea.
Yes, master. The butler's actions were meticulous.
It can't be him. This person grew up with Yi Mulan, how could he be Yi Yusheng's man? Since it's not the butler, it can only be someone else.
Yi Mulan drank the tea in the cup and said to Yi Yusheng with a smile, I already have an idea over there, don't bother me to worry about it.
That's good.
Yi Yusheng said lazily, I hope so. She didn't care about the two little ants getting close to Yi Mulan, but Yi Yusheng had to warn Yi Mulan, lest he be too presumptuous and cause irreparable losses to the Yi family. If things really come to that, don't blame Yi Yusheng for sacrificing his own family for the sake of justice. She didn't sit for long before she stood up and left.
As soon as Yi Yusheng left, Yi Mulan dropped the teacup on the ground. Change me. Everyone in my house, except you, must be replaced.
Yi Mulan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the butler.
He has done so much, if the news can still reach Yi Yusheng's ears, then there is only one possibility.
The butler he trusted betrayed him.
Yes. The butler remained calm. He is about the same age as Yi Mulan, and has been placed here by Yi Yusheng since he was a child. How could he be shaken by Yi Mulan's two roars? Just the death struggle of a piece of trash. The Yi family ultimately belongs to the eldest lady. Where Yi Mulan couldn't see, the butler's expression became extremely gloomy. Ao Palace.
Father, we've sent people to search for several days, but we still haven't found any trace of my little sister.
Long Lei looked dejected.
That rebellious girl. I spoiled her too much, she became so lawless. Long Tao was furious.
This is not your fault.
Of course, Long Lei didn't dare to say this in front of Long Tao, so he could only complain in his heart.
How about we seek help from other martial arts families?
Xu Yuan, who had been standing aside without saying a word, suddenly had a look.
Other martial arts families? Maybe it's a good opportunity to meet a strong person. Therefore, Xu Yuan also suggested, Brother Long Lei is right. It is not a good idea to drag it on like this. Now most people already know that Ming escaped from Ao Palace. Why not take this opportunity to seek help from other martial arts families?
Long Tao sighed heavily.
No matter how much you curse, it is impossible to say that you are not worried.
On the contrary, Long Tao was worried to death, fearing that Long Ming would not have enough money to spend outside or would be bullied.
Okay, that's the only thing we can do. Then I'll arrange it right away. Long Lei breathed a sigh of relief.
He knew his father's character and was really worried that he would get angry, so he ignored Long Ming. Long Lei began to arrange various matters, while Xu Yuan followed behind him leisurely, smiling and comforting. Ming is a martial arts expert, she will be fine, brother Long Lei, don't worry.
Helpless, Long Lei smiled bitterly. Xu Yuan, I understand. It's not your fault. We spoiled our little sister too much. She was just angry for the moment. Who knows when she will come back? Long Lei sighed. Don't worry. Chu Yuan patted him heavily on the shoulder. I'll help look for it, too. Thank you. Long Lei seemed to have forgotten who had forced Long Minger away. He began to thank Chu Yuan, and even subconsciously felt that he was sorry for him. If Long Minger saw how much her father and elder brother valued Chu Yuan, she would probably never want to return to Ao Palace in her lifetime. She just didn't pay attention and wanted to run away from home to force Long Tao to drive Chu Yuan away. Unexpectedly, this method did not work at all, but instead brought the relationship between Long Lei and Chu Yuan closer. As the center of the entire novel world, Chu Yuan enjoys too many benefits. This is just one of them. If everything goes according to the normal trajectory, Chu Yuan will live a smooth life and finally marry the beauty. But when Chu Yuan learned that the martial arts family that Long Lei was looking for was the Shao family, the expression on his face suddenly became much more interesting. Chu Yuan, why do you look like this? Long Lei teased. No, Chu Yuan looked a little embarrassed. You can't say that you went to propose marriage but were rejected, right? That would be too embarrassing and not befitting of his status as the underground overlord of Yin country. Chu Yuan cleared his throat and said, there is some connection between me and the young lady of the Shao family, Shao Shijun. That's right, it's not so shameful to say this. Long Lei's eyes widened. Shao Shijun. Yeah, what's the problem? Chu Yuan thought he had said something wrong and his heart skipped a beat. Isn't she not seeing strangers? Long Lei admired him. I admire you so much. The words some connection were embellished in his ears, making him subconsciously believe that there was an emotional entanglement between Chu Yuan and Shao Shijun. Lucky star. What a lucky star. It seems that what my father said was right. Chu Yuan is indeed a man with great luck and is worthy of their Ao palace to make friends with. This made Long Minger seem even more ignorant. Long Lei's face darkened. My little sister is still too ignorant. When she comes back, I will definitely punish her by putting her in solitary confinement for a few days. Chapter 148, the so-called origin. That's not the case. I can forgive the child's nature. Chu Yuan raised his chin and acted like a hermit. Long Lei admired him more and more. Long Minger offended Chu Yuan, but he remained calm and even said such generous words. The Prime Minister has a broad mind. If this happened in ancient times, he would definitely be a great hero. In Long Lei's heart, Chu Yuan had been elevated to a level that did not belong to him. What is a strong person? This is what a strong person is. Suddenly, Long Lei became more polite to Chu Yuan and directly treated him as a guest of honor in Ao Palace. When I'm not here, you will follow Chu Yuan's orders. Do you understand? With a stern face, he gave instructions to the warriors behind him. Yes. The warriors secretly looked at Chu Yuan, wanting to know who he was that could make the arrogant Long Lei achieve such a level. I didn't expect that he was so young. The group of people headed towards the Shao family in a mighty manner. Shao Nantian had received the news long ago and was waiting outside the door. Brother Shao, long time no see. A very official smile appeared on Long Tao's face. He clasped his hands together, and his attitude was polite and sincere. After all, he was asking for help, so no matter how arrogant he was, he had to put it aside. Shao Nantian's expression was calm, but his heart was not at peace. He had just received a message from his daughter, saying that the palace master of Ao Palace would most likely seek help from the Shao family. Shao Nantian had already anticipated this. After all, there are many interests involved between Ao Palace and the Shao family. He and Long Tao have known each other for many years. Although they are not too familiar with each other, they can be considered friends. Originally, they planned that if Long Tao came to ask them for help, Shao Nantian would accept it. Unexpectedly, Shao Shijun refuted him in a rare way. Father, Aogong is now taking in Chu Yuan, and Chu Yuan offended someone he shouldn't offend some time ago. We'd better not get involved in their affairs, otherwise we might get into trouble. The Shao family has been in seclusion over the years,
but that doesn't mean they have fallen behind. On the contrary, Xiao Nanshan's reach is long enough to reach some companies in Yuncheng.
As his daughter, Xiao Shiyun also has outstanding sensitivity. Sometimes, even Xiao Nantian had to listen to Xiao Shiyun's advice. Of course, he didn't ignore it this time. Moreover, Xiao Shijun seldom spoke to him in a serious tone. Just now on the phone, she almost warned Xiao Nantian not to have anything to do with him. In this case, Xiao Nantian will definitely not meddle in other people's affairs anymore. Long Lei was too clever for his own good and thought that bringing Chu Yuan, a martial arts master, would help boost his morale, but he unexpectedly got the opposite effect. Brother Xiao, have you been well these days? Thanks to my brother, it's naturally good. Uncle Xiao. Well, Leier's current strength should not be underestimated. He is indeed your son, brother. Both of you are outstanding people. Xiao Nantian was not stingy with his praise. Master Xiao. The room fell into a long silence. Chu Yuan felt embarrassed and could only bite the bullet and yell again. Master Xiao. Xiao Nantian drank his tea and ignored him. Long Lei immediately came to his rescue. Uncle Xiao, this is a distinguished guest of my AO palace, and also our newly found elder. He felt strange. Didn't Chu Yuan say that there was some connection between him and Xiao Shijun? Then why did Xiao Nantian ignore him now? Could it be a drama of forcibly breaking up a couple in love? Long Lei suddenly realized. That way, everything would make sense. It seems that Xiao Nantian is not satisfied with Chu Yuan as his son-in-law. Oh, Mr. Chu and I once met. Xiao Nantian smiled slightly. I still remember that time. Master Chu came to my Xiao family with a lot of bags to propose marriage. He did not give Chu Yuan any face at all and directly told everyone in AO Palace everything that happened that day. Long Lei was stunned when he heard this. Brother, this is the origin you mentioned? And Long Tao could not have imagined that Chu Yuan and the Xiao family had such a past. What about the parties involved? Thanks for the invitation, I have dug a hole and dug in. Chu Yuan's face flushed, and he wanted to stuff his head into his crotch. What is going on? If he had known this, he wouldn't have told that lie. Now, the underground overlord of Yin country has lost all face. You didn't come here for Chu Yuan's matter. Long Lei immediately distanced himself from the matter. It's for my little sister. Uncle Xiao, you should know that my little sister has been spoiled by my father-in-law since she was a child. This time, she even ran away from home. It is impossible for the warriors of our AO palace to find her. Having said that, Long Lei carefully observed Xiao Nanshan's expression. Very good, no dissatisfaction was shown. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued, so we would like to ask Uncle Xiao for help. Once we find my little sister, our AO palace will reward you handsomely. Long Tao gave Long Lei an approving look. That's right. Based on how well he knows Xiao Nantian, he will definitely be willing to help. But this time, they flipped. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Nantian shook his head slightly. Uncle Xiao. Long Lei looked shocked. Why? Brother, I have begged you many times. If it weren't for this time. I see. Xiao Nantian put down the teacup in his hand with a bitter smile on his face. But you know that Master Chu has offended someone he shouldn't have offended. What? Who is it? The father and son said in unison. Who is it? Coincidentally, Xiao Nantian also wanted to ask. He really wanted to know who Chu Yuan had offended to make Xiao Shijun pay so much attention to him. Xiao Nantian pretended to be deep and sneered, I think Mr. Chu himself knows who it is. Anyway, we can't afford to offend that person. Brother Long, you should seek help from someone else. A good trip turned out like this. Chu Yuan believed that he had an unshirkable responsibility. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Master Xiao, if this matter is exposed, you can report my name. I will never let the Xiao family be involved. Undoubtedly, the so-called person who should not be offended is most likely Su Ming. Xiao Nantian sneered. Tell me your name? Do you think our Xiao family isn't dying fast enough? Who the hell are you?
But the strange thing is that neither Long Tao nor Long Lei thought there was anything wrong with these words. On the contrary, there was admiration for Chu Yuan in their eyes.
Could it be that Chu Yuan has bewitched these two?
Xiao Nanshan's face twitched slightly. He knew how smart Long Tao was.
As his son, Long Lei was not much worse. He was like a little fox and was not easy to deal with. But this... He coughed twice.
I'm sorry, I won't change my decision, Brother Long.
I call you brother because I think of you as my brother. I hope you won't hurt me.
This. There was nothing to fault with Xiao Nanshan's words and actions.
Long Tao sighed. We were abrupt. How strange. I've hinted at this much, and you still don't know what it means? Could it be that Chu Yuan, an outsider, is more important than Long Minger? Chapter 149, Wealthy and Powerful. This Long Tao is really getting old and confused. Xiao Nantian secretly shook his head inside.
Why did he feel that in Long Tao's heart, Chu Yuan, an outsider, was more important than Long Minger, his biological daughter? He had learned from Xiao Shijun that the person who forced Long Minger to run away from home was Chu Yuan. She turned against her father and brother and left Ao Palace because she hated this outsider so much. In the past, Xiao Nantian believed that Long Tao was a man who was sensible and concerned about the overall situation, and was an absolute daughter slave. How could he make his most beloved little daughter feel dissatisfied because of an outsider like Chu Yuan? The more Xiao Nantian thought about it, the stranger it seemed. This Chu Yuan might have other secrets. An investigation must be initiated. His eyes flashed. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Nantian has always been decisive. He will do what he says he will do without any hesitation. After Ao Gong and his group left dejectedly, he called his personal guard and whispered, "Go, investigate Chu Yuan for me, and find out which powerful person he offended in Yuncheng. You must investigate it thoroughly, without any mistakes. Do you understand?" Yes, about that. In Ao Palace the guard hesitated, worried that his movements would be too big and attract Long Tao's attention. He is indeed not very sober now, but he is not yet senile and confused. Once he realizes that someone is investigating Chu Yuan, he will definitely be furious. With how much he valued Chu Yuan now, Xiao Nantian had no doubt that this old guy would go to war with him to protect Chu Yuan. Never mind. Xiao Nantian sneered. Long Tao is now blinded by Chu Yuan. In terms of strength, our Xiao family is much stronger than Ao Gong. There is no need to care too much about his feelings. I understand. The guard showed a look of understanding on his face and immediately went down to do what Xiao Nantian had ordered. Xiao Nantian took out his cell phone and called Xiao Shijun. Father. She had expected Xiao Nantian to call her, so she kept the phone within her sight. Xiao Shijun is unable to practice martial arts, but she is naturally intelligent and quick-witted. She can see some things more clearly and farther than Xiao Nantian. After hearing the reaction from Ao Gong, Xiao Shijun pondered for a while. Now it seems that Long Tao feels as if he has been drugged by Chu Yuan. What on earth was it about Chu Yuan that attracted him so much that he was willing to turn against his daughter in order to keep Chu Yuan? She once asked Long Minger this question, but her answer was very concise. She only said that Long Tao felt that Chu Yuan was a man with great luck. Xiao Shijun didn't think so. Maybe it was just the plot that was interfering, trying to give Chu Yuan a good helper. On this side, the Lin family had just fallen, and on the other side, Chu Yuan found a new backer. It really made it difficult for Xiao Shijun not to think too much. She sneered, I know, father. Shiyun, tell me first, who did Chu Yuan offend? Father, haven't you already started investigating? Don't worry, Chu Yuan has no intention of covering up this. You will soon know the truth. There was a hint of smile in Xiao Shiyun's tone. You girl. Xiao Nantian was a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He sighed as if with regret. That old guy Long Tao really can't tell the difference between an insider and an outsider. Is his own daughter not as important as Chu Yuan? Maybe I'm just being too picky and can't figure it out. The father and daughter ended their conversation. Xiao Shijun looked at Wang Muyo beside her and told her guess.
You mean, we can't kill Chu Yuan?
Wang Muyao gnashed her teeth in hatred.
This is the task given to her by the big boss. Damn Chu Yuan.
Yes, here, Lin Chao's family just fell, and on the other side, Chu Yuan found a new backer. I don't think this is a coincidence, but the halo is at work.
Xiao Shiyun paused.
In this world, the control over the plot is becoming more and more strict.
Now I can't even say the word protagonist. So what do you think we should do?
Wang Muyao counted on her fingers.
Now, can we not take action against the Dragon Palace?
Xiao Shijun nodded, that's true. First, Long Minger is here with us. It's only a matter of time before Chu Yuan leads everyone from AO Palace to find her.
Second, Yan Yueling wants the AO Palace's water control ring.
I've already discussed this with Long Minger, and she agrees.
Wang Muyao's mouth twitched. Wow, this father and daughter from Aogong. The father is kind and the daughter is filial. And the most important thing is that none of us are willing to be manipulated by others.
Xiao Shijun curled her lips and smiled. Anyway, we are in the dark now, and Chu Yuan and the others are in the light.
There is no need to worry too much. At worst, we can just have another fight.
Why?
Wang Muyao sighed sadly.
It seems that the task assigned to me by the big boss will not be completed in a short time. She was responsible for communicating with Yan Yueling, Long Minger and others. This time, Wang Muyao was smart and called Chu Tian, who had just returned from the Chu family.
Do you already know Chu Yuan's whereabouts?
Chu Tian lowered his head, thinking secretly. Not long after, he said, I am not being arrogant when I say this, I just want you to know that compared to our Chu family, the AO Palace is still too weak. Once our Chu family's secret guards take action, they can immediately annihilate the entire AO Palace.
It won't get to this point. Long Minger was horrified.
Chu Tian smiled politely, of course, I just want to explain the strength of both sides. Master Su, if you and the others want to take action against AO Palace, the Chu family will be your strongest backing. Although Su Ming was not here, everyone automatically classified him as part of the friendly camp.
Moreover, the Chu family's secret guards should not be underestimated.
In the original novel, when the Chu family was annihilated, the secret guards caused some troubles to Chu Yuan. In the end, after destroying the Chu family, Chu Yuan specially spared the lives of the secret guards and handed them over to Wang Muyao for training. From then on, Chu Yuan had an extra group of elite soldiers in his hands. Even if the secret guards couldn't defeat Chu Yuan, they would still be able to defeat Ao Gong. They are a group of warriors who are not afraid of death and are a bunch of very useful chess pieces. At this time, Su Ming did not know that he had been plotted against by Wang Muyao and others. He played with the Sifang Qing bell in his hand and began to calculate when Chu Yuan would return to Yuncheng. Undoubtedly, if he saw Chu Yuan returning to Yuncheng, it would mean that the Chu family had been annihilated by the other party.
When exactly is it?
Also, where is Long Minger? Recently, the incident of Long Minger's escape has become more and more serious. Su Ming is worried that the plot will change because of this. Given Chu Yuan's character, he is likely to gather everyone in Ao Palace and come to Yuncheng to look for Long Minger. According to the law of mutual attraction between the male and female protagonists, he will definitely find her, it's just a matter of time. However, if this happens, the plot of the Chu family being annihilated will be pushed back for a while.
Do you want me to help look for it yourself?
Su Ming tapped the table. Suddenly, a phone call came.
Master Su.
Luo Zhen's excited voice came from the receiver. Someone wants to buy 5,000 bottles of marrow cleansing and bone-cutting wine.
Chapter 150 Launch of New Products. 5,000 bottles? What are you buying so much for? Su Ming was not overwhelmed by joy. He responded calmly and hung up the phone. 5,000 bottles, how can you use so many? Unless it's the military?
Su Ming's face looked ugly. What he hated most was getting involved with them.
Once he met Li Yunting, he would be walking into a trap.
However, Luo Zhen is not a person without vision. If it is someone from the military, he would not be able to fail to see it. The iron-blooded aura that emanates from one's body while fighting on the battlefield cannot deceive anyone. After careful consideration, Su Ming decided to go meet that person.
Okay, I got it. I'll be right there.
Su Ming came to the bar, still the same booth. Luo Jin was holding a bottle of marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine, and was talking excitedly with the man opposite him.
The woman opposite had an indifferent and cold expression on her face. Su Ming was stunned. Shit, is that Yi Wanchuan?
He rubbed his eyes. The moment he saw Yi Wanchuan, the other party's spiritual power locked him tightly, and Su Ming couldn't help but shiver.
Is the air conditioning in this bar turned on too high?
He walked over and sat next to Luo Jin.
Master Su, you are finally here. This is the distinguished guest.
When Luo Jin heard that the other party wanted to buy 5,000 bottles of marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine, he found it unbelievable and even thought that Yi Wanchuan was here to mess things up. But when the other party measured the balance of the bank card, Luo Jin immediately changed his attitude. If a business comes to your doorstep, you would be in vain if you don't take it. He immediately told Su Ming what happened here. Su Ming did not disappoint him. He put away his usual condescending attitude and came here in person. It turned out to be Master Su. Yi Wanchuan showed a decent smile on her face, but the smile was a little cold and distant. It's not that she looked down on Su Ming, this was just her disguise. In front of Luo Jin, it was better for her to pretend to be an otherworldly master. This way, it won't arouse suspicion. Su Ming had a cold face and nodded slightly.
Master Su, do you have any other good stuff? This master wants to buy them all.
Luo Jin had a vague guess that the person who purchased so much marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine at one time might be in charge of some large forces like Wang Muyao. Thinking of Wang Muyao's strength, he no longer found it strange. 5,000 bottles of marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine are still considered too little for those people.
Not yet.
He was only willing to provide me with the formula for the marrow-cleansing and bone-cutting wine.
Su Ming's tone was indifferent. There is no silver here.
Yi Wanchuan sneered, and emphasized that person, which would only increase his suspicion. It seems that this thing was indeed researched by Su Ming.
But why hide it? Because of that bullshit plot?
Yi Wanchuan raised her eyebrows.
Master Su, do you still remember me?
Of course, Luo Jin, this is the number one on the list of Yin country's war gods, the leader of the four great war gods. Luo Jin's body trembled and he almost lost his grip on the small glass bottle in his hand.
Yi.
He raised his hand and began to stutter.
Yi Wanchuan frowned and said calmly, we are not that close yet, so you don't have to call me grandpa. Puff. Luo Jin's face flushed and he looked embarrassed. Su Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. He said, Miss Yi, do you really want to buy the marrow-cleansing and bone-cutting wine?
Of course, as the leader of the four great war gods, can I still joke?
Yi Wanchuan shook her head. I've tried this stuff, and it's really effective. Young Master Su is truly a natural talent.
Although he has never practiced martial arts, he was able to research a marrow-cleansing and bone-cutting wine that is of great benefit to martial artists. Su Ming did not fall into her trap, but just smiled and said, Miss Yi, you are joking. This secret recipe was also given to me by a master. The implication is, don't try to secretly deal with me while Chu Yuan is away.
From Su Ming's perspective, Yi Wanchuan is Chu Yuan's person.
She came here most likely to cause trouble. Even if she didn't, she had to teach Su Ming a lesson. Yi Wanchuan acts in a domineering and arbitrary manner, usually without any scruples, which gives Su Ming a headache. She is number one on the God of War list, so her strength should not be underestimated.
When facing Yi Wanchuan, Su Ming couldn't ask other heroines to help.
Even if he was bullied, he could only swallow his anger.
It didn't matter before, but now, there is no plot about Yi Wanchuan. Why should Su Ming swallow his anger and let her bully him? But he was really overthinking it.
Yi Wanchuan had no such idea at all.
She came here today entirely because of Wang Muyao's instigation.
Yi Wanchuan paid the money promptly without any reluctance.
After leaving an address for Luo Jin, she turned and left. The two looked at each other. I made a lot of money this time.
Both of them are from wealthy families, and they were happy to see so much money, but they didn't do it to the point of losing their composure.
Master Su, I think these few can be developed into long-term customers.
Luozhen took out his cell phone and listed a few names. Su Ming just glanced at it and nodded casually. He would not spend a single cent of the money he earned from Luozhen, and deposited it all in an idle bank card to prevent the Su family from being bankrupted by Chu Yuan in the future. With this money, at least Su Hong and his wife will not have a hard time in the future. Furthermore, with Su Heng's business ability, he has every chance of making a comeback.
Master Su, can you ask that expert to give us a few more secret recipes similar to the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine? At worst, we can buy them at a high price. Now everyone is so enthusiastic about the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine. If we can come up with a new product, we will definitely be able to make back our investment in no time.
Su Ming was also thinking about this. A simple bottle of marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine could only cause a craze for a period of time. He couldn't sell something with too strong an effect, as that would likely trigger a butterfly effect and cause a redistribution of martial arts power in the world. That was not the situation Su Ming wanted to see. After all, the things sold in the System Mall were simply too amazing. Su Ming had only seen some of them in fantasy novels. This novel about a son-in-law is, after all, an urban novel, and it is not like a fantasy novel where one can split mountains and crack rocks with one palm.
Su Ming returned home with a lot on his mind.
He carefully selected in the System Mall, and finally, his eyes fell on 2 healing pills.
Pill for restoring tendons and bones. Hemostatic and heart-clearing pills.
It was impossible for him to sell 2 kinds of pills at once. After thinking it over again and again, Su Ming decided to choose the first one. As the name suggests, the pill for restoring bones and tendons can speed up the recovery process even if a warrior's tendons in his hands and feet are severed and all his bones are broken. Originally, there was another kind of pill in the mall, called the sinew and bone relaxing pill, which was the predecessor of the sinew and bone restoring pill.
As long as one took the sinew and bone relaxing pill, even if the bones were broken into pieces, they could be restored immediately, and it could even cleanse the tendons and veins for the user.
However, this thing was too powerful, so Su Ming couldn't take it out to sell, so he could only take out the sinew and bone restoring pill, which had a slightly inferior effect.
This thing is a rare good thing for today's warriors. Chapter 151 Limited Purchase. Is this thing really as useful as you said?
With the experience of the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine, Luozhen no longer dared to look clearly at what Su Ming brought.
However, the pill in his hand looked like Lue Dihuang pill. Could it really be as magical as Su Ming said? He was still a little skeptical. Just find someone to try and find out. Now, Luozhenka was in a dilemma.
He has very few warriors under his command, and most of them live a life of luxury.
How could any of them have ever been injured? You can't tear their tendons or break their bones, right? That's too inhumane. Anyway, I leave it to you. My requirement is that the price should not be less than 10,000.
Su Ming stretched out his slender index finger and walked out of the bar leisurely. The price of the restoring bones and tendons pill in the System Mall is 800 yuan per pill, but this pill has a high cost effectiveness, so Su Ming thinks it is okay to increase the price appropriately. Luozhen has a bunch of big guys who are not short of money waiting to be fed. He also had his own ideas. He rolled his eyes and called Wang Muyo over.
Hey, there are new products. Wang Muyo rubbed the book and took the tendon and bone restoration pill.
Luozhen briefly introduced the effect of this pill, and then smiled bitterly. Ms. Wang, I really don't have anyone here who can test this pill.
Please see your side.
He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his sentence.
Wang Muyo thought about it.
No one has had their tendons and bones cut, but a few of our men have hidden diseases.
You just said that as long as someone is injured, this pill can speed up recovery. Is that true or false? Anyway, that's what young Master Su told me. Luozhen spread his hands innocently. Wang Muyao's mouth twitched. She couldn't just ask Su Ming directly. Helplessly, Wang Muyo returned home with a pill.
After much thought, she finally found a suitable person. Yi Chen had fought a big battle with Chu Yuan before, and his injuries had not yet recovered. The main reason was that the spiritual energy on Earth was becoming increasingly thin, making it difficult for warriors to recover from injuries.
Yi Chen did not suspect anything and swallowed the pill directly.
Soon, he felt two streams of cool air coming out of his nostrils, and a faint medicinal fragrance lingered in his mouth. Yi Chen knew how precious a pill was, so he kept his mouth tightly shut, refusing to let out any taste.
What does it feel like? Try to activate your spiritual power.
After Yi Chen was injured, every time he circulated his spiritual power, he would feel a dull pain in the dantian area of his abdomen. He carefully mobilized the spiritual power in his body.
How is it? Wang Muyo asked expectantly.
It still hurts, but it's less painful than before. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
Master Su, you can even take out such a treasure. You are really not an ordinary person. Chu Tian was standing nearby, and when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. That evening, Yi Chen told Wang Muyo that the pain had been greatly alleviated. Hearing this, Wang Muyo no longer hesitated and immediately ordered 300 pieces from Luozhen. Okay, I'll explain it to Master Su right away.
But unexpectedly, Su Ming's reply was, Sorry Luozhen, I forgot to tell you when I left just now that I can only sell a maximum of 100 pieces a day, no more than that.
Luozhen said with a bitter face, Can't you break the rules? This is a distinguished guest. No. Su Ming rejected Luozhen cleanly and neatly.
On the other hand, after hearing the news, Wang Muyo was so angry that she wanted to find Su Ming right away and ask him what he meant.
Why not make money when you have it?
Su Ming just wanted to control it, because this pill was indeed extremely effective for this world.
If someone with ulterior motives saw it, wouldn't he be harming himself and Luozhen?
Su Ming thought about it and decided to limit the share.
No matter what Luozhen said, it would be useless.
In the afternoon, the intercessor came, and Su Hui smiled and said, Master Su, you have money, why don't you make it?
Not all money can be made.
Lin Layu followed behind Su Hui, and when she heard this, she looked at Su Ming with a higher opinion.
This is true. You may have the life to earn money but not the life to spend it. Isn't Lin Chao the best example?
In the end, Su Ming still did not change his mind, and Su Hui had no choice but to leave. Marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and the recently launched tendon restoring and bone restoring pill.
Luozhen, when will these things be made? Mo Xing narrowed his eyes. In terms of strength, their Mo family and Luo family were on par with each other.
But recently, inexplicably, Luozhen actually began to covet the money of warriors. He thought that the other party was overestimating his own abilities.
How could a playboy like Luozhen earn the money of those people? If someone slaps him, Luozhen will die. But unexpectedly, Luozhen actually did it.
Not only did it succeed, it also became bigger and stronger. Mo Xing played with the glass bottle and small iron box in his hands, frowning tightly.
This is not good news for him. Luozhen's limelight must be suppressed.
But Su Ming had anticipated this. Anyone who wanted to buy the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and the tendon and bone restoring pill had to register their identity on the spot.
Except for Wang Muyo and Yi Wanchuan, Luozhen had never left anyone out.
This way, it would be inconvenient for Mo Xing to cause trouble. Forget it. How is Qin Yudai doing lately?
Master, Miss Qin is still the same as before, going between the company and home. The man whispered. Well, that's good. Mo Xing's brows relaxed.
If I want my father to be at ease in handing over the company to me, I must demonstrate my ability.
Business talent is one aspect, and the other is a spouse. The first person Mo Xing considered was actually Qin Yudai's sister, Qin Yanran.
Compared with her sister, she was less sharp and more gentle and soft, and seemed easier to deal with. However, the three things that Su Ming liked Qin Yanran were known to everyone in Yuncheng. Mo Xing knew that he could not afford to offend her, so he had to change his target.
Su Ming is so lucky. Mo Xing was very jealous.
He has been in the love field for many years.
Others can't see it, but can't he see it?
The way the Qin sisters looked at Su Ming was definitely not the way they looked at someone they disliked.
But look at the eyes of your loved one. Thinking of this, Mo Xing almost broke his teeth. How is Mo Xing inferior to Su Ming? Xin Yudai, you don't know what's good for you.
If you continue to be so stubborn, he will take extreme measures.
Mo Xing sneered and said, my patience is limited.
If Qin Yudai still has this stubborn attitude in a few days, then you can take action and bring her to my bed. I will make her feel like she is in heaven. After saying that, Mo Xing showed an obscene smile on his face. The person behind him was already used to it, nodded, and responded immediately.
Yes, I understand. Go down. Mo Xing treated him with great courtesy.
After all, he was invited by his father and was considered an elder of the Mo family.
Mo Xing was not stupid enough to look down on his father's subordinates.
Moreover, his father's willingness to keep this person by his side was a reflection of his trust in Mo Xing.
He stood up triumphantly and snorted,
Luozhen, I want to see how useful these two toys of yours are that so many warriors are vying to buy them.
Go, buy me too. Chapter 152, Unkind Visitors. Master Luo, have you been well these days? An old man in a long robe with a gloomy expression appeared in the bar. Luozhen's first reaction was, he comes with bad intentions. Isn't this person one of the senior elders of the Mo family? This man is quite powerful. Some time ago, he was assigned by Mo Xing's father to be Mo Xing's personal bodyguard.
The Mo family is considered a rival of the Luo family in Yunqing, so Luozhen is very familiar with the Mo family's movements. Not to mention Mo Xing, Luozhen could even find out exactly what his father, the head of the Mo family, had eaten for lunch. As soon as this man showed up, Luozhen thought he was here to cause trouble. Subconsciously, I wanted to call for help.
Master Luo, we have met before, but you may not know my name.
My surname is Fong, my given name is Yongyan, and I am the sitting elder of the Mo family.
I currently work beside Master Mo Xing. Fong Yongyan had no intention of hiding his identity.
Without waiting for Luozhen to say anything, he said again, Master Luo, you should also know that I am not only an elder of the Mo family, but also a warrior. I came here because I heard that Master Luo has some good stuff here. Luozhen narrowed his eyes, and then a bright smile broke out on his face.
Anyone who comes is a guest. I, Luozhen, welcome you. Please take a seat.
After Fong Yongyan sat down, Luozhen did not hesitate. He could guess that this old guy had ulterior motives.
This time, it was either the instruction of the head of the Mo family or the instruction of Mo Xing. Damn it, I've heard that bastard Mo Xing was plotting against Qin Yudai.
Qin Yudai is young Master Su's boss, so there's no need for me to be too polite to this old guy. Luozhen smiled and passed the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and tendon and bone restoring pill in his hand to the other side.
Fong Yongyan's eyes lit up and he was about to take them, but Luozhen's large palm directly blocked the two things. Master Luo, what does this mean?
He frowned, and the wrinkles on his old face gathered together, making him look particularly ugly and terrifying. Luozhen cursed in his heart, but smiled on the surface.
Elder Fong, you want to try it?
Sorry, I don't support that. A bottle of marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine costs 10,000 yuan, and a tendon and bone restoration pill costs 20,000 yuan.
Now that he's here, how could Luozhen not kill him? Fong Yongyan's mouth twitched. This brat, did he really think that he could just come here without doing any investigation? Is it so expensive for other people to buy?
Although Fong Yongyan is the senior elder of the Mo family, his salary is not high, so it is still a bit difficult for him to buy these two things himself.
Luozhen immediately showed an unhappy expression.
If you don't accept, please leave. I'm sure you've heard about the miraculous effects of the tendon and bone restoration pill.
I can't give you a free trial.
The other party is from the Mo family, so there is no need for him to be too polite. Fong Yongyan paid the bill reluctantly, and impatiently uncorked the bottle of marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and drank it all in one gulp. After a while, his eyes changed.
Luozhen was secretly proud.
From the beginning of selling the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine to now, he has never received a single negative review.
This is enough to prove the effectiveness of the marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine.
Fang Yongyan suppressed his surprise, put on a straight face, and said, "Give me another bottle." The restoring bones and tendons pill could not be used for the time being, so he planned to take these two elixirs back and show them to Mo Xing. Although the other party was not a warrior at all, it was Mo Xing who gave the order after all, so Fang Yongyan couldn't say much.
As for the money spent, ask him to reimburse you. Fang Yongyan felt a pang of pain in his flesh. He even had the urge to persuade Mo Xing to buy more marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine.
This way, he can also benefit from it and use it more. Through the test just now, Fang Yongyan can basically be sure that there must be an extraordinary master behind Luozhen. This master must have a close relationship with him and is even willing to use the secret recipe of elixir to exchange for money. The possibility of mutual benefit between the two cannot be ruled out, but the secret recipes of martial artists' elixirs are usually extremely precious, and anyone willing to sell them is either desperate or has a very good relationship with others.
Could it be that Luozhen was really lucky? Did he make friends with some powerful people? No. I have to go back and report to the young master. Fang Yongyan left here quickly.
As soon as he left, Luozhen informed Su Ming about this.
Don't worry about it. Su Ming sneered, the Mo family has been established in Yunqing for so many years.
They may know some spiritual pharmacists and are preparing to decompose the formula of marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and tendon restoring and bone restoring pill.
Master Su, you overestimate them.
In my opinion, Mo Xing is probably here to cause trouble and spread rumors that our elixir is not effective.
Luozhen didn't care.
He had encountered many such things and knew how to deal with them. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, "No matter which possibility it is, we must be prepared. They will definitely not be able to decompose the formula of the two spiritual medicines. If they fail to do so, they will definitely want to cause trouble for you. You should arrange more warriors to be around you in the next few days." Master Su, what about you? Luozhen couldn't help but feel a little worried when he heard this. Su Ming's words were not groundless.
The people in the Mo family were not upright and honest people. They often did sneaky things. I'm fine. They can't investigate me. Su Ming smiled and hung up the phone. Luozhen took his words to heart and immediately found Wang Muyo and hired two powerful killers from her. If anyone dares to touch you, just come to me. Wang Muyao's eyes lit up and she quickly collected Luozhen's commission fee. The two killers were looking at them eagerly. Seeing this, she glared at them and said, "Don't worry, you will get the benefits. They will be directly transferred to your cards when the time comes." Hearing this, the two men smiled, put their arms around Luozhen's shoulders, and called each other brothers. "Thank you, boss."
Luozhen immediately bowed to Wang Muyo and said sensibly, "I have some marrow cleansing and bone cutting wine over there. I'll send it to you when the time comes." Okay. Wang Muyo saw that he understood what she meant, and the smile on her face became even brighter. "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of Su Ming as well." Hey. The two looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. After Fang Yongyan returned, he went straight to look for Mo Xing, who was having fun with his little beauty in the bedroom. When he heard the old man's voice, he immediately felt unhappy.
"What is it?"
"I'll talk to you later."
Mo Xing was extremely depressed.
It would have been fine if he couldn't get Qin Yanran, but even when he found a little beauty to satisfy his craving, his good fortune was interrupted by Fang Yongyan.
Are they all targeting him?
When Fang Yongyan heard the noise in the room, his old face turned red. He was originally preparing to leave, but now Mo Xing had lost interest.
He waved his hand and sent the beautiful girl away.
When opening the door, Fang Yongyan sensed the hostility emanating from Mo Xing and smiled awkwardly.
"Master, did you buy it back?"
Mo Xing felt disappointed when he saw him.
"Yes."
The two entered the house, and Fang Yongyan immediately placed the two elixirs on the table.
Mo Xing took a look at it, but didn't know how to use it. Chapter 153, Don't judge a person by appearance. "How much are these two?" Fang Yongyan said 2 numbers. Not expensive. Mo Xing smiled wildly, I'll reimburse you later. Yes. Fang Yongyan's tense face relaxed slightly. Go, give these two things to your father and let him decide. Clear. Don't forget, say I bought it. Mo Xing emphasized. That's natural. Su Ming didn't care about the Mo family. Such a cannon fodder family was not worth his attention. July 20th, sunny, Long Minger is still missing. I heard that AO Palace has gathered people and started a carpet search in Yuncheng. Chu Yuan found Long Minger in the next few days. The operation to annihilate the Chu family should not be delayed. This way, I feel relieved. Yan Yueling has been acting a little strange lately. She keeps looking at me as if she wants to say something. But if she doesn't say anything, I will just pretend I didn't see it. The sales of the Restoring Bones and Muscles pill are unexpectedly good. I don't plan to touch this money. I'll just keep it all in the bank card. When the Su family goes bankrupt in the future, the money I leave for Su Han will be enough for him to make a comeback. Successfully write a diary, obtain items, a worn-out cell phone, 10 Earth-level skills. The reward this time was unexpectedly generous. Su Ming's eyes were mainly focused on the latter. He only had a notebook left as a prop in his hand. If he got a mobile phone as a reward, he could only pile it in his hand, not knowing how to use it. Earth-level skills he could consider selling it, still through Luotian. Su Ming secretly considered. But in a flash, he thought about the future outcome of the Su family, and couldn't help feeling a little heavy. From beginning to end, Su Hong and Chen Wen did nothing to Chu Yuan, but in the end their family was broken up. Su Ming sighed. He could only do his best for the Su family. The details would depend on Su Hong himself. The bankruptcy of the Su family means that the book is about to end, and Su Ming will definitely return to his own world soon and have nothing to do with the people in the novel world. Su Ming looked out the window with a determined look in his eyes. No matter what, he must complete the story, achieve a happy ending, and return to his original world. No matter how good this world is, it is still illusory. He would not be sad because of a few virtual characters. Su Ming felt more guilty towards Su Hong and the other person, so he wanted to make amends. Su Ming. Qin Yudai called softly. Boss Qin. Su Ming stepped forward and asked, is there any problem with the document just submitted? That's not it. Qin Yudai patted his shoulder and said with a smile, if you have any trouble, you can come to me. Ah. She said something inexplicable, and Su Ming really didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, thank you, Mr. Qin. However, I am all-powerful in Yuncheng, and no one dares to plot against me. But you, has Mo Xing been more honest recently? If there is a next time, just come to me and I will teach him a lesson. Good. Qin Yudai has curved eyebrows and eyes, and looks exceptionally beautiful. Su Ming nodded slightly, turned and left. In the evening, he was still a little worried and came to the bar to look for Luotian. Master Su, this way. Su Ming saw Su Hui and Lin Liu were also here, and said with a smile, Miss Lin, you should stop hanging out with Su Hui. He won't take you to any decent places. Lin Liu was stunned. We can also do this here. She hugged Su Hui's arm and whispered. Su Ming's eyes turned and he saw two warriors following Luotian. He smiled and nodded without saying anything. Master Su, stop talking nonsense. I heard that Mo Xing wants to cause trouble. Su Hui had just learned about Luotian's business from his family elders some time ago. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew that Su Ming must be involved. Since his friend was being targeted, Su Hui would never sit idly by. Although the other party did not show obvious hostility, I think that's the case. Otherwise, why would they come to me? Is the relationship between the Luo family and the Mo family very good? Luotian took a sip of beer and shook his head helplessly. Su Ming smiled and said, indeed, I also think that Mo Xing's intentions are not pure, but we don't know what he wants to do now, so let's just wait and see. Can't we strike first? Su Hui was rather rude, wanting to teach Mo Xing an unforgettable lesson. Luotian rolled his eyes, are you stupid? What if they come back and bite us? Su Hui sneered. If you bite us, we'll bite them back. Until the MO guy doesn't dare to bite us. You know what, this is actually a good idea.
But Su Ming didn't intend to do that. He shook his head.
It depends on the situation.
Su Hui was about to give a speech when Lin Liu suddenly pulled his clothes. Then he remembered the purpose of coming to the bar. He looked at Su Ming and said, I almost forgot, Master Su, this time I came here because Aunt Lin wanted to treat you to a meal.
Are you going? Certainly.
Su Ming was relieved.
Okay, since it's Aunt Lin's invitation, I'd be remiss to decline.
Lin Liu smiled faintly, a gentle and decent smile on her face, which made Su Hui frown. Only those around her know what kind of person Lin Liu is at home. Now, look what happened, and I'm installing it on him. Lin Liu noticed his gaze, frowned, and pinched Su Hui's waist hard. This small gathering ended with Su Hui screaming.
Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He simply set a time with Lin Liu and said goodbye to go home. After Lin Liu returned home, Lin Fang asked her, how was it? How do you feel?
She curled her lips, although it's a little out of tune, I don't think it's as serious as the rumors say. Su Ming doesn't seem to be the playboy who knows nothing as the rumors say. As for Qin Yanran, he never even mentioned her.
Lin Fang sighed. Sure enough, I knew it. Since he is Su Heng's son, how could he be a good-for-nothing? Rumors are really harmful.
If nothing unexpected happens, Su Ming must have known about the relationship between Lin Xiao and me. Yi Yuxing was able to send Lin Xiao in, and it is very likely that Su Ming was behind it.
Lin Fang's eyes flashed.
Having established herself in Yunqing over the years, she has also built up her own intelligence network, so it is not difficult for her to find out these things. He uses beauty as a cover and plots big things under the guise of a cynical person.
Su Ming is no ordinary person.
Lin Liu rolled her eyes.
Mom, it's not as weird as you say. I think Su Ming is just an ordinary person.
At most, he is different from what is rumored, but not that amazing.
You'll know after a while.
Lin Liu was still young, and Lin Fang didn't want her to interfere in the company's affairs, so she didn't say much.
Cut. I still feel like Su Hui.
Halfway through her words, Lin Liu noticed her mother's teasing gaze, her voice stopped abruptly, and her face turned completely red.
Why did you mention Su Hui?
Lin Fang took a sip of the coffee in front of her and said leisurely, Su Hui is not bad. I am quite satisfied with him. I will invite him to the Lin family for a meal some other day.
Isn't he coming to eat enough? Chapter 154 Hints and Warnings.
Lin Liu muttered, her pretty face slightly red.
That's different.
Lin Fang said with a straight face, different identities. Lin Liu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what her mother meant and turned around immediately to prevent her from seeing her blushing face. Lin Fang looked at it, with a look of relief in her eyes.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Su Ming was invited to the Lin's house with Su Hui.
The latter was not at all restrained, probably because he had been here many times. As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to Lin Liu's room, which made Su Ming very helpless. What surprised him was that Yi Yuxing was also here. Lin Fang had been observing the expressions of the two men. When she saw their interaction in the bar that day, she knew that these two were not as incompatible as the rumors said, so she invited them to her home at the same time. Now it seems that her judgment was not wrong.
Su Ming acted as if he didn't care, but Yi Yuxing was a little surprised?
Lin Fang was speechless. This Miss Yi doesn't hide her gaze at all.
Su Ming smiled and nodded, Director Lin. Sit down. Lin Fang's expression remained unchanged and she was smiling. Master Su, long time no see. Yi Yuxing blinked playfully.
She really didn't expect Su Ming to come.
No wonder the Lin family could grow bigger and stronger under Lin Fang's management. This woman is indeed not simple. Yi Yuxing felt very satisfied. Nightclub.
Su Ming greeted him nonchalantly and sat down next to Yi Yuxing, who stared at him with a smile but did not do anything presumptuous. Seeing this, Su Ming also relaxed a little. He did not think that Yi Yusheng and the others really liked him, but wanted to gain his trust and disintegrate the Su family from within.
Wang Muyao is a special case. She just covets Su Ming's money. If you talk about true feelings, I'm afraid she has no feelings at all.
Under the influence of the plot, the heroines will only like Chu Yuan and no one else.
Su Ming's face was stern, and he quietly moved away from Yi Yusheng. It's better to keep your distance.
Yi Yusheng curled his lips.
It seemed that Yu Dai was right. This bastard didn't understand romance. Boss Xiaoye, Master Su, please sit down first. I'll go help Aunt Lin cook. Su Hui put on an apron, looking like a good wife and husband. Su Ming teased, when did you learn it?
Yi Yusheng also gave him a surprised look. Su Hui puffed out his chest confidently.
Primary school. Like Su Ming and Yi Yusheng, he went to the best aristocratic school in Yuncheng.
Unlike ordinary elementary schools, aristocratic elementary schools offered many extracurricular courses in addition to fixed academic subjects. However, Su Ming did not think that what he learned in elementary school could be carried over into adulthood. The two looked at each other and saw the speechless look in each other's eyes.
Su Hui, don't poison us.
He rolled his eyes.
What are you talking about?
I'll let you taste my cooking skills later.
Su Hui cooks delicious food.
Lin Liu was a little afraid of Su Ming and Yi Yusheng. In front of them, she always spoke in a tender and gentle voice, completely losing the feeling of a willful young lady. Su Ming smiled friendly, since Miss Lin said so, then we should believe it.
Yes. Yi Yusheng added a word.
Lin Liu felt a little embarrassed and followed Su Hui closely.
Su Ming stared at the backs of the two people with a frown.
Just like in the original novel, if there was no Su Ming, Su Hui and Lin Liu would be a perfect match.
Judging from the current plot, they will definitely make it to the end.
A cold little hand was placed between Su Ming's eyebrows, smoothing his frown.
Yi Yusheng smiled helplessly and didn't think there was anything wrong with this action.
If you frown all the time, you'll have forehead wrinkles.
Master Su, you don't want to be mistaken for a 30 or 40-year-old man, right? Snort.
Su Ming snorted and turned his head away.
Yi Yusheng laughed even more happily.
Lin Fong saw this and a strange look flashed in her eyes.
The relationship between these two people is indeed extraordinary.
Su Ming looked disgusted, but in fact he was very indulgent of Yi Yusheng's behavior, and Yi Yusheng himself did not hide his affection for Su Ming at all.
What is going on? Of course Lin Fong did not forget that behind Su Ming there was Jiang Xilian, his official fiancé, and Jiang Xilian seemed to work in Yi Yusheng's company.
She was almost confused. After thinking about it over and over again, she still couldn't figure out the complicated relationship between the three people.
No, there are more than three people. And there is also the second young lady of the Qin family, Qin Yanran.
Suddenly, Lin Fong was even more confused.
What on earth is going on?
After the food was served, Su Ming picked up a cola chicken wing from the bowl, took a bite, and gave Su Hui a thumbs up.
Good craftsmanship.
Lin Fong smiled faintly and said, Su Hui is the chef, and I am just helping out on the side.
I invited you two here this time to thank you. Oh.
They put down their chopsticks and looked at her. Lin Fong took a deep breath. I think you two already know the relationship between Lin Xiao and me, but don't worry, he has committed a heinous crime, and there is a law to punish him. I will not have any mercy on him, nor will I interfere with the legal process. Su Hui lowered his head silently. He only found out about the relationship between Lin Fong and Lin Xiao some time ago.
But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, he likes Lin Liu, regardless of her family background. Of course, if Aunt Lin had any idea, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Yi Yusheng's slender white legs were gently crossed under the table, revealing a variety of charm that even Lin Liu, a same-sex person, was stunned.
Lin Fong's eyes showed approval and fear without disguising them.
Auntie Lin, you don't need to say too much. We all understand. Let's eat.
Yi Yusheng smiled brightly. Some other day, I hope you can do me the honor of attending my Yi family's party. Lin Fong was shocked. Miss Yi, you are too serious.
Not everyone can attend the Yi family's gatherings.
Even though Lin Feng's company has been established in Yunqing for many years, if you really want to be picky, I'm afraid Yi Xiaoning won't even look at them. Moreover, most of the Yi family's gatherings were initiated by Yi Xiaoning, and the guest list was fully decided by him, but now Yi Yuxing said that he wanted to invite them to the Yi family's gathering. Lin Feng had two guesses in her mind.
Or maybe Yi Yuxing was exaggerating and she was just being polite and didn't really want to invite them.
Otherwise, Yi Xiaoning would not be able to control Yi Yuxing's actions. The current Yi family is managed by Yi Xiaoning on the surface, but in fact, it is his daughter, Yi Yuxing.
Lin Feng prefers the latter possibility. She thought this was Yi Yuxing's hint.
Yi Yuxing accepted the Lin family's kindness, but also warned them not to make the same mistake as Lin Chao. As long as Lin Feng behaves herself, the Yi family will give her everything she wants. Su Ming naturally also heard the hidden meaning in Yi Yuxing's words. He glanced at her lightly without saying anything in rebuttal.
What Yi Yuxing wanted to say was naturally what he wanted to say. It's my honor.
Lin Feng responded solemnly.
Chapter 155, Decomposition of the Elixir.
Agreeing to it meant that Lin Feng understood Yi Yuxing's hint and was also trying to please her.
In the following time, Yi Yuxing behaved much more enthusiastically than before.
Lin Feng knew that as long as she didn't make the same mistake as Lin Chao, Yi Yuxing and Su Ming would remain friendly. Thinking of this, she felt relieved.
Then we'll leave first.
Su Ming waved his hand and said goodbye to the Lin mother and daughter.
Come again.
Lin Liu did not say this to Su Ming, but to Su Hui. The boy laughed twice and looked a little embarrassed, which made Su Ming speechless.
So what?
He has been completely controlled by Lin Liu.
He sighed, don't look at it, let's go. I know. After Su Hui got in the car, he said reluctantly, Master Su, you won't understand this feeling. You know what? Come with me to the bar to meet Luozhen. It's best to keep a close eye on it these days. Good. Su Hui naturally had no objection.
The bar had been bought by Luozhen and had become their permanent base. Luozhen would sit in a fixed booth every night, and the manager always kept that seat for him.
Young Master Luo is at the usual place.
The manager whispered after seeing the two of them. When I walked over, I found that Luozhen was frowning.
What's wrong? Su Ming's eyes moved. Is the Mo family taking action? Luozhen shook his head. No, it's other warriors. Master Su, have you heard of Ao Palace?
He said a name that was a bit difficult to pronounce. When Su Ming heard this term, his brows furrowed tightly.
What's wrong?
Luozhen smiled bitterly.
It's like this.
Ao Palace wants to buy 2 kinds of spiritual medicines from us in large quantities, but there are thousands of people in total. I don't know why they can't even come up with a proper identity certificate. Their palace master looks about the same age as my father, but he is extremely unreliable.
He said he would guarantee it with his integrity. How can I believe this? Su Ming's brows gradually relaxed.
He understood Luozhen's idea. Undoubtedly, this was a very profitable business, but the people in Ao Palace didn't even have an identification card, so who knew who they were?
Su Ming thought about it. It's a waste if you don't make money. He smiled and said, sell it, why not?
But you have to raise the price and sell it to them at the same price you sold it to Fang Yongyan.
Good.
With Su Ming's approval, Luozhen felt relieved. Is there a young man following the palace master of Ao Palace? Luozhen thought about it, nodded and said, there is indeed one person, who is the father of the palace master of Ao Palace. He also said that they came to Yunqing to find their little daughter who ran away from home.
Long lay. Where is Chu Yuan?
Su Ming raised his eyebrows and didn't think too much about it.
Mo family. Master Yang, you can't decompose the secret recipes of these 2 elixirs. Mo Xing stood next to his father Mo Zheng.
Hearing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is this possible? Master Yang is a well-known master of alchemy throughout the entire Yin country, and the packaging of the 2 elixirs sold by Luozhen looks very cheap.
How is it possible that even he cannot decompose them?
When Master Yang heard the father and son questioning him, he frowned and said, "That's true.
I'm not very knowledgeable and I really can't do it. You two should ask for help from someone else." Mo Jiang quickly stopped Master Yang. "Master, you misunderstood. That's not what we meant." Yes, Master, please take a seat."
The two men were very terrified.
Master Yang's appeal in Yen country cannot be underestimated. The reason why he came here today was because he was attracted by the sky-high price offered by Mo Jiang.
Otherwise, he would not have come all the way from the capital to Yun City, where there were many big guys waiting for him to serve. However, this trip did bring other gains.
Master Yang looked at the two elixirs in his hand and pondered secretly. A master who can produce medicine of this grade must be the heir of some medicine-making family. The Mo family father and son are so ignorant that they actually set their sights on others.
As a master of alchemy with a wide range of friends, Master Yang absolutely does not want to offend such a powerful person. Besides, even he thought that the marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening wine would be of great benefit to him. He must find out where it is sold and buy 100 or 80 bottles himself.
The Mo family father and son invited Master Yang to dinner before sending him away. "Mo Xing, come here." Mo Jiang's tone was heavy. "Yes." Mo Xing was worried that Mo Jiang would blame him for not being able to decompose the elixir.
Mo Jiang had never thought of this and just said, "Go, investigate and find out who is the expert behind Luozhen. That old guy is useless. At worst, we can offer a high price and poach the expert behind the Luo family."
"Yes." Mo Xing's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, father. I'll do it right away." "Well, I believe in your ability." Mo Jiang encouraged. Mo Xing immediately sent Fang Yongyan to follow Master Yang. "Master, are you sure Master Yang will go find Luozhen?" "Of course." A sinister smile appeared on Mo Xing's face. "I know very well what kind of people these people are. Although Master Yang is quite accomplished in alchemy, he is not a strong warrior. If you follow him, he won't be able to find you at all. Besides, Master Yang is different from us. If we go, Luozhen will just be on guard, but if Master Yang goes, he will definitely let down his guard and can't wait to make friends with him. Master Yang is unwilling to be left behind, so he will definitely set conditions to meet the alchemy master behind Luozhen." Mo Xing showed a smug smile. "Next, you just need to follow Master Yang. My guess will most likely come true." "That?" Fang Yongyan asked cautiously, "What if I can't?" Mo Xing glared at him. "Even if we can't, we won't suffer any loss. Uncle Fang, go quickly, the Yangs will be gone soon." "Yes, I'll go right away." Fang Yongyan sighed and followed reluctantly. Mo Xing knew both Master Yang and Luozhen very well. As expected, Master Yang made inquiries from various sources and finally found out Luozhen's name. On the evening of the 23rd, he came to this bar. Master Yang is old and never comes to such a noisy environment. He frowned, maintained his arrogant attitude, and followed the manager to Luozhen. "Master Luo, this is Master Yang, the one I made an appointment with yesterday." Luozhen played with the playing cards in his hand and said without looking up, "Sit down. This old guy is even putting on airs with him. If I don't give you a warning, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Seeing this, Master Yang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and a little angry at the same time. "Brat, there are so many people outside waiting for him to make medicine, but he acts like he doesn't care." But after thinking about it, Master Yang felt relieved. Behind Luozhen is the alchemy master, so it is normal for him to look down on him. After Master Yang sorted out his thoughts and figured out the relationship, his tone became much more polite. "My friend, I heard that you sell the marrow-cleansing and bone-cutting wine here." Chapter 156 Providing Prescriptions. "Yes, you are Master Yang, right. Since Luozhen wanted to do this kind of business with Su Ming, he must have enough knowledge about spiritual medicine. He now knows all the alchemy masters in Yin country very well, so how could he not know Master Yang? But he also knew that these masters were all proud in their hearts. If he wanted to make them bow their heads, he could only use his own advantages to intimidate the old man. Sure enough, Master Yang's attitude is now much more polite.
Please take a seat. Luozhen looked teasing.
Master Yang smiled awkwardly. If I remember correctly, you should be refining medicine in the capital now. Why did you suddenly come to Yuncheng? Is there something important? Luozhen's words were not polite, and even had a hint of inquiry, but Master Yang didn't care.
He said with a smile, I heard about the effect of the elixir from Master Mo. After trying it, I am very satisfied with the effect of the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine. If I buy it in bulk, what price can Master Luo give me?
Master Yang's eyes flashed, and he deliberately revealed the affairs of the Mo family to Luozhen.
This was considered a gesture of goodwill, so that Luozhen would give him a cheaper price.
After all, although the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine was good, the price he sold it to the Mo family was really too exaggerated.
Upon hearing this, Luozhen's face immediately lit up with joy. This Master Yang is truly a man of masterly demeanor.
But I have another request.
Master Yang's expression changed to one that was eager for knowledge, which made Luozhen's mouth twitch and he forced a smile.
You say. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with Master Yang's smile?
Master Yang cleared his throat and said, as a pharmacist, I admire the warrior who can make this kind of miraculous medicine.
Master Luo, can you give me a chance? Let me meet the warrior who made this medicine. Luozhen hesitated. To be honest, I'm selling this for someone else. Even I can't meet that master, but I know someone who can meet that master. I wonder if you.
Yes, of course.
Master Yang was overjoyed.
Luozhen took out his cell phone and said, wait for me.
Okay. Luozhen told Su Ming about Master Yang's visit.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a strange feeling in his heart.
Master Yang, could it be Yang Qifeng? This master later became Chu Yuan's apprentice.
It may not be a bad thing for me to contact him now. If the plot later reaches Yang Qifeng's part, he can completely intervene or even take control and let the plot develop along the normal trajectory. In the original novel, Yang Qifeng and Su Ming had no intersection, and Su Ming was unwilling to develop hatred with people outside the plot. In this case, he could completely regard Yang Qifeng as a simple trading partner.
After not much thought, Su Ming responded softly.
At this time, Fang Yongyan was guarding the door of the bar, waiting for Yang Qifeng to come out. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure.
Su Ming.
It was normal for this playboy to come to the bar, and Fang Yongyan didn't find it strange. But Luozhen was also in the bar now, and the two had a good relationship, which was known to everyone in Yuncheng. He was worried that Su Ming would disrupt Yang Qifeng's actions, so after thinking it over, he decided to follow him. Su Ming frowned but did not stop at all. He naturally felt Fang Yongyan's gaze and spiritual power, but he didn't care.
Is he from the Mo family? What was going on? Did Yang Qifeng lie to them? Was he actually colluding with the Mo family and plotting against him?
Su Ming's eyes turned a little colder.
If this is true, he will definitely not let the Mo family and Yang Qifeng go. Master Su, here. The manager took Su Ming to Luozhen. Fang Yongyan became even more confused. Why are you just sitting there?
He moved closer and stood behind Luozhen with his back to him.
Fortunately, there were enough people in the bar and no one noticed his actions. Except Su Ming. Master Su.
Yang Qifeng looked stunned.
Master Yang, I heard you wanted to see me.
Su Ming crossed his legs and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips.
You.
Now, Yang Qifeng's mood can't be described as shocked. He could never have imagined that the big boss who sold the marrow cleansing and bone-cutting wine was actually Su Ming. He is a well-known playboy in the Holy Yin country. He is all-powerful in Yuncheng and even has a certain reputation in the capital. Whenever his name is mentioned, the young masters in the capital will feel unlucky and think that such a bootlicker is not worthy of being on par with them. But when Yang Qifeng actually met Su Ming, he felt that the rumor was wrong. This young master's temperament and appearance far surpassed those of the young masters in the capital. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a rare talent among men.
But how did those outrageous rumors come about?
No, maybe it was this kid Luozhen who was trying to trick him. Yang Qifeng remained calm, stretched out his hand, and said, I've heard of your name for a long time.
I have heard of Master Yang's name a long time ago.
After meeting him today, I found that Master Yang is just as extraordinary as the rumors said.
Everyone knows how to flatter someone.
Besides, this is a big customer who comes to give money, so of course Su Ming has to flatter him. Yang Qifeng was very pleased with Su Ming's compliments, and he became more and more inclined to believe that the rumors outside were groundless. Su Ming himself was clearly an honest young master. They are no different from those young masters in the capital. After praising each other for a while, Su Ming frowned and said, Master Yang, I have heard Luozhen talk about your request, but please understand that people like him usually don't show off and don't want to be noticed by anyone.
Yes, I understand.
Master Yang couldn't help feeling regretful, but then he changed his mind, took out a piece of tattered toilet paper from his pocket and put it on the table.
Su Ming took a quick look and found that the recipe of the elixir was written on the toilet paper. Master Yang, what are you doing?
Su Ming was really shocked by his actions. The secret recipe of alchemy is usually in the hands of the alchemist and will not be easily passed on to others.
Is Yang Qifeng getting senile and confused? Master Su, rest assured. This is just the simplest formula for a tonic pill. Please give it to the Master of Alchemy and ask him to help improve it. I am willing to pay 1 million to buy it.
Yang Qifeng said solemnly. Su Ming and Luozhen looked at each other. Don't worry, I haven't written down the temperature and specific steps of refining the body-strengthening pills. It's impossible to refine the body-strengthening pills just by looking at the formula.
But if it's that master of refining medicine, there will be absolutely no problem.
Yang Qifeng said confidently. This formula was a touchstone, helping him test the skills of the master alchemist. Of course, it also ruled out the possibility of Su Ming and Luozhen using it to make a profit.
If the master does not allow it, you can return this item to me in its original form.
It was natural then.
Su Ming laughed out loud. Master Yang, don't worry.
I, Su Ming, would never do such a despicable thing. Of course I trust Master Su's character.
The three of them were chatting happily. Chapter 157, Walking into a Trap. Fang Yongyan stood behind Luozhen, feeling as if a storm was brewing in his heart. There is actually the shadow of the Su family behind this matter. It's still Su Ming. How about taking action first and bringing Su Ming back? Or should I ask Mo Xing first? It's too late.
The two men had already stood up and left. If he didn't catch up, they would soon be out of Fang Yongyan's sight. He hurriedly followed them. Luozhen stared at his back and sneered.
Act recklessly. It seems that the Mo family still doesn't know what Su Ming's status is in Yincheng.
If you seek death yourself, you can't blame others. Luozhen sat there leisurely, with a cold look in his eyes. Su Ming and Yang Qifeng parted ways. The latter noticed the peculiar footsteps behind him, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and walked along the street into an alley.
Fang Yongyan did not hide his figure. He leaped up and came behind Su Ming, saying in a cold voice, as expected of you, Master Su. It seems that you have already discovered me.
Su Ming turned around, raised his head, and looked at him with contempt.
What kind of person is a mere dog of the Mo family? How dare you secretly follow me? It seems that the rumors outside are not wrong at all.
Your Mo family is best at stealing and cheating.
Fang Yongyan's face darkened. It's already now, you still want to be stubborn. Come with me to see the young master.
He walked forward forcefully, grabbed Su Ming's wrist fiercely, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Su Ming, if your father was here, I might really be scared, but if it was you, then I would have no worries at all.
I guess Su Hong can no longer tolerate an unfilial son like you, right?
After saying that, he exerted a little force, intending to pull Su Ming away quickly, but unexpectedly, nothing happened.
What's going on? Fang Yongyan was shocked and angry. Before Su Ming could speak, two angry shouts came into their ears. Let go of Master Su. What a courage!
There were two groups of people, one group landed beside the two men, and the other group blocked the exit of the alley.
Fang Yongyan was stunned, and then felt annoyed. How could he forget?
With Su Ming's noble status, he must have warriors around him to protect him. Su Ming looked at the two brothers Fan Su and Fan Hao, then withdrew his gaze indifferently. Of course he knew these two, but the other three he wasn't that familiar with them. The three of them clasped their hands together, revealing their white teeth. Master Su, we are the big sister's men.
Wan Muyo? That woman also sent someone to monitor herself?
Su Ming shook his head helplessly.
Tie him up.
Yes. Several people looked at each other. Although they didn't know each other, they knew that they were all sent to protect Su Ming, so there was no need to make such a clear distinction.
How dare you? I am the chief elder of the Mo family. It's you who's tied up.
Fan Su sneered, and the spiritual power in his body burst out without reservation, shocking Fang Yongyan so much that he retreated repeatedly. Although Fan Su's strength is not outstanding among the protagonists, he is actually a very good warrior. Even Fang Yongyan in front of him has to be a little afraid of him.
Just a junior. Fang Yongyan's eyes turned fierce and he slapped out with his palm. Fan Su remained calm.
Old man, with your strength, you are not qualified to jump in front of young Master Su.
Boom!
Su Ming closed his eyes, and a cloud of dust rose from under his feet.
Ahem! Fang Yongyan spat out the blood foam from his mouth with an unwilling look on his face. How could he be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a junior? Su Ming frowned. Tie him up.
Yes. In no time, several people tied Fang Yongyan up.
Throw it at Mo Xing's doorstep and tell him that I will visit him on a certain day. Clear. Fan Su immediately picked up Fang Yongyan and ran away.
I'm worried that there's no reason to punish them. Su Ming thought secretly that it seemed that young Qifeng was completely unaware of the Mo family's actions. But to be on the safe side, let Luozhen send someone to keep an eye on it. He put his hands in his pockets and walked home in a swagger. When Mo Xing saw Fang Yongyan tied up in a sack at the door of his house, he was completely stunned. He quickly untied him. After asking him the whole story, he roared, "Look at what you have done.
That's Su Ming. Not some random cat or dog on the street. Why didn't you ask me before you took action?" Fang Yongyan also seemed quite aggrieved.
Master, I was hesitating for a while, and then Su Ming left.
I can't do anything about it. Let's go and ask our father for help.
Mo Jiang learned from Mo Xing that Fang Yongyan had caused a terrible disaster, and he sighed with worry.
That's great. Maybe our purpose has been exposed to Su Ming. Mo Xing looked unconvinced.
Dad, he's just a playboy.
Do we really need to take him seriously? Mo Jiang sneered. Dandy? Have you ever seen a dude who can make money from warriors in a big way? Can you? Or Su Hui? Ha! Mo Xing was confused by the question and said unwillingly, Su Ming will definitely not let us go. What should we do now? Wait. Mo Jiang's face was filled with worry. It's not just the Su family. There are too many people in Yunqing who are unhappy with our Mo family. And according to my investigation, the downfall of the Lin family was caused by Yi Yuxing. The relationship between the Su and Yi families is not as bad as the rumors say. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Yuxing is very likely to be in love with Su Ming. How is that possible? Mo Xing's voice broke. His eyes were filled with jealousy. I don't believe it. What kind of person is Su Ming? And what kind of appearance is Yi Yuxing? She is such an outstanding woman, why would she fall for Su Ming? It's not his fault that he doesn't believe it. If it were told to others, no one else would believe it either. Yi Yuxing gives people the impression that he is indifferent and will not fall in love with anyone. When Mo Xing saw her, he was naturally a head shorter than her and didn't even dare to look her in the eye. The invisible oppressive force she exuded made it impossible for him to raise his head. But now, Mo Jiang told him that Yi Yuxing, who used to be as unattainable as the stars, actually likes Su Ming. How can he accept this?
Mo Xing is not bad, he just likes wine and women, but in terms of real ability, he even feels that he is much better than Su Ming.
Speaking of family background, there is indeed no one in the entire Yunqing who is worthy of Yi Yuxing except Su Ming.
After saying that, Mo Jiang sighed again. This time we not only offended the Su family, but also the top leaders of the entire Yunqing.
The Mo family is wealthy and powerful. Although they often do small things, they have never violated the law.
They will not end up like Lin Chao, with his family destroyed, but it is estimated that their fate will not be much better. After counting the names of people he was about to face in his mind, Mo Jiang seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. Not to mention other things, he couldn't handle just the Su family and the Yi family.
What should I do?
He looked at Fang Yongyan, who looked ashamed. Forget it, Elder Fang has no ill intentions, just deduct half a month's salary.
Yes. Fang Yongyan lowered his head dejectedly. Mo Jiang was merciful by not firing him on the spot.
Mo Xing snorted coldly, disagreeing with this way of handling things.
Mo Jiang was also helpless.
Now that the Mo family's reputation had fallen to the bottom, it was not easy to find a warrior with the same strength as Fang Yongyan.
Chapter 158, Come to the Rescue. Just when the Mo family was in a state of gloom, a figure unexpectedly appeared in front of Mo Jiang.
He stared at Yi Mulin in front of him suspiciously and asked cautiously, Master Yi, is there something important that brought you here? He was very nervous, after all, the other party was Yi Yuxing's brother.
Wasn't it Yi Yuxing who was responsible for the overthrow of the Lin family?
If the Yi family is really determined to be on good terms with the Su family, they will definitely not let the Mo family go this time.
Yi Mulin smiled easily. Master Mo, don't be nervous. I'm here to help you. Help us. Mo Jiang frowned. That's right.
Yi Mulin clapped his hands, and the Lin brothers and sisters came out from behind him.
Mo Jiang's eyes flashed. Of course, not for nothing. I'd like to trouble you to take in these two siblings for the time being. That's not a problem, it's just. Mo Jiang was a little unsure. Was Yi Mulin's appearance here his own idea or Yi Yuxing's instruction?
But no matter which one it was, Yi Mulin's appearance made Mo Jiang feel extremely surprised. At least, with the help of the Yi family, they don't have to worry about not being able to escape this disaster. After Yi Mulin left, he went straight home. Chu Yuan, I have done what you asked me to do. That's right, after Chu Yuan and everyone from Ao Palace arrived at the center of Yunqing City, they took some time out to visit the Lin family. However, they did not expect that the once prosperous Lin family was now in ruins. Chu Yuan was furious, and in order to find out the whole story, he came to find Yi Mulin.
Well, thank you for your help.
There's no need for such polite words between the two of us.
Yi Mulin smiled.
Speaking of which, the reason why the Lin family went bankrupt was because of my sister.
She was too young and ignorant. I am also responsible for this.
He sighed and pretended to look melancholy.
Chu Yuan was unhappy when he heard this. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Yi Mulin was stunned. I think Miss Yi is not that kind of person. Maybe she has her own difficulties. You can't say that Yi Yuxing bankrupted the Lin family just to help Su Ming, right? He won't admit it. The corners of Yi Mulin's mouth twitched. This bastard, is there something wrong with his brain? The facts are right there, but he still refuses to believe it. Or was he also mesmerized by Yi Yuxing's beauty? Yi Mulin suddenly felt speechless. But he also understood that no matter what he said now, Chu Yuan would not believe it. It would be better to just go along with what he said. Anyway, he will discover Yi Yuxing's true face sooner or later. Yi Mulin felt a little unhappy. He had already regarded Yi Yuxing as his exclusive lover, so how could he allow others to get involved? You're right, I was preconceived. He waved his hands, unwilling to discuss these matters with Chu Yuan anymore. Let's not talk about that. I've already sent people to investigate the woman you mentioned earlier. Yunqing is only this big. With my help, we'll find her soon. Chu Yuan immediately smiled.
Chu Yuan, I have helped you so much, and I hope you can help me with one thing.
You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Chu Yuan grinned. Yi Newlin clapped his hands and asked someone to serve tea. Then, he said in a light tone, I want to deal with Su Ming, can you help me? Of course. To be honest, I have disliked him for a long time. It was Su Ming who forced me into the AO palace this time. Chu Yuan said bitterly. There's still this. Yi Newlin was shocked. He knew that there was some grudge between Chu Yuan and Su Ming, but he didn't expect it to have escalated to this point. He couldn't see Su Ming's diary, so naturally he didn't know how many conflicts he had with Chu Yuan. Of course, not only that, he also. Chu Yuan told Yi Newlin everything that Su Ming had done that was detrimental to him. This bastard has done so many evil things. Yi Newlin was furious, but secretly happy. I really didn't expect that Su Ming would be so stupid as to offend Chu Yuan, a master. There is one more thing, it's about the Yi family. My sister Yi Yuxing has basically taken over all the affairs of the Yi family, but she is still young and can't suppress some of the tigers, leopards, and wolves in the family. I want to help her, but she is always on guard against me. I hope Chu Yuan, you can help me persuade her. After all, I am her brother, and I want to share some family affairs with her. Chu Yuan grew up in the mountains and lived with Cui Jingchen. He didn't have much brains. Compared with Yi Newlin, he was like a babbling baby who couldn't understand the hidden meaning in other people's words at all and agreed immediately. No problem. If my sister doesn't want to, then I can only take tough measures. As a brother, I really can't bear to see her ruin her health because of work. Chu Yuan was deeply moved. Brother Yi, you are a good brother. I believe Yu Sheng will understand you. After leaving Yi Newlin, Chu Yuan went directly to Yi Yuxing's office. This time, he was not as civilized as before and forcefully broke in through the window. Chu Yuan. Yi Yuxing spoke in a low voice. What are you doing here? They even broke in through the window. How lawless. Qin Yudai sat opposite her, sneered, and said nothing. Sister Yudai, please step aside for a moment. I have something private to explain to Yu Sheng. Don't be so intimate. Yi Yuxing frowned. I have nothing to do with you, and we have something important to discuss now. If you don't get out, don't blame me for asking someone to kick you out. Chu Yuan's expression suddenly darkened. If I remember correctly, I don't think I have offended you in the past. I came here for your own good. Why are you so ungrateful? Besides, I am the underground overlord of Yin country. How can I harm a powerless girl like you? Qin Yudai took a sip of tea. Playing the lute to a cow. Bang. She snapped her fingers, and a masked man rushed in from outside. He burst out with powerful spiritual power and rushed towards Chu Yuan without any hesitation. Tisk. Since we can't have a good talk, don't blame me for being rude. A hint of anger flashed across Chu Yuan's eyes. Even a clay man has his own temperament. Yi Yuxing's repeated rejections had already made him very unhappy. After defeating this masked man, I will definitely teach these two conceited young ladies a lesson. Chu Yuan thought of certain scenes and his blood boiled. He was distracted and was knocked back a step by the masked man. What a guts! Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward again. The two of them started fighting in the office. Yi Yuxing and Qin Yudai looked at each other. The former said with a smile, I believe Su Ming would like to know where Chu Yuan is now. Are you sure he will come to help us? At worst, you can just lie. Didn't you pretend to be drunk before? Then, under Qin Yudai's speechless gaze, Yi Yuxing took out his cell phone and started to play the victim. Su Ming. Come and help me. Chu Yuan wants to kill me, come here quickly. She even had time to shoot a video. Chapter 159, Following in the Dark. Su Ming's first reaction when he received the call was, is this fake? How could Chu Yuan possibly attack Yi Yuxing? But when he saw the video, his expression changed. What's going on? Is the male protagonist having a seizure?
He thought of what happened some time ago when Yi Yuxing attacked the Lin family.
Is it because of this?
Su Ming immediately put on his clothes and handed Yan Yueling over.
Master Su.
Do something for me, and the reward will be directly deposited into your card.
Clear. Yan Yueling didn't ask any more questions.
Seeing that Su Ming looked very anxious, she shut up obediently and sat in the passenger seat. When the two arrived at the company, Chu Yuan was still struggling with the masked man.
He shook his numb fist and said angrily, "Are you a man? Can you stop hiding?"
This person had been fighting with him the whole time, without even using any of his skills, which made Chu Yuan feel like he was punching cotton. He was very angry, but helpless.
Do you think I'm stupid?
The masked man answered Chu Yuan's words for the first time in a hoarse voice.
Come again. Bite.
Just when the two were about to start a new round of fight, Su Ming, with a gloomy face, appeared with Yan Yueling.
Su Ming.
Chu Yuan was furious when he thought about his scheme against Lin Chao.
How dare you appear in front of me? Bang. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yan Yueling pushed Chu Yuan back and said coldly, "Otherwise, I can't guarantee that this hand will stay on your wrist."
It's you.
Chu Yuan said calmly, "You have all been deceived by Su Ming.
He is a complete liar."
Ha, you really have the means to make so many people willingly help you. Yan Yueling, if I remember correctly, you are the eldest daughter of the Yin family.
If you don't want your family to get into trouble, then don't help Su Ming anymore. I don't want things to get too ugly. He originally just wanted Yan Yueling to retreat.
After all, she was very powerful, and if she stayed here, she would be a big threat to Chu Yuan.
But this sentence aroused Yan Yueling's anger. Chu Yuan was beaten back step by step.
He looked very ugly and continued to persuade, "I am not threatening you, I just want you to recognize the situation." Yan Yueling said nothing and started beating him hard.
Okay.
Su Ming said in a deep voice. Yan Yueling reluctantly withdrew her hand and returned to Su Ming.
Chu Yuan, why did you want to kill Yi Yuxing?
What? Chu Yuan raised his head with a look of confusion.
Yi Yuxing coughed dryly and said stubbornly, "Yes, he wants to kill me." Yi Yuxing, I don't have it.
There was actually a look of deep affection in Chu Yuan's eyes.
Su Ming's mouth twitched and he felt a little nauseous. What is he doing?
This deep affection soon turned into the heartache of being misunderstood.
I just want to help you. Why don't you understand me? Yi Yuxing opened his mouth. Do I know him well? Maybe. Qin Yudai looked gloating.
Looking at Chu Yuan, it seemed as if Yi Yuxing was a bad woman who had deceived his feelings. But the two of them didn't have much interaction at all, and the few times they did, they all ended with Chu Yuan being kicked out.
Masochist?
Su Ming frowned, realizing the seriousness of the matter.
Why didn't I realize that the male protagonist had this hidden attribute before?
The person who kicked him out, he fell in love with her instead.
Is this the mutual attraction between the male and female protagonists?
Suddenly, he didn't want to bother her anymore.
If things continue to develop like this, maybe Chu Yuan and Yi Yuxing, is it really possible? His Adam's apple rolled and he stared at Chu Yuan without blinking. Su Ming is not a good person. Give me some time to explain the current situation to you.
I promise that listening to my words will do you no harm. Yi Yuxing spread his hands.
You just broke in through the window and took me away without saying a word. You even said I didn't know what was good for me. If you didn't mean to do anything bad to me, what was that?
Not to mention Yi Yuxing, even Su Ming, who had watched the plot, felt that Chu Yuan had ulterior motives after seeing the video.
I don't.
Chu Yuan growled as he spoke, the sadness of being misunderstood in his eyes becoming even more obvious, as if he had suffered a great injustice.
Yi Yuxing, I did that for you, why don't you understand me?
Come with me now, and I will tell you what kind of bastard Su Ming is. Su Ming rubbed his hair irritably.
From what Chu Yuan said, the reason why he broke up with Yi Yuxing was because of him. What an unreasonable reason. What did he do? He hasn't met Chu Yuan during this period, right? Give me a chance, okay? Kick him out. Yi Yuxing really couldn't bear to listen anymore. What chances are given to you? An opportunity to go rogue?
In the end, Chu Yuan was thrown out by the masked man.
Yan Yueling did not do anything because she was worried that her hands would get dirty. Why? Su Ming sighed. My two ladies, what is going on? Like I told you, Chu Yuan wants to kill me. Yi Yuxing said seriously, don't believe it? You can watch the surveillance video. I guarantee that everything I said is true. No.
Su Ming thought that the two female protagonists were quite stable and would not do anything to deceive him. Besides, this was not a big deal and there was nothing to deceive him about.
I can testify.
Qin Yudai stretched out her hand with a smile.
Okay, Yan Yueling, I'll transfer the reward to your card later. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, got it? Yes, master.
Yan Yueling returned to her indifferent expression and hid behind Su Ming. Yi Yuxing looked at her a few more times and said with a smile, Su Ming, since she is so talented, why is she still an actress?
Why not just come to my side and be my bodyguard? The salary is definitely higher than being an actress. Miss Yi, please don't bother worrying about my employees. Su Ming waved his hand and left with Yan Yueling. Yan Yueling no longer felt angry now. She had calmed down and started thinking. If Chu Yuan is in Ao Palace, then by following him, wouldn't it be possible to find the whereabouts of everyone in Ao Palace? Now the entire Ao Palace has gone all out for Long Minger, and the Ao Palace headquarters must be in a state of emptiness.
Yan Yueling told Wang Muyao the news, and she immediately sent out assassins to conduct a carpet search of the area.
Sure enough, not long after, they saw Chu Yuan walking on the street with an angry look.
Wang Muyao stood on the beam, staring at his back and smiled.
Finally I found it.
The little male protagonist is nothing to be afraid of. She dismissed the rest of the assassins and followed Chu Yuan all the way, but found that this road was a little familiar. He did not seem to return to Ao Palace, but came to another place that Wang Muyao was familiar with.
This is.
She saw Chu Yuan stop in front of a villa.
When the person who opened the door came into view, Wang Muyao's pupils shrank slightly. It's Yi Yuxing's brother. When did he hook up with Chu Yuan? Judging from their expressions, the two seem quite familiar with each other. How could Wang Muyao give up this opportunity? She immediately took a photo and sent it to Yi Yuxing's phone. Chapter 160 you can play until any time. As a qualified killer, it is not difficult to obtain Yi Yuxing's contact information. This is not the first time that Wang Muyao has done this. Chu Yuan did not stay at Yi Mulan's place for too long.
Wang Muyao originally wanted to return the same way, but when she saw Chu Yuan walking out of Yi Mulan's villa, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and followed him. The route they followed this time was correct. What surprised her was that Chu Yuan and the others' residence was not far from where the three of them lived. Come to think of it, they have three female protagonists. According to Su Ming, it is normal for the male and female protagonists to be attracted to each other. But when Wang Muyao thought about the fact that she would easily run into Chu Yuan wherever she went, she felt a little disgusted. After she returned, she quickly shared her gains with Xiao Shijun and Long Minger.
Damn, so close.
Long Minger widened her eyes. Fortunately, I didn't go out these few days, otherwise I would have been caught by them immediately, right? Yes, but now the palace master and Chu Yuan have come out to look for you, the entire Ao Palace should be empty.
Wang Muyao's eyes rolled. How about we help Yan Yueling get the water control ring now? Yes, that's a good idea indeed. Xiao Shijun nodded gently, now is the best time to take action.
In a corner unknown to everyone, three girls plotted to sneak into Ao Palace and steal the water control ring. Yi Yuxing looked at the photos on his phone and fell into deep thought. The next day, Su Ming did not realize that a storm was coming. He opened his diary and began recording as usual. July 22nd, cloudy weather, everything is normal now, except that the male protagonist inexplicably wants to attack Yi Yuxing. Judging from his expression, he seems to have developed some feelings for Yi Yuxing, but Yi Yuxing is a little resistant. It seems that Chu Yuan is still a little anxious.
But it doesn't matter.
According to the law that the male and female protagonists in novels are bound to be attracted to each other, the two will be together sooner or later. The current plot is not focused on the protagonist's emotions, but on hatred. Once Long Minger is found, Chu Yuan will immediately launch an attack on the Chu family and make the Chu family disappear completely in Yuncheng.
Perhaps because of Long Minger's disappearance, this part of the plot has become extremely slow. Perhaps I should think of a way to make it proceed normally. Help find Long Minger? But this doesn't fit the setting of a villain. Why would he inexplicably help Chu Yuan find the heroine?
Su Ming thought about it and felt that something was not right, but he couldn't think of any good solution for a while and felt a little annoyed.
Master!
Jiang Shilian hugged Su Ming from behind, her fair arms gently around his neck, her tone gentle. Su Ming turned around, his eyes dark and deep.
Go ***. Jiang Shilian's pretty face turned slightly red.
Seeing that she was standing there motionless, Su Ming simply did it himself. When she was roughly pushed to her buttocks, Jiang Shilian whispered, "Master, I have a day off today.
You can play as long as you want." Su Ming sneered. That's what you said.
Soon, charming sounds were heard in the house.
The housekeeper and the maids ignored it and pretended not to hear anything.
They silently tightened the lock outside Su Ming's room. At noon, Su Ming hugged Jiang Shilian, turned on his mobile phone, and dealt with a lot of group messages. The expression on Su Ming's face gradually became stiff.
He caught two not-so-pleasant things from the news. Algon's secret treasure, the water control ring, was stolen. There are changes in the Yi family.
Yi Yuxing may take over the position of the head of the Yi family. Su Ming thought he was still asleep or had overindulged himself, so he put the phone in front of Jiang Shilian and asked her to take a look at it.
Master, it's no problem.
The girl closed her eyes and rubbed against his arms lazily, but found that Su Ming's body was a little stiff. Leaving aside the former, Ao Palace has been too unlucky recently. Not only has his little daughter run away from home, but now even the palace's treasure, the water-controlling ring, has been stolen. As for the latter, Su Ming felt it came a little too fast. In the original plot, Yi Yuxing is very capable and holds great power in the Yi family. However, the head of the Yi family has always been Yi Xiaoning. It was not until the end of the novel that she became the head of the Yi family.
How can it be so fast now? Is it fake news?
Su Ming quickly asked Luo Jin and Su Hui to investigate for him.
The result is, that's right. Yi Yuxing is indeed about to take over the Yi family and become the new head of the Yi family. What on earth happened to cause such a change in the Yi family?
Su Ming rubbed his eyebrows.
You stay at home, I'm going out for a while. Yes. Jiang Shilian nodded obediently.
This attitude made Su Ming misunderstand that Jiang Shilian was helpless and was only temporarily swallowing her anger.
Once Jiang Shilian's resentment erupted, Su Ming would be completely unable to withstand it. He didn't bother to care. He was going to die sooner or later anyway, so as long as there was no problem with the plot on Jiang Shilian's side, it didn't matter.
At this time, the Yi family. Yi Xiaoning was so angry that he had difficulty breathing. He looked at Yi Mulan opposite him, and with trembling hands he pointed at his gloomy face.
Do you know who that person is? Uncle Yi, I know.
Yi Mulan almost gritted his teeth as he said this.
How could it turn out like this? He doesn't understand it now. This shouldn't be the case. Why was I being monitored at that time?
And those photos, the ones he only dared to peek at in the dark, the photos of Yi Yuxing. Why was it discovered? Having improper thoughts about his blood-related sister, and talking and laughing with the murderer who wanted to kill his sister, these 2 points are enough to sentence Yi Mulan to death in the Yi family. His eyes were dim and his face looked ugly.
Yi Yuxing stood beside Yi Xiaoning with an indifferent look.
I originally planned to wait for a while before taking action, but I didn't expect Yi Mulan to be so impatient.
Secretly establishing contact with Chu Yuan? What was he after? Yi Yuxing still didn't understand what on Chu Yuan's body was worth his investment. Although taking over the company was a bit tiring, Yi Yuxing couldn't stand letting Yi Mulan take care of it.
In just 1 hour, Yi Mulan was sidelined, with only a nominal title but no real power.
The entire Yi family was completely handed over to Yi Yuxing by the elderly Yi Xiaoning.
He was extremely confident about his daughter. Su Ming arrived late.
"Uncle Yi, I'm here to find Yi Yuxing." He had to find out what was going on.
When Yi Yuxing saw him, a smile immediately lit up her face. Yi Xiaoning said with a stern face, "I won't be seeing any guests today."
"Xiaoming, I'm sorry to have made you come here in vain. You should go back first." Su Ming frowned. He was impatient, but since he had already come here, how could he just leave like that? It seems that Yi Yuxing's incident is related to Yi Mulan? What did this idiot do?
Su Ming will not let go of any bastard who messes up the plot.
Besides, isn't Yi Mulan from Chu Yuan's side? How could someone close to the hero make such a low-level mistake?
In the original plot, although Yi Mulan did not inherit the Yi family, his situation was not as miserable as it is now, and he almost lost all his shares.
This is too outrageous. Su Ming's brows furrowed even deeper. Chapter 161, What a Bastard. "Father, let him in."
Su Ming arrived at the right time, and Yi Yuxing didn't even need to call him, he came on his own. He must have heard the news about the Yi family from somewhere, so he rushed here without stopping. Come to think of it, Yi Yuxing vaguely remembered that Su Ming mentioned in his diary that Yi Mulan would be Chu Yuan's future right-hand man.
In this case, Su Ming would definitely pay attention to Yi Mulan's movements all the time. Now it seems that it is true.
Yi Xiaoning sighed helplessly. He felt that his daughter had changed. In the past, she was too lazy to even look at this playboy, but now, why was she so gentle towards him?
Is it true, as the rumors say, that Yi Yuxing is interested in Su Ming? That's simply the worst ending.
Yi Xiaoning felt sick when he thought about his precious daughter lying in the arms of Su Heng's son one day in the future.
It's not just disgusting, it's more awkward.
He and Su Hong have been battling each other for more than 20 years.
If they really become relatives, how should they get along?
The more Yi Mulan thought about it, the more he looked at Su Ming. The more he looked, the more unhappy he felt. But since his daughter had spoken, he still waved his hand reluctantly. "You go in."
"Yes, thank you, Uncle Yi." Su Ming forced a smile.
He really wanted to know what caused today's unexpected events. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Yi Mulan, who looked pale, kneeling on the cold ground, staring at his knees with a distracted look. Yi Yusheng, on the other hand, was like a victorious queen, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, leisurely enjoying Yi Mulan's embarrassment.
For Yi Mulan, who loves Yi Yuxing, this situation is tantamount to torture. "Why did you suddenly think of looking for me?"
Yi Yuxing smiled mischievously. Of course she knew why Su Ming came, but she couldn't say it directly, so she had to give this guy some trouble. Su Ming had already organized his words.
"It's nothing serious, I just came to see you, isn't that okay?" The corners of his lips curled up into a frivolous smile. "Or do I need an appointment to see Miss Yi?" Talking to a father like this in front of his daughter is nothing short of a provocation.
Yi Xiaoning became angry and wanted to kick Su Ming out immediately, but Yi Yuxing got there first and answered Su Ming's question.
"Of course not. Master Su, you can come whenever you want." Su Ming shrugged. "What's going on?"
Yi Yuxing sneered.
"Just dealing with the inner demon."
Yi Mulan and Chu Yuan are in cahoots with each other, and they may have ulterior motives. She picked up the wine glass in front of her, narrowed her eyes, and spoke in a meaningful tone. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and asked persistently, "What does this have to do with Chu Yuan?"
"Xiaoming, the Chu Yuan you are talking about is the one who attacked Yu Sheng that day?" Yi Xiaoning asked with a gloomy expression. "Indeed." Su Ming nodded slightly. "What a bastard."
Yi Xiaoning was furious and slapped Yi Mulan hard on the face. The slap was so powerful that Yi Mulan was completely stunned.
His left cheek was swollen and he looked a little funny.
Yi Xiaoning was not satisfied after just one slap, so he slapped Su Ming left and right, causing Su Ming to rub his face subconsciously.
"It hurts so much. What's going on?"
While Yi Xiaoning was teaching Yi Mulan a lesson, Su Ming hurriedly asked. Yi Yuxing shrugged, he was just dishonest.
He actually contacted Chu Yuan secretly. If he hadn't been discovered by my people, I don't know how long he would have hidden it. Chu Yuan wants to kill me. Yi Mulan may have the same idea.
After all, the shares of our Yi family are indeed very attractive. She looked like she didn't care, but in fact she was beaming with joy. This was something Yi Mulan brought upon himself, so it's not her fault. As for the mysterious person who sent emails repeatedly, Yi Yuxing had found him long ago. Since they were both heroines, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Moreover, this person had indeed helped her a lot, and Yi Yuxing was very grateful for him. In addition, she also plans to hire Wang Muyao.
As the big sister of Yin country's underground killer organization, Wang Muyao must have a lot of good men under her.
Although hiring them is not cheap, Yi Yuxing can fully afford it with his strength. His hand was hurt, so Yi Xiaoning pulled out his belt and wanted to hit him again with it.
Uncle! Yi Mulan roared. Chu Yuan is a good man. Isn't the real bastard that bastard Su Ming?
You should also know what kind of person he is, right? Yi Xiaoning put away his belt, his eyes full of disappointment.
He was too lazy to explain to Yi Mulan. Su Ming's brows relaxed.
He knew that the reason why Yi Xiaoning was angry was not because Yi Mulan secretly kept Chu Yuan. That short video did not mean that Chu Yuan wanted to kill Yi Yuxing. The old patriarch had his own considerations. He just wanted to take this opportunity to see who between Yi Yuxing and Yi Mulan was more suitable to inherit the entire Yi family.
Undoubtedly, Yi Yuxing is the most suitable one.
In this farce, Yi Mulan played the role of gun, while Chu Yuan was the hunter with a gun. As the young master of the Yi family, he was actually used as a gun by a reckless man who only knew how to practice martial arts. Yi Xiaoning saw it, so how could he not feel heartbroken?
No, it's not so much heartache as disappointment and sadness. Yi Mulan really disappointed him.
Su Ming sneered and looked at Yi Mulan's bruised face with a happy expression. Yi Mulan stared at him intently. If his parents had not died early, he would have been protected by his father and been a carefree young master. No, that's not right. If his father was still alive, the position of the head of the Yi family should not have belonged to Yi Xiaoning at all. He, Yi Mulan, will also surpass Yi Yuxing and become the ultimate successor.
It's all the Yi family's fault. It's all Su Ming's fault. Bang! Yi Xiaoning looked at the housekeeper with a gloomy expression and said, "Watch him.
Keep him under house arrest for a month and don't let him go out."
Clear. The butler was loyal to Yi Yuxing, and now seeing Yi Mulan in such an embarrassed state, he felt extremely happy.
In this way, no one will be able to compete with Yi Yuxing for the position of the head of the Yi family.
She is the ultimate winner.
Yi Yuxing curled his lips into a smile, his eyes moving as he looked at Su Ming beside him. Su Ming looked solemn.
Can the next plot proceed normally? Is this too biased?
Although it is not the protagonist's story, Yi Mulan will still play a small role for Chu Yuan in the future.
If he is offline like this, will it have some impact on Chu Yuan? Su Ming didn't care about Yi Mulan's final outcome. He only cared about whether the story between Chu Yuan and the heroines could go on well.
Now, the plots of the heroines have basically gone completely off track, and Su Ming has no idea what they are thinking. He can only rely on guesswork to judge their feelings for Chu Yuan. I don't know what Chu Yuan's plans are now. First the eldest lady was lost, and then the water protecting ring was lost.
I guess he must be extremely busy. Chapter 162, I can't beat you. I can't beat you at all. It's all my fault.
If it weren't for me, Ming'er wouldn't have run away from home, we wouldn't have come to the center of Yunqing to look for her, and we wouldn't have lost the water control ring.
It's all my fault.
Chu Yuan sat beside Long Tao, feeling extremely guilty. Long Tao patted his shoulder. I'm glad you have such an idea, but I really can't blame you for this.
If you want to blame someone, blame Ming'er for being too ignorant.
I spoiled her and let her do whatever she wanted. I didn't expect that she would raise a troublemaker in my AO palace. Long Tao slapped his thigh, his face full of regret. Long Lei was sitting on the other side of him and rarely responded. He began to doubt what Long Tao said at the beginning.
Is Chu Yuan really a man of great luck? Could it be a mistake?
Ever since he came to Ao Palace, Long Ming ran away, the water control ring was stolen, and it seemed that everything was developing in a negative direction.
Long Lei couldn't see where his luck was at all.
If he had to say, maybe his luck went to Chu Yuan, and their Ao Palace didn't get any benefit at all.
Long Lei lowered his head and thought. My father doesn't seem very reliable now. How about I go out alone to look for my little sister?
Long Lei knew the priorities clearly. Compared to the palace's treasure, the water-resistant ring, the Ao Palace mascot was more important.
He found an excuse and took the opportunity to leave. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Now that the water control ring is lost, I don't know how many people are eyeing our Ao Palace. I have to go back quickly. The task of finding Minger and the water control ring will be left to you and Chu Yuan.
Long Tao said in a deep voice.
Good.
Long Lei hurriedly agreed, left here quickly, and began to follow the clues he had discovered in the past few days.
He and Long Minger once secretly practiced Ao Gong's twin skills.
That skill could only be practiced by two close relatives, but it was too powerful and they could not bear the sequelae. It would hurt the enemy by 1,000 and they would lose 800 of their own. Therefore, after practicing it, the two never used it again.
However, this twin technique has a particularly wonderful link.
As long as the two people practicing the technique are relatively close to each other, they can sense each other through the link. This happened in their childhood, and Long Lei guessed that Long Minger had forgotten it long ago.
Even Long Tao didn't know that they had practiced the forbidden techniques in Ao Palace.
Over the past few days, Long Lei had always had a strange feeling in his heart that Long Minger was nearby. Relying on this feeling, he searched around, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Long Minger. It was as if she had become a spirit.
Long Lei shuddered and didn't want to think further.
In the evening, he walked around and finally found a relatively hidden villa.
Long Lei's eyes rolled, and instead of knocking on the door, he went to the window.
The living room was still lit with warm yellow lights, and several women were wearing azure bracelets, as if they were watching giant pandas in the zoo.
This is the first time I've seen this thing. It was always used by my father before. Long Minger sighed. Luckily I helped you steal the stuff this time, otherwise, I really wouldn't know what the water control ring looks like. This thing with its elbows bent outward.
Long Lei rolled his eyes and was about to rush forward when suddenly, he saw a girl in a plain white dress pick up the water-controlling ring and activate her spiritual power. Immediately, blue waves surged on the blue bracelet, sparkling with water, which looked extremely magical. Suddenly, Yan Yueling's brows furrowed, and a water-blue vortex appeared out of thin air in front of her, just like the vortex when Long Tao rescued Chu Yuan that day. It is even a bit bigger than Long Tao's whirlpool. This means that this girl is even more powerful than her father. Maybe he has been discovered. Long Lei was horrified, and before he could leave, his eyes were covered by a blue water ring.
Crash!
A sound of water rang in his ears. Long Lei raised his head angrily, but met his sister's astonished eyes.
Elder brother? Not good.
Long Lei just stretched out his hand, but suddenly realized that he couldn't do it. He was not here to capture Long Minger and Yu Shuiwan, but to ask for help.
Catch him.
Wang Muyao's eyes were stern as she looked at Yan Yueling.
Coincidentally, the two of them grabbed Long Lei's arms on both sides and pulled them gently, clasping his hands behind his back.
Xiao Shijun was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and took out the Xiao family's earth-level spiritual weapon, locking Long Lei's hands, and at the same time locking his spiritual power. Although Xiao Shiyun is not good at martial arts, as the heir of the Xiao family, how could he not have any spiritual power in his body? With the help of this spiritual power in her body, she can play with all the spiritual weapons of the Xiao family. After all, spiritual weapons are not like martial arts that require talent. They only require a little spiritual power and a method of use to activate them.
Don't hit me. Long Lei immediately begged for mercy.
You have to beg for mercy.
I'm afraid that anyone here would be stronger than him.
Although Long Minger is young, she is very capable. Every time Long Tao meets his friends, he brags about Long Minger for at least 30 minutes.
Compared with her, Long Lei seems much more mediocre. Not to mention, there are other powerful warriors here. I can't win. I can't win at all. Long Lei surrendered quickly and efficiently. Nonsense, my brother must want to take me back. Long Minger said quickly, hurry up and plug his mouth. Long Lei rolled his eyes. Are you still my sister?
When he said that, Long Minger felt aggrieved. Okay, now you know how to say this, but what about when you came to persuade me for Chu Yuan? I even threatened to run away from home, but you didn't even give up on Chu Yuan.
Brother, you don't like men, do you? You like Chu Yuan and you don't want to let him go. What is going on?
Facing the strange looks from others, Long Lei gritted his teeth and explained, no, I don't like men. But what you said does make sense. Chu Yuan may not be a man with great luck. After he came to our AO palace, nothing good happened, but a lot of bad things. First, he caused you to run away from home, and now the water control ring has been stolen. It's like Dad was bewitched by him. Now he hasn't reacted and naively thinks that this has nothing to do with Chu Yuan and it's not his fault.
Long Lei let out a long sigh. Was Dad really that stupid before? How could he not see what I saw?
Or did he really receive some benefits from Chu Yuan?
That's impossible. Long Lei began to chatter.
I have to say, these brother and sister have exactly the same talkative nature. Wang Muyao felt a headache after hearing this and quickly reached out to stop him.
Okay, stop talking nonsense. What do you want to say? I want to investigate. Long Lei whispered, investigate Chu Yuan's background, it would be best to find out his luck. What is luck? Do you believe in such an illusory thing?
Wang Muyao looked at him with disdain. Luck only applies to oneself. As the male protagonist, Chu Yuan is of course a man of great luck, but this has nothing to do with Ao Gong and Long Tao. On the contrary, Chu Yuan's good luck might have been brought about by them.
Chapter 163, Girl, you are a little weak.
Then go investigate it yourself. Xiao Shijun raised her eyes, then lowered them lazily.
Who knows what Long Lei is planning, it's better to stay away from him.
That's right, brother, you're not an undercover sent by Dad, are you?
I don't want to talk to you, just let me go.
Long Lei struggled hard, using all his strength to suck milk, but it was of no use.
My soul binding lock is an earth-level spiritual weapon. You'd better stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more spiritual energy it will absorb. Long Lei was stunned, and suddenly realized that his spiritual power seemed to have been sucked away by the spiritual weapon.
He immediately became obedient and stopped moving. If you don't let me go, my dad will find this place sooner or later.
Wang Muyao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
Who do you think is better, your father or us? Or do you think he wants to experience the power of the water control ring himself?
Long Lei was speechless. At least now, you shouldn't fight. Let's keep our troops in place for now. Chu Yuan's next target seems to be the Chu family.
Long Lei thought of what Chu Yuan had said at the beginning and reminded him.
We know.
They had read Su Ming's diary, so of course they knew. I didn't expect Chu Yuan to be so fast. No matter what happened, there was no way to stop him from attacking the Chu family.
They don't care what's happening to the Chu family. But defeating the Chu family doesn't mean that Chu Yuan will expand his power? As the male protagonist, he has incredible luck. Who can guarantee that he can't surpass them in a short period of time? TSK. Wang Muyao felt unhappy just thinking about it. It's still more interesting to bully the weak like we do now. If we can't kill him, we can at least torture him, right? Chu Yuan's self-confidence was almost destroyed by them. Sooner or later he will give up and move away from Yuncheng. Several people looked at each other. It seems that Long Lei is very sincere and did not deceive them. Forget it, just go.
Wang Muyao curled her lips and warned, if the truth is revealed, don't blame me for bringing assassins to your AO palace.
Yes, yes. Long Lei didn't dare to offend these ladies at all.
He simply gave Long Minger a few words and fled in a hurry.
Ah, Dad is much dumber than my brother.
He didn't even realize that something was wrong and still regarded Chu Yuan as his lucky star.
Long Minger spread her hands helplessly. There's nothing we can do.
This is the influence of the power of its correcting Long Tao's thoughts, making him subconsciously think that Su Ming is not wrong, and even think that it's your fault. Xiao Shiyun said calmly.
What should we do next? Wang Muyao asked.
Just wait. Anyway, Su Ming will tell us what to do.
Xiao Shijun frowned. Now even the word diary is being blocked?
After Su Ming visited the Yi family, he did not go home but came to the Qin group. He hasn't seen Qin Yanran for some time. When Su Ming found her, she looked a little surprised.
Looking for me, what's going on?
Su Ming sat on the sofa in her office. Can't I come to see you if nothing happens?
Go ahead.
Qin Yanran noticed the thorn in Su Ming's words, but she didn't care and just stared at him with a smile.
Could this woman be a masochist? My tone is so bad, why is she still laughing?
The main purpose of Su Ming's visit this time was to encourage Qin Yanran to work harder. As the main female character in the book, she will have many plots with Chu Yuan, including the plot after Chu Yuan finds his parents, and many plots are related to Qin Yanran.
However, she is very Buddhist now.
Not to mention actively pursuing Chu Yuan, it is even difficult for her to go out. She is definitely a stay-at-home girl.
How is this possible?
He may not care about the progress of other heroines, but not Qin Yanran's.
If she doesn't like Chu Yuan, what will happen next? How will it happen? Su Ming must add fuel to their relationship. Do you know everything about Chu Yuan? Qin Yanran pulled the corner of her mouth helplessly. I don't care. Oh, really?
But from what I understand, he cares about you a lot. Su Ming took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yanran. This was the prop that the system gave him when he was writing a diary before. Inside was the love words that Chu Yuan wrote to Qin Yanran.
Su Ming didn't know when this thing was written.
Anyway, it was just the right time to show it to Qin Yanran. The more Qin Yanran looked at it, the more nauseous she felt. This thing is like a clumsy work written by a middle school boy in high school.
There are only 2 words between the lines, embarrassing.
She felt that it was a bit difficult for her to finish reading the entire article.
Su Ming looked gloomy.
Miss Qin threw herself into my arms a while ago. How come she has fallen in love with someone else so quickly? I see that Chu Yuan is so skilled at writing letters. You must have exchanged love letters and correspondence with each other often in private, right?
Can you please stop disgusting her? Qin Yanran took a deep breath.
She discovered that Su Ming could always come up with all kinds of dirty talk to challenge her bottom line. You can insult my personality, but you can't insult my aesthetics.
Besides, which eye of yours saw me writing to him?
Even if you want to spread rumors, make sure they are reliable.
I never wrote to him. Su Ming sneered, walked forward, and pinched Qin Yanran's chin, with a crazy and paranoid possessiveness in his eyes.
I hope what you said is true.
Don't forget how you tried to please me some time ago. Qin Yanran's eyes widened.
Su Ming had no other choice. In order to make Qin Yanran hate him, he tried every possible means, but he felt that a forced kiss was more effective. Qin Yanran was indeed frightened at first, and was about to push him away, but suddenly she reacted and just pushed him gently without using any force. Su Ming grabbed her wrist and forced her down on the sofa. Qin Yanran hooked her arms around his neck and bit Su Ming's lips hard.
Although it doesn't hurt, I still feel it. What are you doing here? Let me go.
Qin Yanran's eyes were filled with horror.
There are surveillance cameras in this office. Although only Qin Yudai has the permission to see it. Once my sister sees. Qin Yanran's face turned completely red.
Su Ming didn't care and reached into her short sleeves. When he touched the soft flesh as smooth as mutton fat jade, he pinched it gently.
Miss Qin likes me, doesn't she? Then you have to prove it to me.
Qin Yanran's face was flushed and her eyes were blurred.
Is that not enough? Girl, you are a little weak.
Su Ming became more aggressive and reached down with his other hand.
Hit me now. Hit me in the face. Where is Qin Yudai?
Of course, the plot would not allow Su Ming to continue. He estimated that it would not be long before either Qin Yanran or Qin Yudai slapped him.
Sure enough, not long after, the sound of the door lock was heard outside.
Qin Yanran suddenly became nervous and buried her head in Su Ming's neck like an ostrich. What reached my ears was a strange voice.
Oh, sorry, we went the wrong way.
Oh my god, it turns out he's just a passerby.
Su Ming sighed and pulled his hand out reluctantly. Chapter 164, Mastery of Alchemy. In such an exciting scene, there was only one passerby?
Su Ming stood up and stared at Qin Yanran coldly. She suddenly felt a little wronged, and tears appeared in her eyes.
Are you crying already? Su Ming was stunned. Haven't you always ignored me?
There was a hint of crying in Qin Yanran's tone, which didn't sound like a complaint, but more like acting like a spoiled child.
And what's with that look?
It was as if Su Ming was a scumbag who abandoned his wife after having fun with her. But he was wronged. He had no intention of developing a relationship with Qin Yanran at all.
Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and he sneered and said, Miss Qin, is your sincerity towards me so worthless?
I've only ignored you for a few days, and you want to fall in love with someone else.
A collection of scumbag quotes.
Su Ming felt that he was just looking for trouble. After all, Qin Yanran did nothing. Even this corny letter was sent to her by him.
However, this is the only way to make Qin Yanran hate me. How could he possibly make the heroine feel good about him? Su Ming's mouth twitched and his eyes were determined. Qin Yanran felt even more aggrieved.
She frowned and stared at him.
Or do you just don't like me? Su Ming's eyes flashed. In the original novel, the original owner's personality was indeed like this. On the one hand, he wanted Qin Yanran, but on the other hand, he was worried that she would run away with other men at any time. Therefore, he always used various words or behaviors to test her. Without exception, Qin Yanran failed any of these tests and was blocked by Chu Yuan in all of them. Su Ming has an extreme personality and is just a supporting villain. No matter what, Qin Yanran would never fall in love with him.
After briefly going through it in his mind, the expression on Su Ming's face became more sarcastic. He turned and left, and before leaving, he said viciously, You want Chu Yuan to be safe and sound, but I won't do as you wish.
No. Is he sick? Qin Yanran turned her head away, extremely angry. When will Chu Yuan die?
Because of him, I can't communicate properly with Su Ming.
Alas, who made her unlucky to be the heroine of this book? Compared with Zhang Xilian, who has already gotten the meat, Qin Yanran's identity is still a bit embarrassing. TSK, damn it.
Qin Yanran curled her lips and her eyes flickered.
It seems that she can only proceed step by step. There is still Chu Yuan standing between her and Su Ming. Thinking of this, Qin Yanran hated Chu Yuan even more.
She didn't feel anything when they were engaged, but now that Su Ming appeared, she found Chu Yuan more and more annoying.
What the hell is this? It's like a dogskin plaster.
After Su Ming finished the scene, he felt that he needed to rest up, so he hurried to Luozhen's bar and asked him to arrange a few beauties for him.
Master Su, what happened today?
Luozhen looked at the lipstick on his lips and said with a smile, Did some beautiful lady throw herself into his arms? Su Ming shook his head helplessly.
No, I'm just upset. Nonsense, how can he not be upset? He is not Lu Xiaohui, how could he not react after what happened just now? The most frustrating thing is that you have a response but cannot solve the problem.
Luozhen winked at the bar manager, who immediately called the most beautiful woman in the bar to accompany Su Ming. Holding the beauty in his arms, Su Ming gradually calmed down. There is no other reason, it's just that although this beauty is pretty, she has not reached the level of being a beauty of nature. Compared with the other female protagonists, she is still slightly inferior. Master Su, the recent sales have been quite a lot, and your share has been transferred to the card. Luozhen pushed the wine glass on the table in front of him and said with a smile, looking at Su Ming as if he was looking at the god of wealth. Even though Su Ming is only developing a small business now, the income from this small business is no less than the various stores he currently runs.
By the way, how is the matter that young Qifeng asked you to do going? I forgot.
What Su Ming said was as it should be. He took out the recipe given by Yang Qifeng and looked at it himself.
Don't tell me, I don't understand it at all. System, can I redeem alchemy mastery in the mall?
A transparent panel appeared in front of Su Ming that only he could see. The system mall sells 3 options: Introduction to Alchemy, Mastery of Alchemy, and Advanced Alchemy.
The prices vary depending on the proficiency. The cheapest entry-level alchemy only costs 1 million, while the advanced alchemy requires 1 billion.
Su Ming thought about it and exchanged it for alchemy mastery, which was priced at 50 million. With his financial resources, he could spend so much money at once without even blinking an eye. The items sold in the system mall can only assist the host in completing tasks, so they are generally not too expensive. Moreover, Su Ming is now a rich second generation, and those sky-high figures are just ordinary figures in his eyes. He doesn't care at all how much money is missing from his bank card. In the blink of an eye, the obscure recipe in front of him immediately became much simpler. Not only that, with just a thought, Su Ming was able to deduce the general process of refining the body-strengthening pills, and was able to enhance the effects on this basis.
Master Su, you don't know how to make medicine. Can you see the flowers if you look at it again?
Luozhen shook his head helplessly.
Hurry up and show the recipe to that master.
Su Ming agreed lazily, took out his cell phone and pretended that he was contacting the master.
If Yang Qifeng hadn't urged me, I would have forgotten about it. Do you have paper and pen?
Su Ming raised his eyes.
Bring it to Master Su. Yes. Su Ming made some improvements to Yang Qifeng's previous recipe and quickly wrote out a new recipe.
He only added 1 medicinal ingredient to the original one, but the effect was improved several times. Moreover, Su Ming also wrote down the entire process of refining the bodybuilding pills on paper, including the order of adding the medicinal ingredients, the order of refining the pills, and so on.
Luozhen was stunned.
A small pill, is it so complicated?
Not really. Master Yang's alchemy skills are not very high. He can only produce 3 low-quality pills from 1 furnace. But if he is willing to follow the steps provided by me, this master, he can always make high-quality pills. Su Ming promised solemnly. Master Yang's alchemy skills may be top-notch in the entire Yan country, but it is still not good enough in front of Su Ming. Moreover, the strengthening body pills are not some kind of difficult medicine.
Generally speaking, they are just health products with some effect.
Shall I call Yang Qifeng over right now?
Su Ming curled his lips and smiled. Of course, tell him in advance that the recipe in my hand is priceless.
Let's see if he is sincere. No problem.
Su Ming believed that once Yang Qifeng saw the recipe in his hand, he would definitely change his mind and be willing to buy it at a high price. The 1 million proposed previously was still too little.
Su Ming smiled and waited for Yang Qifeng to arrive. He was also a decisive man.
After receiving the news from Luozhen, he immediately booked a plane ticket and rushed from Beijing to Yunqing that night.
His face was full of fatigue that he could not hide.
Master Su, I heard that the recipe for the body-strengthening pills has been perfected.
Chapter 165, Raising the Price. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and nodded, yes.
Yang Qifeng thought for a moment and said, you don't need to show me the recipe first. Tell me first, in which aspects have it been improved? It's very simple, the materials and steps for making an elixir.
Upon hearing this, Yang Qifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder, I always felt that the bodybuilding pills I refined were not satisfactory.
It turned out that there were problems in these 2 aspects. Yes, Master added a herb called moongrass to your original recipe and improved your alchemy steps, which resulted in the recipe I have in my hand. After that, both sides fell silent for a while. Su Ming also had no intention of wasting time with this old guy. He got straight to the point and said, Master Yang, the price of this recipe is far more than 1 million. Although Yang Qifeng didn't actually see the pill recipe, after hearing the steps of improvement in the recipe, he knew that the improved bodybuilding pills would not be much different. He pondered for a moment and stretched out his right hand.
5 million.
Su Ming shook his head.
1,000.
Yang Qifeng's beard twitched, but his expression remained unchanged. He had made a name for himself in Yen country over the years and earned a lot of money, so he still had enough money to buy a pill formula. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Yang Qifeng frowned and said with some embarrassment, "Master Su, this pill recipe of mine was passed down by my master. It is very valuable. The master helped me perfect the pill recipe, which is equivalent to having the method of refining the body-strengthening pill in disguise." Su Ming shook his head and laughed.
"Master Yang, there's no need to say anything like that. You know your recipe best. To put it bluntly, this is just a pill recipe that is so basic that it cannot be more basic.
Even if it is really passed down from his master, as Yang Qifeng said, it is at most a blessing of a generation.
In fact, the effect of the bodybuilding pills is not that good. What's more, Yang Qifeng's medicine refining skills are not very good.
He can only refine 3 low-quality pills in one furnace. But even so, there are still many people flocking to him to make medicine." Su Ming smacked his lips.
What a pity.
If he could reveal his strength, he wouldn't have to work so hard to sell medicinal materials. He could just make medicine for those upper-class people. He could earn at least 1 or 200,000 for each pill. Moreover, Su Ming was confident that if he tried to refine the pills, there was an 80% chance that he could produce 4 high-quality pills. Compared with Yang Qifeng, there is a world of difference. This old guy's alchemy skills are no longer good enough in front of Su Ming. Hearing this, Yang Qifeng's expression turned a little uglier. "I originally thought that Su Ming didn't know anything about elixirs and I could trick him, but I didn't expect that this kid followed the master every day, and under the influence of what he saw and heard, he actually had such vision." He sighed secretly.
"Forget it, then I'll just take a loss. 30 million, how about that? It's more than enough to buy a low-quality pill recipe."
He was hinting to Su Ming not to push his luck further. Su Ming just ignored his hint.
"At worst, you just don't buy it."
He sneered in his heart but had a faint smile on his face.
50 million. Why don't you go and rob? Yang Qifeng's eyes widened.
"Master Su, even if it's a brand new low-level recipe, the market price is only around 10 million.
What you're selling is just an improved recipe.
I'm willing to pay 30 million for it, which is already a great honor to you."
Su Ming didn't buy it.
"Master Yang, I know what you said, but there is one thing I must explain to you. The pills you made before were of poor quality.
Although they can meet everyone's daily needs, the effect is not very good.
The pill recipe in my hand can guarantee that you can make high-quality pills 100%.
Where do you get your confidence from?" Yang Qifeng sneered. "Little boy, just open your mouth and speak."
What Su Ming said was indeed correct.
He could only refine low-quality pills.
However, Yang Qifeng was embarrassed and dissatisfied because he was exposed in front of everyone. He also felt that Su Ming's words were just an exaggerated sales pitch.
Even his master wouldn't dare to make such a promise. "At worst, we can sign a contract." Su Ming shrugged.
"Anyway, even if Yang Qifeng doesn't buy it, there are other alchemy masters who are willing to buy it. Although such behavior is not very authentic, Su Ming's reputation outside is already bad, so he doesn't care."
Yang Qifeng obviously understood this logic. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Good.
If it's really as Su Ming said, then spending 50 million to buy it wouldn't be such a big loss." Luozhen was not vague and immediately asked his family lawyer to draw up a contract.
Yang Qifeng paid 30 million first and then took over the prescription. He just took a quick glance and an expression of surprise appeared on his face.
Based on the original pill formula, Su Ming made drastic modifications. Not only did he add a medicinal ingredient, he also boldly changed all the steps of alchemy and rearranged them.
Yang Qifeng has been refining pills for decades. How could he not understand the feasibility of this pill recipe? Once you follow these steps to refine it, success is almost certain.
But he originally just followed the instructions of his master and never dared to change the steps of alchemy.
Looking at the prescription in my hand again, I feel refreshed and different in every way. He carefully put away the recipe and said to Su Ming, Master Su, I will verify the recipe when I get back. No problem. Su Ming readily agreed.
Yang Qifeng was so famous that he wasn't worried about the other party escaping.
Besides, the contract is here.
Even if Yang Qifeng escapes to the ends of the earth, Su Ming can catch him back.
Yang Qifeng left the bar in a hurry. 50 million. Luozhen was stunned. Yes. So easy. He looked a little paler. Master Su, can I ask if that alchemy master accepts apprentices? No.
Su Ming flatly refused.
Accepting a disciple? How could it be possible? He couldn't possibly teach Luozhen himself, could he?
This man has some talent in business, but he has no spiritual power in his body. If he wants to make pills, he has to strengthen his body first. Su Ming knows him and knows that he is a delicate and weak young master who cannot endure the hardship of strengthening his body at all.
Well, okay then.
Luozhen felt sorry for missing an opportunity to make a lot of money.
Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you sighing?
A master of Yang Qifeng's level can earn hundreds of thousands by selling a pill, but you are a rookie. How long will it take you to reach his level? Besides, even for Yang Qifeng, it is difficult to refine high-quality pills. There are not even a few of medium quality, and most of them are not up to standard.
Luozhen sighed again. Well, I'd better earn my own money honestly.
It was impossible for him to spend more than 10 years or even decades learning alchemy.
Moreover, the final benefits would not meet his requirements after studying for so long. Luozhen's business mindset did not allow him to do so. Yang Qifeng did not go home immediately, but went to the Mo family with the pill recipe. It's me, Yang Qifeng. Master Yang, please come in. Chapter 166, The Young Lady Becomes a Bodyguard. Mo Xing happily welcomed Master Yang in.
When Mo Jiang saw him, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking, Master Yang, have you met the alchemy master behind Su Ming? Yang Qifeng regained his proud look, sneered, and said calmly, I advise you not to have any ideas about Su Ming in the future.
What do you mean? Mo Xing was young and full of energy. How could he bear it after hearing this?
He stood up suddenly and stared at Yang Qifeng with a gloomy face.
What do you mean? I'm just reminding you kindly.
If it weren't for the fact that the Mo family had been providing him with delicious food and drink during these days, Yang Qifeng would not have bothered to remind him. Behind Su Ming, there must be a hidden master. Yang Qifeng gave them a word of reminder and stopped entangled with them. Mo Xing stared at his back with a tense expression.
Finally, he slowly loosened his clenched fists. On the other side, Chu Yuan was confronting Long Lei.
Brother Long Lei, I respect you very much, but I really saw Minger appear nearby, why don't you believe it?
Long Lei sighed and said in a gentle voice, Chu Yuan, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that I saw it too, but we can't alert the enemy now. At least we have to determine Minger's location first before we can capture her, right? Chu Yuan's expression eased a little. Isn't Minger's safety the most urgent matter?
I'm his brother, I worry about her more than you do.
Long Lei's tone became a little tougher. You keep calling me Minger. Who do you think you are? What is your relationship with my sister? We are not related at all, why should I call her so intimately? Isn't it just because he is attracted by her looks? Long Lei was right. Chu Yuan didn't expect that the small Ao palace actually hid a beauty like Long Minger.
But Long Minger has a bad temper and now hates him very much, which makes Chu Yuan more anxious to prove himself in front of Long Minger.
Isn't it just the nature of a little girl? It's easy to fix.
If it really doesn't work, just teach him a lesson and make Long Minger behave himself. Chu Yuan was used to being overbearing, and he had no intention of trying to comfort Long Minger. For a hot-tempered girl like that, you have to use hard power to make her convinced of you. When Chu Yuan thought of Long Minger's charming appearance, he felt itchy in his heart and wished he could win her heart immediately. It was because he acted so hastily that he offended Long Lei, causing the latter to become wary of him.
Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Brother Long Lei is right. Ming'er is your sister. You must be more anxious than I am now. I am too anxious. Xu Yuan cupped his hands to express his apology. I'm glad you understand. The smile on Long Lei's face was very faint. How could I possibly let you find my sister? Don't even think about it. He had already witnessed the strength of several people yesterday. With Long Ming'er staying with them, Long Lei was completely relieved. If he had to choose between those girls and Chu Yuan, Long Lei would give up Chu Yuan without hesitation and even drive him out of Ao Palace. He now understood clearly that Chu Yuan was not a lucky star, but a complete bad star. Living under someone else's roof, but without any humble and kind attitude, it was as if he regarded himself as the boss of Ao Palace, which made Long Lei very unhappy. He became even more unhappy when he thought that he would inherit Ao Palace in the future, but Chu Yuan acted like the master of Ao Palace. I will lead the team that is looking for Ming'er. We will stay put for now. Good. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, but ultimately said nothing. But he secretly contacted his 4 great war gods. Since Chu Yuan hadn't been making trouble recently, the 3 great war gods had regained some of their trust in him. As for Yi Wanshuang, her attitude remained as cold as ever. Send me some people to Yuanming Street. Yes, I'll send you the photo. Once you see the girl, bring her to see me immediately. Chu Yuan hung up the phone, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Want him to obey? How could that be possible? Not long after, Yi Wanshuang told Wang Muyao the news. Ha! Then Long Ming'er can't stay here for the time being. It's better to send her to the young master. He doesn't know her true identity anyway. Yan Yueling fiddled with the water-controlling ring in her hand and couldn't let it go. Okay. Long Ming'er nodded rapidly. So the next day, she appeared in front of Su Ming. Why are you here again? What do you want from me? Yan Yueling made up a good excuse. Master, she said she wanted to make money and be your bodyguard. Su Ming's eyes moved. Long Ming'er is quite powerful, so it would be fine for her to be his bodyguard, but he has an indestructible body and a lot of spiritual power stored in his body, so he doesn't seem to need a bodyguard. But after thinking it over, he realized there was no better way to deal with this girl, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, but you can't make any mistakes at work. I have very strict requirements for the employees around me. Hee, of course. Long Ming'er followed Su Ming with a smile on her face, without changing her work clothes. From a distance, she looked like Su Ming's sister. After entering the office, Qin Yudai immediately locked onto Long Ming'er. Yo-ho! Isn't this the little princess of Ao Palace? Why is he following Su Ming? At the same time, Long Ming'er was also looking at her. Yo-ho! Isn't this one of the heroines? How come I'm in the same office with Su Ming? The two looked at each other, and finally, a relaxed smile appeared on their faces at the same time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They have a common enemy, Chu Yuan. At least for now, Qin Yudai will not reveal her true identity. This is my little bodyguard, and this is President Qin. Su Ming introduced. Hello, Mr. Qin. Long Ming'er is usually spoiled, but she is still very considerate at critical moments. She smiles sweetly and looks like a good girl, with nothing wrong with her. But if Long Lei were here, he would definitely be surprised by her attitude. When did his sister become so well behaved? Could it be that someone has taken over his body? Strange, he was clearly here just now. While Long Lei was not paying attention, Chu Yuan went out again to look for Long Ming'er. But this time, he didn't even see the shadow of Long Ming'er. Weird, he couldn't be wrong. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he took out a blade of grass from his pocket. The blade of grass glowed with a faint golden light. Chu Yuan injected spiritual power into it, and the blade of grass floated out slowly, suspended in the air, and flew in one direction. Over there. Chu Yuan hurriedly followed. Unexpectedly, this soul-seeking grass actually brought him to the place he least wanted to go. Qin Group. Why are you here? Chu Yuan looked incredulous. It seems that the people in AO Palace don't have household registration. How could they be hired by Qin Group? Could it be that the girl was kidnapped and threatened by the rich people here? Chu Yuan's eyes darkened. He wanted to see who dared to touch his woman. Although the two of them have not yet started dating, Chu Yuan doesn't care. Anyway, no matter what kind of woman she is, she will eventually be conquered by his charm. Chapter 167. You look more like a beast now. Chu Yuan walked into the Qin Group with a swagger and began to look around. He took out the soul-seeking grass again, followed it into the elevator, and went all the way to the 17th floor. Chu Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. This seems to be Su Ming and Qin Yudai's office? Why is Long Minger here? Was he also bullied by Su Ming? Chu Yuan frowned, stopped an employee, and asked, "Where is Su Ming?" "Master Su is in the office." The employees looked him up and down with disdain in their eyes. Qin Yanran's engagement had caused a sensation throughout Yunqing, and they had of course met Chu Yuan. This guy is so shameless. The engagement has been cancelled, but he still comes here to pester me. The employee rolled his eyes and went back to his desk to work. Chu Yuan didn't care what his look was like. Amid the astonishment of everyone, he kicked open the office door. Bang! Su Ming closed his eyes and looked forward. He just knew it. In this world, no one except Chu Yuan would do such a stupid thing. Minger. Chu Yuan looked at Long Minger behind Su Ming and said in a deep voice, "Follow me now." "Brother, who are you?" Long Minger got goosebumps when he called her. Are they that familiar? Only her father and brother have ever used her nickname. If anyone else called her like that, Long Minger would be angry. What's more, it was Chu Yuan, a person she hated to begin with. Su Ming noticed something was wrong and the expression on his face froze for a moment. He slowly turned his head and looked at Long Minger. Well. Long Minger lowered her head stiffly and met Su Ming's gaze. "What's your name?" he asked calmly. Long Minger. Good. Very good. Su Ming looked at Yan Yueling again, who had an innocent look on his face. No wonder Chu Yuan kicked open the office door in a rage. It turns out it's because of you. Su Ming regrets it now, very much. Why didn't he ask someone to investigate Long Minger's background? No, even if we investigate, it would probably be difficult to find out because the people in AO Palace don't have household registration. Su Ming took a deep breath. Chu Yuan, why are you here to act so wild again? That is. Long Minger rolled her eyes, and to show her loyalty, she stood in front of Su Ming and said righteously, "As the young master's bodyguard, I will never allow you to touch a hair on him." Chu Yuan stared at the two of them suspiciously. Minger, Su Ming is a despicable villain, stay away from him. Su Ming's heart was bleeding. Sis, I regret hiring you. Could you please not be so positive? Qin Yudai crossed her arms and watched the show with a smile on her face. She wanted to see how Su Ming would respond. What's it got to do with you? Long Minger rolled her eyes. You don't believe me, but don't you believe your elder brother? Don't you believe your father? The veins on Chu Yuan's forehead bulged. When he saw Long Minger standing next to Su Ming, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Why are these women willing to stand by Su Ming? What's wrong with Chu Yuan? He thought that Long Minger was just deceived by Su Ming. Oh, Chu Yuan, I know right from wrong. The young master is much better than you. You kicked the door and broke it. Remember to compensate. Long Minger pinched her waist, and the spiritual power in her body was ready to move. You said he's better than me. Chu Yuan's face was full of disbelief. Do you know who I am? Who do I care who you are? He is just a playboy, how is he better than me? Minger, are you controlled by him? Don't worry, Brother Chu is very powerful, you don't need to be afraid of Su Ming. Chu Yuan walked forward, wanting to grab Long Minger's wrist and take her away. Don't touch me. The disgust in Long Minger's eyes was self-evident. She had come to hide here with Su Ming. How could this bastard still find her? If you want to fight, don't fight here, Qin Yanran said in a low voice. Su Ming sneered and said, Xu Yuan, you really don't have a long memory. You have no right to speak here. Xu Yuan's eyes were red. He was irritated by Long Minger's words and now he wished he could cut Su Ming into pieces. Suddenly, Xu Yuan curled his lips and smiled. Su Ming, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Humph, you are just a stupid second generation. I actually let you jump around in front of me for so long. Yan Yueling's pupils shrank slightly. Xu Yuan's strength seems to have improved slightly? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Xu Yuan's slender figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming. He grabbed Su Ming's collar and lifted him up. Su Ming looked shocked. Xu Yuan, I advise you to put me down immediately. Xu Yuan's face was full of satisfaction. Finally, he was able to deal with this stupid second generation. Let go. Yan Yueling flicked her wrist, and a stream of spiritual power spurted out. If Xu Yuan didn't dodge, this spiritual power would most likely cut his arm in half. But he ignored it and murmured in a low voice, how can a loser be better than me? Xu Yuan, don't you want to live? Su Ming's eyes were filled with horror. In fact, his heart was filled with joy. Damn, you finally started to hit me in the face. I'd been waiting so hard. Under Long Minger's stimulation, Xu Yuan finally stood up. I want to show them who is better. Xu Yuan frowned and threw Su Ming out. Bang! Su Ming only felt a little itchy on his back, and when he reacted, he was already in the sky. Oh shit! He cursed. This feeling of freedom is not very pleasant. The feeling of weightlessness made him feel a little uncomfortable. Laugh. The moment Su Ming was thrown out, Yan Yueling's spiritual power also hit Xu Yuan's arm. Blood splattered everywhere and Xu Yuan gasped in pain, but there was still a smile on his face. You will soon see Su Ming's true face. He is a beast and not worthy of you staying with him. Depend on. Long Minger frowned. They had all read the diary and knew that Su Ming had an indestructible body, so he would not die if he was thrown out. But Xu Yuan had the upper hand, so he couldn't help feeling unhappy. Qin Yanran raised her eyebrows. Xu Yuan, I actually think that you look more like a beast right now. After saying that, she walked out of the office at a leisurely pace. Her demeanor was elegant and not affected in the slightest. Just like a mad dog. Long Minger added in a low voice and quickly followed Qin Yanran. Yan Yueling stared at him coldly, said nothing, and jumped down from the 17th floor. Xu Yuan was the only one left in the huge office. There was a murderous gleam in his eyes. What's the point of saying this when the person is dead? It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive after falling from the 17th floor. Even if I survive, I'll be a vegetable for the rest of my life. However, Xu Yuan did not feel happy. He clenched his back teeth tightly, not realizing that his spiritual power had undergone a slight change silently. Cui Jingchen, who was far away in the mountains, noticed Xu Yuan's changes and frowned slightly. It's not a bad thing. He opened his eyes and muttered. However, this power is not easy to control. Chapter 168, Unharmed. Bang. Ahem. It was not a pleasant feeling to fall from the 17th floor. A crowd of people gathered around Su Ming. The security guard recognized him at a glance and quickly drove away the passers-by who were watching nearby. Master Su, you. The words of comfort got stuck in my throat. The security guard originally wanted to ask him if he was okay. But upon closer inspection, I found that this person was still alive and well. Broken. Could it be a last gasp? The security guard reached out and touched Su Ming's body left and right, moving very carefully, for fear of damaging anything. Stop touching me, I'm fine. Apart from a little dust on his body, Su Ming was really fine. The security guard's Adam's apple rolled and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Master Su, which floor did you fall from? 17th floor.
Su Ming replied lazily. The security guard's eyes widened.
Falling from the 17th floor and being unharmed?
As expected, he is young Master Su. He gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration.
Master Su, you are. Bang. Cough, cough, cough. Who is this again?
What day is today?
Why is jumping off a building so popular?
The security guard took a closer look and saw a beautiful girl in a long skirt standing there. He felt sick immediately.
My mom. Has all of humanity evolved secretly behind his back?
The security guard rubbed his eyes.
Girl, you are. I'm fine. Yan Yueling walked forward and helped Su Ming up from the ground. He immediately began to wail. Young master, I can detect your physical condition.
Yan Yueling reminded him in a low voice, indicating that he didn't need to act so exaggerated. Now Su Ming was in an awkward position, standing there, not knowing whether to shout or not.
You two, are you all okay? The security guard stepped back a few steps as if he had seen a ghost, keeping a distance from the two men. Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Call my father and tell him to block the news.
Su Ming was worried that falling from the 17th floor without any injury would cause unnecessary public opinion.
The identity of a warrior is commonplace in this world.
But this identity should not be used by Su Ming.
He is just a rich second generation, that's all.
Yan Yueling suppressed her laughter and said teasingly, Master, you are in good health.
Shit, falling from the 17th floor, how can I just say I'm in good shape?
Su Ming sighed and brushed the dust off his shirt.
At the same time, Xu Yuan and his companions also took the elevator and arrived at the bottom of the building. When Xu Yuan saw the deep pit on the ground, his expression became even gloomier. It was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Wow!
Long Minger raised her eyebrows and exclaimed exaggeratedly.
Is the effect of this indestructible body so good? It made her want to have one. He fell from the 17th floor and didn't even get a scratch. How is it possible that you are still alive?
A hint of doubt flashed across Xu Yuan's eyes.
Su Ming, is he also a warrior?
This idea flashed through his mind and was quickly rejected by Xu Yuan.
Impossible. If you want to become a warrior, you must practice hard. Su Ming just eats, drinks and has fun every day. How can he be a warrior? Then why was he not hurt at all after falling from the 17th floor? Could it be that he is really in good health? The corner of Xu Yuan's mouth twitched. This is obviously impossible. That is a spiritual weapon. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, with Su Ming's financial resources, purchasing a spiritual weapon is not a problem at all. It seems that he bought a defensive spiritual weapon and used it on himself. Hateful. Xu Yuan clenched his fists and stepped forward again. This time, Yan Yueling did not let him succeed. She crossed her hands in front of her body to block Xu Yuan's attack. You're still protecting him. It's been a long time since we last met, Xu Yuan, you are still so shameless. It's Chu Tian's voice. Su Ming's frown slowly relaxed. Xu Tian. Xu Yuan turned around and slapped out with his palm. Where's Churji? The two red spiritual powers collided with each other, and the two men each took a step back. Chu Tian shook his wrist, his eyes solemn. I originally wanted to discuss with Su Ming how to deal with Xu Yuan next. This person actually came to my door on his own initiative. Your lackey? I have no interest in killing him. He is still in Ao Palace. If you have the ability, go find him yourself. Xu Yuan was at his ease and said complacently. By the way, although he won't die, I don't know what kind of suffering he will have to endure. Xu Tian narrowed his eyes. Ha! Long Minger thought about it. Did we see his little brother the last time we went back? No. Yan Yueling didn't care about it and didn't pay too much attention to it. I'm just lending you the water control ring. Remember to return it to me. No.
Yan Yueling curled her lips.
Master Su, give me the Safanking bell. That box?
Xu Yuan felt bad, but he was unwilling to retreat like this.
Why not just go back, gather some people, and head to the Chu family? Xu Yuan snorted coldly, made up his mind, and no longer hesitated. Xu Tian, see you in a few days.
His figure flashed, he activated Ling Yunju, and disappeared on the spot. Su Ming stared at the hole on the ground and said, "Clean this place up."
What happens to the Chu family is none of his business. July 26, the weather is cloudy.
Xu Yuan is about to take action against the Chu family. The Yunqing Chu family is afraid that they will not survive for long. This is just right.
After the Chu family is destroyed, Xu Yuan will start to deal with the remaining members of the Chu family.
Yi Chen, Xu Tian and others will not be able to escape death, but they are not important characters in the plot.
If they awaken, they may still be able to escape. It depends on what choice they make. Successfully write a diary, talent +10, appearance +3.
That night, Xu Yuan gathered some strong men and attacked the Chu family. Su Ming sat in the bar, gently swirling the wine in his glass.
Young master. This sound.
Before Su Ming raised his head, the soft and delicate body had already rubbed against his arms. Su Ming took the opportunity to rub her waist twice.
Wang Muyao smiled and said, "Long time no see, did you miss me?" "Did you miss me?" Wang Muyao was surprised. "Do you miss my money?" Su Ming added. "Good job." Wang Muyao curled her lips, "Can't I just think about you?" Luozhen was speechless. "After all, you are in control of the entire underground killer organization, can you please show some dignity?" Although he is the boss of an underground killer organization, Wang Muyao's life is not easy either. He sighed.
In order to maintain her own performance, she has to go out and attract customers herself.
However, Wang Muyao is not so enthusiastic towards other people. She usually has a cold face and gives a price. If it works, it's fine. If not, forget it. For Su Ming, it seems that something is indeed different. Luozhen observed secretly. Su Ming sneered. Miss him?
What a joke, Wang Muyao is the heroine, even if she doesn't think about Xu Yuan, she can't think about him. At most, it's just for money, to please him.
Su Ming has now let go of everything. He will take advantage of any opportunity he can.
If a beautiful woman throws herself at him, he will accept her.
The plots of the heroines have collapsed to this extent, and he has nothing to say.
In short, it's just 2 words.
Buddhist.
After all, the system hasn't warned him yet, so things are still under control.
It all depends on how far the plot correction can go.
Su Ming thought about it and touched Wang Muyao twice again. Chapter 169 I really didn't seduce her.
Master. Wang Muyao blinked and came forward.
Su Ming covered his lips with his palm and whispered, "Go aside.
I have something to discuss with Luozhen." "What are you hiding from me?" Wang Muyao was unhappy.
"Why are you asking so many questions?" Su Ming glanced at her.
Cut. Wang Muyao rolled her eyes, reluctantly left Su Ming's arms, and stood up to leave. "Master Su.
I have a martial arts training method here.
Do you think you can sell it?"
Su Ming has not yet used the 10 Earth-level skills that the system rewarded him with.
Able.
Luozhen had learned a little about warriors before, and found that their training was really expensive. If Cui Jingchen didn't have a strong background, he probably wouldn't have been able to raise Xu Yuan to this age. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is thin now, and there are very few powerful warriors, not to mention joining a master and a force, which is a rare opportunity. As for Xu Yuan, he is completely a child of destiny, blessed by God, and was picked up by Cui Jingchen since he was a child. If it were someone else, there would be no such opportunity at all. It mainly depends on the grade and completeness of the technique, with the difficulty of cultivation serving as a supplementary reference.
Su Ming nodded. Master Su, what grade are you going to sell? Luozhen's eyes lit up.
Generally speaking, the cheapest ones are human-level techniques.
The market price of a human-level technique is about 30 million.
The market price of an Earth-level technique is 50 million. The market price of a heaven-level technique is only 70 million. Why is the heaven-level technique so low? Luotian smiled awkwardly. There are several reasons. It's hard to find a heavenly level technique, and most of the heavenly level techniques that can be sold are difficult to practice.
They can only be used for viewing.
It's estimated that we can't get in touch with the masters who have the ability to practice heavenly level techniques.
Master Su, you are not going to. I don't have that ability. Su Ming waved his hands helplessly.
I have a few earth-level skills here. Please help me sell them.
The price is 100 million. Ah! Luotian was stunned.
This price is even higher than that of the heavenly level skills.
Su Ming sneered. Why? Very expensive. Expensive.
Luotian nodded affirmatively.
Of course it's expensive.
If anyone has doubts, let them see the quality of these techniques and then decide whether to buy them or not.
Products produced by the system must be high quality.
These earth-level skills are much more powerful than those circulating on the market, and the practice methods are very simple. As long as one is a martial artist with some strength, it is not difficult to practice successfully.
Oh well.
Luotian smiled bitterly. Su Ming really gave him a big problem. It was not easy to promote these earth-level skills. On the one hand, we need to draw the attention of warriors to this place, and on the other hand, we must also guard against many people with ulterior motives.
It has to be Wang Muyao. Luotian planned to tell Wang Muyao the news later.
If she wanted to buy it, he would sell it to her at the original market price and ask her to arrange a few capable bodyguards for him. Su Ming did not sell more, but gave 3 to Luotian first. The two signed a contract. This time, Su Ming was willing to give more profits.
You've worked hard, too. Luotian chuckled.
In fact, he was already very satisfied with the previous profits, but since Su Ming said so, there was naturally no reason for him to refuse, and he happily accepted Su Ming's kindness. After signing the contract, Wang Muyao sat back in Su Ming's arms.
What did you just say?
With the warm and soft jade in his arms, Su Ming raised his head, held her earlobe in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask."
Stingy.
Wang Muyao smiled sweetly and snuggled into his arms.
There is definitely something going on with these two people. There is no way around it. Luotian couldn't help but feel a little envious.
He had underestimated Su Ming before, thinking that he could conquer a woman like Wang Muyao.
Not only Wang Muyao, but also those people Su Hui mentioned before. TSK. Surrounded by women on both sides, sharing the happiness of having 2 wives? Luotian was extremely envious.
System, I swear I didn't seduce her, really. Su Ming also specifically explained it to the system.
Host, you just need to complete the storyline normally. Is this the default?
Su Ming didn't know, he only knew it felt good. The matter was almost discussed. Su Ming left the bar, and Wang Muyao stayed here.
She waved with a smile. What did I give you just now? Show it to me.
Luotian smiled awkwardly. Let me make it clear first, you can look at it, but it was taken away from me.
This is all money. Wang Muyao glared at him. Would I be greedy for Su Ming's things? This glance inadvertently revealed a variety of charm.
Luotian hurriedly lowered his head and handed 3 earth-level skills to Wang Muyao. He has a lot of good things in his hands.
Wang Muyao took a quick glance and exclaimed.
The quality of these 3 skills is higher than the earth-level skills that he practices. There is also an auxiliary technique among them. If it is combined with the many techniques that one is currently practicing, it will be the icing on the cake.
I bought this one. How much?
When Luotian heard this, his eyes immediately brightened.
If you want to buy, the market price is fine, 50 million no, 40 million.
Could you please send some people to look after these 2 earth-level skills?
No problem.
No one would lose out in this deal, so Wang Muyao agreed decisively and without further ado, transferred 40 million to Luotian on the spot.
Well done. Next time you have such a good thing, keep calling me.
Wang Muyao returned home, but found that Xiao Shijun was not there. Strange, where did the young boss go? She shrugged. Forget it, Xiao Shijun has many spiritual weapons, so it seems she doesn't need to worry. Even she would be wary of those spiritual weapons being thrown out. As long as Xiao Shijun doesn't encounter a particularly powerful warrior, he can handle it. In fact, Xiao Shiyun went back to the Xiao family alone. Shijun? Why did you come back alone? Where's Wang Muya? When Xiao Nantian saw his daughter coming back, he hurried to greet her. Xiao Shijun waved her hand. I didn't let her catch up. By the way, father, our Xiao family has some businesses in Yunqing, right? That's right, Shiyun, do you want to work in the company? Xiao Nantian disagreed. Their family is not without money, so why should they let their daughter go out to work? Xiao Shijun did not answer directly, but asked, please help me check which of those companies has cooperation with the Qin group. Good. Xiao Nantian didn't ask any more questions and immediately sent someone to investigate. After checking, I found that it really exists. It is an economic company called Tanqing Entertainment. Xiao Shijun smiled. Okay, thank you, father. I understand. Next, I will work in the star exploration for a while. Please help me arrange it. No problem. Xiao Nantian agreed immediately. Without hesitation, he called the person in charge of the star exploration. Hello? Director Zhang? Yes, my daughter is going to work in the star exploration for a while. Please arrange a job for her that doesn't require work. Mr. Zhang. Xiao Shiyun. In the end, Mr. Zhang had no choice but to agree. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely arrange it for the young lady. Well, I believe in your ability to do things, don't let me down. Chapter 170, Film Queen Xiaizhu. After Xiao Shijun left, Xiao Nantian thought about it over and over again, but still felt uneasy, so he gave Director Zhang all kinds of instructions. Director Zhang couldn't say anything about such daughter-obsessed behavior. After all, he was working for others, so he could only agree to it and repeatedly assured that he would take good care of Xiao Shijun. When she arrived at the company the next day, Chairman Zhang had been waiting at the door for 2 hours. The employees around were all curious about who on earth could make their chairman stand at the door for 2 hours. Mississippi. Director Zhang put on a smile and welcomed Xiao Shijun into the company. Needless to say, this must be my father's instruction. Xiao Shijun looked at the furnishings in the office and was speechless. Are you satisfied? Mr. Zhang asked cautiously. These refrigerators, televisions, game consoles and snacks were all specially instructed by Xiao Nantian. On weekdays, Xiao Nantian was busy with work and didn't know what his daughter liked, so he simply placed things that young people liked in her office. Thank you for your help. Xiao Shijun smiled apologetically. What are you talking about? Mr. Zhang was flattered. He had never met Xiao Shijun before, he only knew that Xiao Nantian doted on her, and subconsciously thought that she was like the other young ladies in Yunqiang, with a willful and capricious personality. He didn't expect her to be so gentle, and the temperament of a lady from a noble family was fully reflected in her. Miss, you just need to sit here every day. You don't have to work. That won't work. Xiao Shijun was stunned. There is no need to go to this extent. Director Zhang said, this is what Patriarch Xiao specifically told me to do. If Xiao Nantian knew that he had let Xiao Shijun get a job, would Director Zhang still be able to keep his position? He shook his head in his heart. That won't work. Xiao Shijun pondered for a while, thought about his next plan, and nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble you. There is one more thing I need to ask of you. You say. Director Zhang looked serious. What is the cooperation with Qin Group mainly about? Director Zhang said without much hesitation, agents, we are mainly a celebrity agency. We have long-term cooperation with the entertainment companies under the Qin Group. We mainly provide them with professional agents. Xiao Shijun didn't know much about this, so she just asked briefly and then spit out a name. Yan Yueling. Director Zhang suddenly realized and said, this artist's agent is not provided by our company, but currently, President Qin is interested in replacing her current agent.
We will discuss this matter in detail probably tonight.
Mr. Zhang was a little confused. He was just a little-known star.
Was he worthy of Qin Yudai's attention? Good.
Xiao Shijun curled her lips and smiled. It looks like she's arrived at the right time.
Take me one tonight. No problem. Director Zhang would not question Xiao Shijun's ability. His daughter, who was cultivated by Xiao Nantian with great efforts, would not be too bad in any case. At least she would not hold him back at the dinner party.
In the evening, Qin Yudai did not come, but another heavyweight figure came.
Su Ming.
Mr. Zhang sat in his chair, feeling restless. Xiao Shijun looked at him curiously. Yan Yueling was sitting next to Su Ming, and he was also very confused at this moment.
Isn't that Xiao Shiyun? How did she follow me? Noticing Su Ming's inquiring gaze, Xiao Shijun nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face.
Master Su, I have heard of your great name for a long time.
Ms. Xiao. Su Ming also smiled politely.
If he remembered correctly, Xiao Shijun was the apple of Xiao Nanshan's eye and it was absolutely impossible for her to work on her own.
Or is it that Tanqing Agency was originally Xiao Nanshan's property? Then why did Xiao Shijun come?
Su Ming was absent-mindedly discussing business matters with Director Zhang, while Yan Yueling was sitting beside him bored, fiddling with the water-controlling ring on her wrist. If her current agent wasn't too incompetent, she wouldn't want to replace him, but his work ability is a fatal flaw.
Before, Yan Yueling was unknown and her agent could barely cope with her.
Now that she has become somewhat famous, her agent's workload has naturally increased.
She didn't notice Director Zhang's admiring look at all. Is a small actor really worthy of young Master Su talking to? Yan Yueling's background must be complicated. Okay, no problem, that's it. Su Ming directly called the gold medal agent from their agency.
That agent already had an artist who was quite famous, but Director Zhang felt that Yan Yueling was no ordinary person and he could not just sign her with an agent and call it a day. The few of them had a pleasant discussion, and when they parted, Xiao Shijun even shook hands with Su Ming.
It feels really good. Su Ming sighed. After the two left, Xiao Shijun looked at Director Zhang and reminded him, from now on, whenever you meet Su Ming, let me talk to him. Do you understand?
Yes. Director Zhang secretly looked at Xiao Shiyun's expression.
What does this mean? Could it be that the eldest lady is against young Master Su?
But young Master Su is already engaged.
Moreover, he has so many close female friends around him. A look of confusion appeared on Director Zhang's face.
He had promised Xiao Nantian that he would pay attention to Xiao Shijun's movements and report to him at any time.
Should this matter be reported? Director Zhang.
Xiao Shijun called out softly.
Yes, you said. I'll take care of my father's side.
Director Zhang understood.
Yes, miss, I understand, don't worry.
It's really frustrating for him to be the chairman of the board. Director Zhang shook his head helplessly and followed Xiao Shiyun out of the hotel.
July 27th, sunny, why would Xiao Shijun go to work at Tanqing?
According to Xiao Nanshan's personality of being obsessed with his daughter, he should never let her work at any company, unless the company is under his control. Although the Xiao family is a hidden family, its influence in Yunqing cannot be underestimated. The agent signed by Yan Yueling had previously been with the famous actress Xia Yizhu.
That actress was well known in the industry for being a big shot.
Now that a little star like Yan Yueling had poached her agent, she was bound to be given some hard times. But Su Ming didn't intend to intervene.
In the original story, Xia Yizhu is his woman. The two had a brief romance soon after, and since then, Xia Yizhu fell madly in love with Su Ming and began to pursue him relentlessly. Later, even her fans knew who Xia Yizhu's sweetheart was. But Su Ming ignored her from beginning to end, and didn't even give Xia Yizhu a glance. Her final ending was to surrender to Chu Yuan. Yes, every woman with a little bit of beauty in this book will end up throwing herself into Chu Yuan's arms. Su Ming felt a headache whenever he thought of the plot. Damn it, he finally has a beautiful woman he can touch, and you tell me that she will become Chu Yuan's woman in the end? What to play? Anyway, Su Ming doesn't admit it,
so everything will have to wait until he meets Xia Yizhua. Master, Uncle Su called me today and hoped that we could go back together to take a look. He is planning to acquire a company recently and wants to hand it over to you to manage.
Chapter 171, Recruiting Two Little Brothers.
Su Ming put his arms around Zhang Xilian's slender waist and gently kneaded her soft waist. The latter's face turned visibly red, but she did not resist and snuggled obediently in his arms.
I won't go back this time. I will explain this to father, and you don't have to listen to Uncle Renwu. Yes. Zhang Xilian of course followed Su Ming's lead.
Su Ming felt that he would probably be very busy in the next few days.
He specifically asked Qin Yudai for leave.
The next day, Chu Tian and his younger brother Chu Er appeared at the door of Su Ming's house, looking dusty and dirty.
What's going on?
He frowned, surprised.
Chu Er is not dead? Chu Tian is not crazy? Could it be that Chu Yuan showed mercy?
Chu Tian cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect Chu Yuan's strength to be so strong. In front of him, even my father and I found that his spiritual power has undergone a slight change, mixed with a trace of evil spirit.
Come in first. Thank you very much.
Su Ming welcomed them into the hall and told Zhang Xilian to prepare tea.
The tea here is not as good as the tea from your Chu family. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. The family is gone, what's the point of talking about tea? Chu Yuan, is it for his parents? Chu Tian nodded heavily. That's right, Master Su.
Since you already know this much, I won't hide it from you.
Young Master Chu Er reminded quickly. Shut up.
Chu Tian said, if it weren't for Master Su, you and I would still be living on the streets now. Chu Er thought about it and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He went on to say, 30 years ago, our Chu family had a martial arts genius named Chu Qinghui. He was about to enter the extraordinary realm, but before he broke through, he met a woman. That woman was Chu Yuan's mother, Lu Xintong, who was just an ordinary person without any martial arts talent.
Su Ming listened quietly.
He had also heard these words from Chu Hao, but obviously, Chu Tian's description was more detailed. Of course the Chu family tried every means to stop it, believing that only if Chu Qinghui combined with another martial arts expert could they produce a super genius that is rare once in 100 years or even 1,000 years. If we marry Lu Xintong, it would pollute the pure bloodline of the Chu family. The elders of the Chu family disagreed at all. But Chu Qinghui was obsessed with it and even took Lu Xintong with him, stole our Chu family's secret treasure, the golden moon mirror, and eloped. For so many years, our Chu family has been searching for the whereabouts of Chu Qinghui and Chu Yuan. After 30 years, we have found some clues. This time, we found Chu Yuan to verify the authenticity of the information we have.
Su Ming's eyes flashed. Golden moon mirror? Isn't that Chu Yuan's ultimate weapon from his late period?
But in Su Ming's impression, the golden moon mirror was given to Chu Yuan by an old turtle and it was his opportunity. It wasn't given to him by Chu Qinghui at all. Su Ming felt that he must have missed something. Chu Tian drank the tea in the cup and said in a deep voice, at this point, the Chu family has been destroyed. The only thing I can do is to help my deceased father find Chu Qinghui and his wife, take back the golden moon mirror, and then kill Chu Yuan to avenge my Chu family. Master Su, as long as you can help me, Chu Er and I are willing to work like slaves for you.
Su Ming's mouth twitched. Please wait a moment. The problem now is that there is a deviation in the endings of Chu Tian and Chu Er.
Chu Er was not killed by Chu Yuan, and Chu Tian did not become mentally ill because of the destruction of the Chu family and Chu Yuan's suppression.
What's going on? Chu Yuan showed mercy?
No, he is not that kind of person.
Chu Yuan has always been ruthless towards his enemies, wishing to kill them as soon as possible. So what exactly happened? If Su Ming accepted these two people as his subordinates, would he be negatively affected? System, if I accept Chu Tian and the other two as my subordinates, will the plot be affected? Host, you just need to complete the plot according to your own ideas. This time, the system's answer was a little different. Follow your own ideas. His current idea is to take these two people under his wing. Su Ming himself doesn't need a follower,
but his family and brothers do. It would be better to train Chu Tian first, and then let him go to Su Hong or Su Wei. Su Ming didn't want Chu Yuan's misfortune to affect other people because of him.
Moreover, he and Chu Tian are in the same boat, so it is not easy to refuse. He nodded. Okay, you'll stay with me from now on. Thank you, Master Su.
Shu Er was so excited that he knelt down and kowtowed. Su Ming actually accepted him as his own. What a good man. Su Ming asked with a smile, Shu Er, what happened after you were captured by Chu Yuan? When mentioning this, Shu Er felt ashamed. If it weren't for me, the Chu family wouldn't have.
You can't say that. It's not your fault. Chu Yuan is too cunning. Chu Tian sighed heavily.
Shu Er began to tell the story slowly. It turned out that after he and Chu Yuan entered Ao Palace together, he had been locked in a bedroom in Ao Palace. Chu Yuan sent people to take turns to guard him every day. During an accidental conversation, Shu Er accidentally exposed the location of the Chu family.
Then what? Su Ming really wanted to know. What did Shu Er say to make Chu Yuan spare his life?
Chu Yuan wanted to kill me at that time, but after I mentioned young Master Su, he suddenly stopped. Su Ming felt a chill.
Damn it, could Chu Yuan be a homosexual? Of course not. The situation was critical at the time. Shu Er was tricked by Chu Yuan into revealing the location of the Chu family. He thought that he was about to die and couldn't die in such a miserable way. He had to at least make Chu Yuan unhappy.
In a hurry, he roared, if Master Su was here, he would never kill me.
What did you say? Su Ming?
Who is he? Chu Yuan withdrew his hand, his face cold. Mentioning him now, I think you are not dying fast enough. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Shu Er gave up and said a lot of flattering words to Su Ming and belittled Chu Yuan. And Chu Yuan, the male protagonist, was actually provoked by Chu Er.
Asshole. Chu Yuan was so angry that he threw Chu Er out of Ao Palace, but when he returned to the Chu family, he only saw the seriously injured and dying Chu Tian, and the family that had been razed to the ground. Su Ming's face was full of disbelief. Shu Er meant that he saved him? What is this unfolding?
Chu Yuan was actually stimulated by Chu Er's words.
That's the situation. Shu Er didn't dare to tell even a single lie. Good job. Su Ming swallowed.
I'll have someone arrange a place for you two to stay in a little while, and just follow me from now on.
Thank you, Master. Chu Tian said tactfully, the Safanking bell can be regarded as a gift from me to you. That's so awkward.
Su Ming's face was about to break from laughing. It just so happened that he was worried about not having a legitimate reason to take the Sifang Qingzhong into his arms. It may not be a bad thing that Chu Tian and Chu Er are both alive and well. At least, the story of the Chu family was normal, with only two of them surviving and nothing wrong.
Chapter 172 Master Su is mine. How my strength has improved again.
Dark red spiritual power surged in Chu Yuan's hands. He stared at the strange spiritual power in the palm of his hand, and a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. When he attacked the Chu family, he realized that there was something wrong with the spiritual power in his body. Originally, his spiritual power was a clean blue, but at some point, it turned into a dark red, mixed with a hint of murderous aura. But this spiritual power is extremely powerful. Chu Yuan's ability to destroy the Chu family this time is inseparable from the help of this spiritual power. However, Chu Yuan still hasn't figured out why his spiritual power has become like this, and whether it will change back in the future.
Just use it for now. At least this spiritual power is much stronger than before. Chu Yuan nodded with satisfaction.
This time, not only did he destroy the Chu family, but he also got the whereabouts of his parents.
The result surprised Chu Yuan. His parents were actually in Yuncheng.
The old guys in the Chu family probably didn't expect me to grow to this point, right? Chu Yuan felt very happy that his revenge was achieved. Suddenly, a golden light appeared before my eyes.
It's Cui Jingchen. He set off quickly and came to the mountains.
Cui Jingchen sat in the yard, staring at him calmly.
Master. Shu Yuan, the spiritual power in your body.
Shu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Master, although there is a trace of evil in my spiritual power, I have no intention of harming anyone. He was worried that Cui Jingchen would feel that he could not control this power and cleanse the evil spirit within it.
If he really did that, Shu Yuan's strength would remain the same as before. After experiencing such powerful strength, how could I be willing to go back to the way it was before?
Seeing Chu Yuan's determined expression, Cui Jingchen sighed.
I hope so.
Have you gone to see the young master of the Su family?
He's not some young master. Shu Yuan suddenly became excited.
Master, why do you call him young master?
He's just a piece of trash. I can easily crush him to death. Shu Yuan's eyes were red. Cui Jingchen opened his mouth.
It seems that the person who caused Chu Yuan's spiritual power to become possessed was Su Ming.
It's just a casual name. Cui Jingchen waved his hand. Do you still remember what your teacher said?
Chu Yuan sneered, of course I remember, but I'm sorry I can't do it.
Su Ming and I are at war to the death. As long as he's alive, I won't leave Yunsheng. Cui Jingchen frowned. Why do you all think Su Ming is better than me? Master, I don't agree.
I, Shu Yuan, am a martial arts genius that is rarely seen in a century.
What about Su Ming? He is just a rich second generation who lives off his parents. How can he be compared with me? Cui Jingchen rubbed his forehead with a headache. Shu Yuan continued to accuse Su Ming, almost reducing him to the dirt.
As the saying goes, the more you care about something, the more you emphasize it. But no matter how much Cui Jingchen said now, it would be useless. Shu Yuan's knot can only be untied by himself.
Forget it, go down. Yes, master.
Before Chu Yuan left, he looked at Cui Jingchen deeply.
After he left, Cui Jingchen specially told a fortune.
After seeing the hexagram, his straight back suddenly bent. Su Ming, this man has great luck. This fog makes it impossible for me to see or understand if Chu Yuan meets him. I'm afraid he will only suffer.
Cui Jingchen seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant.
He shook his head, sighed, and put away the yarrow.
Chu.
Su Ming touched his nose.
Who is talking about me?
Maybe he is young Master Su's admirer. Luozhen threw a nut into his mouth and teased. Could it be me? Wang Muyo said in surprise while lying in Su Ming's arms. He crossed his legs and counted his recent gains. Of the 3 Earth-level skills, only one has yet to be sold. The sales speed of the Earth-level skills was much slower than Luozhen had imagined. Most warriors were unable to afford it, and the financial resources of most people had not yet reached Wang Muyao's level. The second person who bought the Earth-level technique also valued the technique's compatibility with him and spent all his fortune to buy it.
The remaining Earth-level martial arts technique could not be sold no matter what. No hurry.
Su Ming shook his head. Has anyone tried to rob someone recently?
That's not the case. Luozhen glanced at Wang Muyao secretly. With this person around, who would dare to steal his things? Even if you are blind, you shouldn't offend someone too much, right? Master Su, you've made so much money, shouldn't you treat me to a drink? What's the big deal?
From now on, all your expenses in this bar will be charged to me. Su Ming had taken enough advantage and agreed naturally.
Wang Muyao hooked her arms around his neck with a smile, and just as she was about to kiss him, she heard another female voice behind her. Excuse me, is this Master Su?
She had never heard this voice before.
Wang Muyao turned around unhappily and saw a woman who was covered tightly. Or a public figure?
Su Ming narrowed his eyes.
He almost had the answer in his mind. This person should be Xia Yizhui. Sure enough, the next second, the woman took off the equipment on her face.
After seeing her stunningly beautiful appearance, Luozhen winked at his men, and they immediately formed a circle to block the view of other guests.
Thank you, Mr. Luo. Xia Yizhui said thank you, but the expression on her face was a little unhappy. Master, who is she? She's so fierce. Wang Muyo snuggled into Su Ming's arms tenderly. Xia Yizhui's mouth twitched. Are you Xia Yizhui? Su Ming asked. Indeed.
He comes with bad intentions. Su Ming just poached her agent.
Could this woman be here to take revenge on him?
Xia Yizhui is a heroine who dares to be dissatisfied with young Master Su.
What's up?
Su Ming crossed his legs.
If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I'm very busy here. Luozhen also smiled and said, Miss Xia, how about you come back another day? No, I want to come today.
Xia Yizhui spoke in a cold tone as she looked at Wang Muyo in Su Ming's arms.
Who is this woman? Is it the heroine?
Wang Muyo rolled her eyes in her heart.
What are you looking at?
If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. She is best at this kind of heart-wrenching work.
No matter whether you are a public figure or not, I will still take action. Wang Muyo gave the other party a warning look. Xia Yizhui turned a blind eye. She crossed her arms over her chest and said unhappily, How long have you been holding me? Can you let go? Master Su is mine. Su Ming. Luozhen. Wang Muyo. Good job. It seems like you are here to steal someone, not to take revenge? Luozhen gave Su Ming a thumbs up. He was tired of saying the word admiration. Su Ming coughed twice. Although Xia Yizhui was originally her woman, this feeling came too quickly and was too intense. He didn't even react. Miss Xia, if I remember correctly, this is the first time we meet. Xia Yizhui thought about it, tilted her head and smiled sweetly. To be precise, it's the second time.
I met Master Su a long time ago and fell in love with you at first sight.
Su Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are you here to confess? Sister, isn't this inappropriate? Chapter 173, I don't mind three people together.
Xia Yizhui's words were very straightforward, without any disguise, and the longing in his eyes was genuine.
Luozhen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he surrounded the people around him in time, otherwise, with the straightforwardness of this lady, she would have been on the hot search right now. You know, Xia Yizhui is the most popular movie queen in the entire Yen country. After being in the industry for many years, there are 0 scandals and 0 black material. It has almost become a model for the industry. If the photo or video of her confession to Su Ming were to spread today, it would definitely cause an uproar on the internet, and Su Ming would also be affected. Her crazy fans might even go straight to Su Ming's house to cause trouble. Fortunately, he had foresight. Luozhen secretly praised himself. No. Faced with Xia Yizhui's overly straightforward declaration of love, Su Ming was a little at a loss. It's true that you are my woman, but that's a matter for later. There's no need to be so anxious. Xia Yizhui pushed the room card onto the table and said aggrievedly, I have already booked a room. Master Su won't let me down, right? Etc. Wang Muyao's mouth twitched. Sister, do you understand first come first served? Although your identity makes it easier for you to get close to Su Ming, you still have to abide by the rules. How can you cut in line? Do you know how many good sisters are ahead of you? Xia Yizhui looked at her doubtfully, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, I don't mind the three of us being together. Stop talking for now. Su Ming interrupted her abruptly. This sister is really too bold. Luozhen was stunned. Quick! He called for the manager. Send everyone away and tell them that we are closing the bar early today. Yes. The manager smiled bitterly and had to do it. He was also very efficient. 10 minutes later, they were the only two left in the bar. It was extremely quiet and awkward. Xia Yizhui's gaze was too straightforward. If she hadn't considered that there were other people here, she would probably have pounced on them. Miss Xia, I'm not as attractive as you see. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Why wouldn't you eat the meat that's served to your door? What's more, she is such a beauty. Wang Muyo winked at Luozhen frantically. What are you looking at? You are my assist, come on.
Luozhen actually doesn't want to get involved in these complicated matters. But Wang Muyo is a big client of him and Su Ming. I'm sorry, Master Su, for the sake of money, you just have to bear with it for now. Luozhen gritted his teeth and put his arm around Su Ming's shoulders. I'm sorry, Miss Xia, Master Su may not have time today. We still have to discuss business later. Ah. Xia Yizhui was obviously a little disappointed. Wang Muyao patted Luozhen on the shoulder and left with a smile. She felt relieved to leave this place to Luozhen. Su Ming looked surprised. Is there anything else you want to talk about later? How come he doesn't know? Luozhen continued, that's it. Miss Xia, can you please step aside? Xia Yizhui threw a business card to Su Ming. Then forget it today. Master Su, remember to come find me. She skipped away, as happy as a child weighing over 200 pounds. Su Ming held the business card in his hand and felt helpless for the first time. Master Su, you don't have to thank me. Luozhen sighed. I can see that you are in a difficult situation, so I am here to help you out. Thank you. Su Ming looked confused. You're welcome. I'll arrange a car to take you home right away. Luozhen intends to be a good person to the end. When he returned home, Su Ming was still thinking about this matter. The actions of those people were too confusing, and it seemed like they were targeting him. The next day, something happened that made Su Ming even more confused. How could he meet Xia Yizhui in Qin Yudai's company? Qin Yudai smiled and introduced, from today on, Miss Xia is an artist of our company. Boss Qin. Su Ming's face was full of disbelief. You don't need to go so fast this early in the morning, do you? What? Do you have any objections? Qin Yudai raised her eyebrows. He didn't dare have it. Su Ming nodded timidly. Xia Yizhui observed him curiously. Contrary to the rumors, Su Ming is not that cynical and is extremely serious at work. What was written in that diary was indeed true. Xia Yizhui's behavior last night was just a test of Su Ming. When she was working yesterday, she found a diary in her office drawer. After reading the diary, her worldview, which had not changed for more than 20 years, was refreshed. She quickly asked someone to verify the timeline and found that the events written in the diary would happen in a few days. That's why she went to the bar to find Su Ming. It was written in the diary that she would become Su Ming's woman. Yesterday was just an inspection. If Su Ming was good enough, Xia Yizhui would certainly not refuse. After all, he was rich and handsome, and he had tremendous power in Yuncheng. Few women could refuse such a man. After observing him, she was very satisfied with Su Ming in every aspect except one thing. There are too many women around this man. For some reason, those women who were originally the heroines all stuck to Su Ming, which made her feel a little distressed. And Su Ming himself didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. Su Ming put down the mouse, raised his head, and looked at her quietly. Miss Xia, your gaze is too straightforward. Ah, Master Su, I'm sorry. Xia Yizhui said this without any expression of apology on her face. Su Ming frowned. This woman is a little too enthusiastic. In his memory, in the original novel, before Su Ming and Xia Yizhui had a relationship, the two had never met each other. It was a complete accident. Why is it different from what is written in the novel? Su Ming is a cautious person. He doesn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. Before the timeline arrives, it is most appropriate to maintain a close but distant relationship with Xia Yizhui. July 28, Xiaoyu, what happened to Xia Yizhu? I remember that at this time in the original book, we didn't know each other. Why is she so enthusiastic towards me? It's a bit weird, I can't let her get close to me casually, it's better to keep the current distance. Xia Yizhui was speechless. It seems like she's too enthusiastic, but that's also wrong, right? Although the Chu family was destroyed, Chu Tian and Chu Er survived normally. It should be no problem for me to take them in as my younger brothers Zhou, and Yi Chen, I don't know how he is now. In the original novel, Yi Chen was the boss in the early stage. If nothing unexpected happens, Chu Yuan will find him soon. Su Ming was in a dilemma.
Yi Chen, does he care? Forget it.
He shook his head secretly. Don't make trouble for yourself, it's best to let the plot develop on its own. Whether Yi Chen can survive or not is none of his business.
Su Ming, I'm calling you. Su Ming raised his head and a familiar face came into view. Qin Yanran looked puzzled. What are you thinking about? You're so absorbed in it.
Yanran, is there something wrong? Su Ming's attitude was neither intimate nor distant, maintaining a just right degree.
Qin Yanran wanted to scold him. You must be crazy. You are so hot and cold towards me.
But she couldn't do anything about Su Ming, so she said helplessly, my sister will give you a day off tomorrow, so you can accompany me to an auction. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then thought about the next plot and nodded in agreement.
Chapter 174 Like a Clown.
In this auction, there is a skirt that Qin Yanran wants. In the original novel, this skirt is actually a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, but the auctioneer and the auction house are not aware of it.
Only a young master from a big family in Yunqing knows about it.
He originally wanted to buy the skirt and give it to his female companion, but Qin Yanran insisted on buying it, so Chu Yuan had no choice but to help her. Because of this, Chu Yuan and the young master had a grudge against each other. Chu Yuan and the young master will definitely come to this auction, so Su Ming only needs to sit back and watch the fight.
Is there anything you want at the auction? Yeah, it's just a piece of clothing. That's not an ordinary piece of clothing.
Su Ming curled his lips. After putting on the skirt, Qin Yanran will have a defensive ability similar to that of an indestructible body. After all, it is a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Due to the special identities of the two people, the auction house sent their manager to receive them personally.
After seeing them, the manager's face was about to break with laughter. Master Su, Miss Qin, please come this way. They were taken into a private room. If you two have any interest in any item, just give us a call. Su Ming nodded slightly.
This auction house has done a pretty good job of protecting privacy. But doing too much privacy protection is not a good thing for Su Ming. He had to let Chu Yuan know that Qin Yanran was in this box. Su Ming chuckled and closed his eyes to rest.
Don't sleep.
Qin Yanran pulled his sleeve and reminded him softly. No, it hasn't started yet, has it? He was not interested in most of these items, which were basically some antiques, calligraphy and paintings, or some strange little toys. The strange thing was that those mysterious things could be sold at higher prices. Su Ming stared boredly until the dress Qin Yanran wanted appeared in front of him. The moment the beautiful skirt appeared, a low hush sounded in the audience.
This thing really doesn't fit in here. Qin Yanran made the first bid.
The starting price is only 100,000, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. A heavenly grade spiritual weapon was actually sold at such a low price. Su Ming shook his head. If it is really sold at the price of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, it would cost more than 300 million.
I'll give you 200,000.
On the field, a young man holding a folding fan raised the sign in his hand, his face full of excitement.
It's him, the eldest son of the Dai family, Dai Zhao. After Dai Zhao made his bid, he looked at the auctioneer provocatively.
Why would a grown man buy a skirt? Qin Yanran rolled her eyes.
Of course I'm buying it for my sweetheart. Su Ming smiled. We'll give you 500,000. Ah. Qin Yanran frowned and said, forget it, this price is a bit inappropriate.
Her psychological expectation was 500,000, but Dai Zhao obviously had no intention of stopping and added another 200,000. Su Ming shook his head.
This dress is nice.
It's not a loss to spend tens of millions on it.
Qin Yanran's mouth twitched. You're exaggerating. What kind of skirt costs tens of millions?
Su Ming smiled but said nothing.
1 million.
The auctioneer's eyes brightened instantly. The toy that looks the least valuable was sold at such a high price.
He has hope of a pay raise. 1.5 million. Dai Zhao remained calm.
He guessed that the person in that box was probably just attracted by the style of the dress and would give up on it soon.
It's not worth spending millions on a dress of unknown origin.
It's not a custom-made product from a famous brand or designer.
Dai Zhao lazily opened his folding fan.
If the girl he was pursuing recently hadn't been ignoring him, he wouldn't have spent so much money on a dress.
This is a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, it is a heavenly spiritual weapon that can be activated without the need for spiritual energy.
Wearing it on your body is like wearing the strongest armor. No matter it is a blade or a bullet, it cannot penetrate. If it was a men's style, Dai Zhao would have spent a large sum of money to buy it and worn it himself.
Pity. He can't wear a skirt.
Dai Zhao sighed regretfully, and just when he thought the people in box number 9 were about to give up, a lazy male voice came from behind him.
2 million. Who? Who dares to snatch things from him? Dai Zhao turned around and saw 2 tall figures.
Both of them had masks on their faces, so he was unable to recognize their identities.
Qin Yanran. In box number 3, Xu Yuan recognized Qin Yanran at a glance.
As for Su Ming, he deliberately stood behind the stone pillar so he could not be recognized. Oh, since Yanran wants this dress, I will take the photo for him.
The customer in box 3 bids 3 million. Another one?
Dai Zhao's pupils shrank slightly.
Qin Yanran also frowned.
Su Ming patted the back of her cold hand soothingly.
Let number 3 buy it. Ah. Qin Yanran looked puzzled. If he buys it, he will definitely give it to you.
Su Ming said with a chuckle.
Why? Qin Yanran was puzzled. You know that person.
Su Ming did not specify who it was. Then, Dai Zhao and Xu Yuan raised the price several more times. The price of just a skirt was raised to 5 million. Su Ming leaned against the stone pillar with a lazy expression. Since Xu Yuan wants to be the scapegoat, let him be the scapegoat. In the end, Xu Yuan bought the dress for 7 million.
Dai Zhao's face turned green. I originally thought that no one would compete with me for a skirt.
I didn't expect that there are so many people who know the value of this product.
Dai Zhao looked towards box number 3 viciously. Remember you, bastard.
After walking out of the auction hall, Su Ming and Qin Yanran were waiting outside. His guess was correct, Xu Yuan followed him happily.
Yanran, why are you here too?
He noticed Su Ming and a look of deep disgust flashed in his eyes.
Su Ming sneered, why can't I be here? Xu Yuan ignored her and handed the beautifully packaged bag to Qin Yanran. Well, she probably guessed it. The guest in box number 3 is Xu Yuan. Is Su Ming testing himself? Qin Yanran threw the bag back expressionlessly. Yanran, Xu Yuan frowned. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. I bought this for you voluntarily. No, thank you. Qin Yanran had a dull expression. I don't think I like this dress. Su Ming. Xu Yuan. This must be a lie. Didn't you just act like you liked it? I even came to the auction just for it. Why don't you want it now?
Qin Yanran took Su Ming's arm, turned her head, and said, let's go. Xu Yuan stood there, stunned.
Soon, his expression became as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He spent a huge amount of money to buy this dress for Qin Yanran, but she turned around and said she didn't like it and left with Su Ming? What is this operation? Makes him look like a clown.
Su Ming was also a little confused.
Not long after they walked, Qin Yanran asked as if to take credit, did I perform well? What? Su Ming was stunned and didn't understand what she meant. Qin Yanran pouted, looking shy. I won't wear anything Xu Yuan bought. Chapter 175. If he is guilty, let the law decide.
Su Ming felt something was wrong.
What does this mean?
Seeing that he was about to distance himself from her again, Qin Yanran learned her lesson this time and added, are you satisfied with this? It turned out that they were worried that he would attack Xu Yuan. Su Ming felt relieved.
That's right, this is what a heroine should do. He felt very relieved. Oh. Su Ming sneered. Well done, keep up the good work next time.
He lowered his head and gently kissed Qin Yanran's red lips. Qin Yanran sat in the passenger seat with a smile on her face.
People really need to learn to adapt.
On the other side, Shu Yuan clutched her skirt, looking confused.
7 million. He can't keep it for himself, can he?
In the distance, Dai Zhao sat in the car, staring at Shu Yuan coldly.
Go, find out the details of this bastard for me. Understood, master. Not long after, the subordinate came back to report, Master, his name is Chu Yuan.
He was previously engaged to Qin Yanran, the second daughter of the Qin family, but the Qin family unilaterally cancelled the engagement a month or two ago. Now the second daughter of the Qin family is very close to Master Su of the Su family.
What's his background? No background. Dai Zhao frowned.
Qin Yanran, he had also heard of her. The two sisters had perfectly inherited their parents' genes. Not only were they beautiful, but their abilities were also among the best in the entire Yuncheng.
As for Su Ming, there is no need to say more.
The difference between his Su family and Dai Zhao's Dai family is like heaven and earth.
Dai Zhao didn't even have the chance to lick him. Did you see it just now?
This guy wanted to give the skirt to Qin Yanran.
Yes, I saw it.
Maybe she still wants to make amends, but the second lady of the Qin family is not thinking about Chu Yuan right now.
The subordinate told the truth.
Perhaps, this is a good opportunity to please Master Su.
Dai Zhao grinned.
Arrange someone to get this skirt back intact, and then give it to the second young lady of the Qin family in the name of young Master Su.
Understood, Master.
The young master is simply a genius. In this way, you can please both Su and Qin families without spending a penny.
As expected, you are the young master.
His subordinates were all looking at him with admiration.
Dai Zhao felt elated.
When the time comes, I must take credit for it from young Master Su.
But Chu Yuan is a powerful warrior, how can they just rob him? Dai Zhao failed in his first operation.
He looked at the thugs with bruised faces and noses and was speechless.
Master, that boy is so amazing.
That's right, they knocked us down in no time.
There's no time to react. A bunch of rubbish. Dai Zhao scolded with a gloomy face. Get everyone in your company here. We must complete the mission this time. Yes. Shu Yuan walked on the road with a gloomy look on his face.
Now, not only did he fail to please Qin Yanran, but he also offended other people.
Who sent those thugs?
Before Chu Yuan could think carefully, several black-clad thugs rushed out from the dark again.
Chu Yuan frowned. You still dare to come? Brothers, go ahead.
A large number of black-clad thugs gathered around Chu Yuan. He asked sharply, "Who sent you?" "You little brat, you're still talking too much nonsense.
Let's go."
These people came here almost risking their lives to snatch the skirt. Shu Yuan was in a state of confusion.
Damn.
They're like a swarm of flies.
He can't wear it anyway, so he might as well just give it to these people.
He impatiently threw the bag in his hand, and the thugs immediately ran over. It's really because of this. What kind of magic does this thing have?
Shu Yuan's face was full of disbelief.
After getting the skirt, Dai Zhao immediately ordered it to be sent to Qin Yanran.
On August 1st, Qin Yanran received a skirt that was sent from somewhere unknown.
She picked up the courier bag and looked at it carefully.
Su Ming. Qin Yanran looked shocked.
How did he get the skirt?
Could it be that this guy was just tough in words, but had actually been helping her secretly for a long time? Qin Yanran found it unbelievable. Doesn't Su Ming put the plot first? Why would you do this?
After Qin Yanran arrived at the company, she looked at Su Ming left and right, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she was sure that he had no injuries at all.
What's wrong? All those things were planned by Dai Zhao.
Su Ming was an uninformed person and thought that Qin Yanran was up to something weird again. He was so scared that he felt uncomfortable.
No, just looking at you. Qin Yanran had a strange look in her eyes. It's installed quite well. Su Ming looked innocent. He really didn't know what happened. It was not until that evening that Dai Zhao invited him to dinner. That's strange.
Why would the eldest young master of the Dai family suddenly ask you out? Qin Yudai asked puzzledly, playing with the invitation in her hand.
Boss Qin, will you come with me?
Su Ming wanted to bring people with him, so Dai Zhao dared not object.
We have nothing to do anyway, so let's go together.
It just so happened that Qin Yudai also wanted to see what Dai Zhao was planning. When they arrived, they found that Dai Zhao had been waiting at the door. When he saw Qin Yudai, the expression on his face became even brighter.
Boss Qin? Please come over. Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Yudai looked confused. Congratulations on what? Master Su, you are coming in too, congratulations.
Dai Zhao treated them like it was New Year's Day and kept congratulating them when he saw them.
Su Ming got goosebumps. Dai Zhao, you. Master Su, I'm telling you the truth. Dai Zhao showed a smile as if seeking credit. Su Ming became even more confused. I mailed that dress in your name. Skirt? What skirt? Wait.
Su Ming suddenly came back to his senses. He stared at Dai Zhao.
And what about Dai Zhao?
He is like a primary school student waiting for praise, and his expression is even a little proud. Look, his intelligence and talent are so incredible that even young Master Su feels incredible.
It was the right choice to mail the skirt to Qin Yanran. Skirt. Qin Yudai's mouth twitched.
So that's what it was. Early this morning, Qin Yanran was holding a skirt and looking at it from left to right. She found an opportunity to look at the signature on the courier bag and found that it was Su Ming. She thought he had come to his senses, but she didn't expect that the skirt was actually mailed by Dai Zhao in the name of Su Ming.
The expression on Su Ming's face froze.
If he is guilty, please let the law or the system punish him. Instead of letting him meet Dai Zhao.
Puff. Qin Yudai couldn't help laughing.
This Dai Zhao had good intentions but ended up doing something bad.
Master Su, how am I doing? Nima.
Su Ming resisted the urge to scold him and gave a kind smile.
Fine.
Seeing Su Ming's indescribable expression, Qin Yudai was about to lose control. Her shoulders trembled slightly.
Master Su is so generous, when will you give me one? Boss Qin wants it. No problem.
At worst, I can just give Qin Yudai another one in the name of young Master Su.
Dai Zhao was not aware of the problem here at all.
He excitedly began to eat the food on the table, as happy as a 200-pound child. Su Ming wanted to cry but had no tears, but he had to put on a smile.
System, is there a male villain as miserable as me? Why are there so many stupid teammates around me?
Qin Yudai avoided the two of them and laughed until she lost her voice.
Chapter 176, can you please stop thinking about showing off?
After many twists and turns, the heavenly-level spiritual weapon finally returned to Qin Yanran's hands.
By the way, Master Su, you may not know that the skirt is actually a... I know. You know. Dai Zhao was shocked.
Then, he felt somewhat fortunate that he had made the right choice.
Su Ming should be very satisfied now. How to say it? He is in a complicated mood now. You said you would just give it as a gift, but why did you have to go to the trouble of giving it in my name? Qin Yanran might have misunderstood that Su Ming was trying to please her.
Dai Zhao probably had this in mind, which is why he snatched the skirt worth 7 million and gave it to Qin Yanran in the name of Su Ming. Qin Yudai wiped her tears and said with a smile, Master Su, you were so thoughtful.
I will praise you more to Yanran later. Dai Zhao's eyes lit up.
Then, he felt something was wrong again. It seemed that he had revealed the plan between himself and young Master Su in front of Qin Yudai.
But she doesn't seem to care, so it should be fine. Dai Zhao started eating happily.
Perhaps because he was in a good mood, his appetite also improved a lot. He ate most of the dishes on the table. Su Ming has no appetite, but Qin Yudai maintains her figure and doesn't eat too much. I don't know whether other people were happy or not, but Dai Zhao was very happy.
Master Dai, we'll leave first then. Have a nice walk, both of you.
After the two of them left, Dai Zhao touched his nose.
I am such a genius. My father will definitely praise me when I get back. Su Ming walked on the street, feeling distraught. Shall I ask the driver to take you back? No, I think. Su Ming forced a smile. I want to be quiet. Who is Jingjing? Boss Qin. Such an old joke. Qin Yudai smiled and said, Okay, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Don't worry, I will definitely say good things about you to Yanran. Su Ming smiled awkwardly. Thank you so much, Mr. Qin. The feeling of having to hold your nose and swallow bitter fruit is really uncomfortable. As soon as Qin Yudai left, a black Audi drove up to Su Ming. He had already guessed who it was. Master Su, can we enjoy our world now? Xia Yizhui took off his sunglasses and grabbed his arm. Do you like me that much? Su Ming narrowed his eyes and raised her chin. Oh huh? Getting into the state? Xia Yizhu leaned on his shoulder and snorted, I don't like you in particular, I mainly like your money and your status in Yuncheng. To put it simply, I want to curry favor with someone. If you want to work in the entertainment industry without a financial backer, you will not be able to make any progress. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Who was your last boss? I didn't, you're the first. Xia Yizhui did not hide his purpose. You want my youth and beauty, and I want your wealth and power. This is a win-win situation, Master Su. Su Ming slowly lowered his head and gave her a light kiss on her red lips. August 5th, wait for me at Yuechun Hotel. Whatever you want, this young master can give it to you. So late. It's not too late, it's the time when the plot is going on normally. Su Ming didn't want to spoil the plot, so he nodded and frowned, if you don't want to, you can leave now. Express your feelings first. Su Ming was speechless. These women either want his money or his power. But it's better this way, as it won't ruin Su Ming's personality. After all, he is a playboy who is good at squandering money. Moreover, this is indeed what he should do as the villain. The only thing that made Su Ming not very satisfied was the progress of the heroines. I have to say, Xu Yuan's charm value is really too low. So low that even with plot corrections, the heroines are unwilling to look at him even for a second. Could you please stop thinking about your pretense? Isn't it good to just release your charm naturally? He has to make trouble. Su Ming let go of Xia Yizhui and asked the driver to take him home. Master Su still has a fiancée living at home. I guess so. I don't like her. Su Ming said lazily. You're such a scumbag. Xia Yizhui covered her lips in surprise. Su Ming. After he returned home, he saw the black Audi gradually going away, and then he ordered, prepare a car for me to go to Ye's house. Yes. Where are Chu Tian and Chu Er? Also at Ye's house. TSK. Su Ming had a bad feeling. He drove to Ye's house and found it very lively here. Yi Chen. You colluded with the Chu family to harm me. Do you really think you can just let it go? Chu Yuan stood opposite Yi Chen, who was covering his arm and breathing rapidly, obviously at a disadvantage. Strange, where is Chu Tian? If he was here to help Yi Chen, then why wasn't he here? Su Ming frowned. Now it seems that Yi Chen can't take it back. He couldn't use the same technique as Chu Yuan in front of him. Even if he just used his indestructible body to resist, it would be too suspicious. The fact that he didn't die after falling from the 17th floor probably aroused Chu Yuan's suspicion. Su Ming was not prepared to take the risk. Comparing the plot with Yi Chen, he chose the former. Puff. Yi Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at him with gloomy eyes. Chu Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that you can come to our Yi family as you please and leave as you please? In the entire Yen country, is there anywhere I can't go? Yi Chen waved his hand, and several warriors walked out from the darkness. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chu Yuan remained calm. Su Ming's eyes paused. Something is wrong. Why did Chu Yuan's spiritual power turn dark red? From a distance, it looks like it has turned black. The male protagonist turned evil? Or has he practiced some other magical skills? That's not right.
Su Ming remembered that during this period of time, Chu Yuan didn't have any adventures.
He was just pretending to be awesome. It seems it's really just pure evil. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Bang! As expected, Chu Yuan quickly eliminated those warriors. Your power is really growing stronger. Yi Chen couldn't help but be amazed at Chu Yuan's growth rate. There was a gleam of evil in his eyes. It's more than enough to deal with you.
Chu Yuan rushed forward and used his heart-piercing dragon claw hand, which made Su Ming's eyelids twitch.
Damn, is this how you play? Boom. Stop. How dare you? How dare you offend my Yi family elders?
Chu Yuan and Su Ming's expressions changed at the same time.
The person who came was actually Yi Yusheng.
Not only her, but also countless warriors from the Yi family.
If all these warriors were added together and each of them spitted, they would be able to drown Chu Yuan. Damn, the male lead is really stupid.
This was obviously a trap set by Yi Yusheng and Yi Chen for Chu Yuan.
Because Chu Tian was standing next to Yi Yusheng. At this moment, Chu Tian's thoughts were very simple. Master Su, I'm here to help you save Elder Yi.
If Su Ming heard his inner thoughts, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood.
Who needs you to save? Can you please stop interfering with the plot? You are my subordinate now. You again. Chu Yuan looked at Yi Yusheng. We have no grudges against each other, but you keep causing trouble for me. Is it because of Su Ming? What does it have to do with him? Yi Yusheng sneered but did not answer. Chapter 177 I am old, this is not appropriate.
The jealousy in Chu Yuan's eyes became more and more intense, dyeing his eyes blood red.
Su Ming is really a popular guy. Doesn't he just have a good father? I don't understand why all the women stick to him. What's wrong with me? Su Ming was stunned. Brother, why are you still thinking about these things? I am innocent with them. Besides, what's wrong with having a good dad? Reincarnation is also a technical job. You didn't learn it well at the beginning, so you blame me? Master Su has his personal charm, what do you have? Chu Tian lowered his eyes and spoke in a calm tone.
Okay, Chu Tian, it's only been 2 days since the Chu family died, and you've become Su Ming's running dog.
Chu Yuan was filled with murderous aura. His aura was rising higher and higher, and he became stronger. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Either get out, or stay here, fight, and then get out. Yi Chen stood in front of Yi Yusheng. Chu Yuan had obviously gone mad. Damn it. If things continue at this rate, Yi Yusheng won't die directly at Chu Yuan's hands, right?
Although she is the heroine and a person with great luck, don't forget that Chu Yuan is the hero of this book.
In terms of luck, who can compare to him? No, he had to stop it. Su Ming's eyes flashed and he got out of the car and walked over. Hey guys, it's very lively here. Su Ming.
After seeing him, Chu Yuan's face became ferocious for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Even the murderous aura around him was restrained a little. The scarlet color in his eyes gradually faded, becoming much clearer. Su Ming was surprised. Does he still have this function? Chu Yuan, if we make a big fuss now, it won't benefit any of us. Don't forget, Lin Nan and Lin Ling are still in our hands. You won't abandon them, right? Su Ming put his hands in his pockets and stood leisurely beside Chu Tian. Master. Now is not a good time to do it. Damn, what if Chu Yuan goes crazy and kills the heroine? What about his plot? Whenever a female protagonist dies, the plot can never reach perfection. How can Su Ming go back? Chu Yuan stared at him coldly. Are you still a man? Let my people go. It's not up to you to decide whether to release it or not. Su Ming shrugged. Go away. It's late at night. I don't want to get entangled with you here. Lin Nan and Lin Ling are of little use to me.
I have no interest in them at all. Then why don't you let him go? Chu Yuan actually didn't care much about the brother and sister.
Lin Nan and Lin Ling were no longer of much use to him.
But out of humanitarianism, he couldn't abandon them.
If it gets out, it will damage his reputation as the underground overlord of Yin State.
Su Ming's reputation has been ruined, but he is not yet.
Chu Yuan's thoughts raced like lightning, and before long, he made his final decision. Well, I promise you, and you have to promise me that you will let him go after I leave.
It depends on my mood.
If you don't let me go, I will come to your house myself. There was a hint of threat in Chu Yuan's tone.
Please.
The two of them struggled here for a while before Chu Yuan slowly left. Su Ming glared at Chu Tian, who shrugged with an innocent look on his face.
I'm afraid he might harm Uncle Yechen. Besides, this is what Miss Yi meant. Su Ming frowned even more tightly.
Why is Yi Yuxing getting involved in this matter? He raised his head and met Yi Yuxing's smiling eyes.
It's so late, let's stay here. Don't worry, I'll say hello to Jiang Shilian. Yes, Master Su, you can stay here. Shu Er was a smart guy after all. He quickly joined in and poked Chu Tian's arm. Everyone chimed in, and Su Ming couldn't refuse, so he could only nod and agree. A beautiful smile appeared on Yi Yuxing's face. Let's go.
I'll go with you.
No, I'll just sleep with Uncle Yechen. Yi Chen was shocked. Master, I am old, I am afraid it is not appropriate. What are you thinking about? There's something wrong with each of these, right?
Su Ming was so angry that he started cursing. Yi Chen felt ashamed.
No, if I ruin the eldest lady's plan, I will definitely have a hard time in the future.
Fortunately, Su Ming brought the diary over, so he could still record something in it. On the night of August 1st, it was outrageous, too outrageous.
Why was everyone so outrageous? The villain male supporting role had a lot of work pressure, okay? Could you please trouble the male and female protagonists to stop making trouble? It's not easy for me to carry out the plot normally.
If I hadn't shown up in time tonight, with Chu Yuan's energy, he might have killed Yi Yuxing directly. I don't know what drug he took, but he was so excited. I found that Chu Yuan's spiritual power had changed slightly.
Could it be that he was stimulated by something? Could it be that he was stimulated by me? I didn't do anything.
Su Ming felt that his life was really difficult.
These days, it's not easy to be a cannon fodder. He's innocent, okay?
Su Ming sighed helplessly and planned to go out and talk to Chu Tian or Yi Chen. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a familiar smiling face.
He must have opened the door in the wrong way.
Su Ming still had a smile on his face.
He closed the door again and opened it again. Good job. The smile on Yi Yuxing's face disappeared. Master Su, do you really not want to see me? You think too much. What's the matter?
Su Ming crossed his arms and said calmly. His face twitched slightly.
Sister, you are wearing such cool clothes. Can you treat me as a man?
Yi Yuxing wore her usual pajamas, which were good in every way except that they revealed too much. Seeing the fair skin of the girl, Su Ming swallowed subconsciously. This hypocritical man is obviously very interested in her, but he just refuses to admit it.
Yi Yuxing chuckled. Where are you going? Looking for Chu Tian, is he here too? He's downstairs. Yi Yuxing frowned.
It's just the two of us upstairs. Then I'll go find him downstairs.
Are you sure? My father is also sleeping downstairs. Let me remind you, he is a very light sleeper. If you wake him up, even I won't be able to save you.
Su Ming sighed resignedly, opened the door and let Yi Yuxing in.
Tell me, what happened today? And about Yi Mulan, you have to explain everything to me.
Yi Yuxing's whereabouts are mysterious and unpredictable, and her every action is beyond Su Ming's expectations. She is almost the heroine with the most variables. It was Yechen himself who exposed himself today.
Yi Yuxing directly pushed the blame onto Yi Chen.
I will implement 24-hour, 360-degree surveillance on each of my subordinates, but Yi Chen hid it very well. It was not until recently that I discovered that he was still making extra money outside, which offended Chu Yuan.
But since he is my subordinate, I can't just leave him alone. So you found Chu Tian and the others.
Su Ming's frown slowly relaxed. That's right, but I'm not doing this entirely for Ye Chen.
He's not being honest, and I want to punish him. Yi Yuxing suddenly changed the subject.
Besides, I am also interested in getting in touch with Chu Yuan.
Chapter 178, Dog Love Story.
The interest she mentioned certainly did not mean that she had that kind of thoughts about Chu Yuan. But what Su Ming heard was another matter.
Miss Yi, so you are interested in that type?
Yes.
Yi Yuxing felt an impulse when he saw Chu Yuan.
The urge to beat him to death.
Does this count as interest?
Yi Yuxing didn't refute, but stared at him with a smile.
Master Su, please come to see me often in the future.
You haven't come for a long time, and the relationship between us has faded.
Yi Yuxing, don't give me that shit. What kind of relationship do you think there is between us?
Could it be you are worried that I might take action against Chu Yuan who was interested in you, so you come to please me? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Yi Yuxing leaned forward slightly, creating an exaggerated cleavage on her chest, which rubbed against Su Ming's arm.
TSK. Is it necessary to go to this extent? That's not right. The Yi family and the Su family are equally powerful. Is Yi Yuxing coming to please me because she's afraid that she won't be able to protect Chu Yuan? It is understandable to think so.
After all, the male protagonist has a passive taunting skill and is a troublemaker.
Isn't the Lin family a lesson for him?
Yi Yuxing kissed him gently.
Is it really necessary to go to this extent?
Su Ming was shocked. But since the offer had come, as a normal man, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yi Yuxing only tasted it briefly and kissed it lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water, and it was gone in a flash.
Then I'll go first. After getting what he wanted, Yi Yuxing left Su Ming's bedroom with brisk steps.
To conquer him, you need to proceed step by step and not be impatient for success.
Yi Yuxing will eat Su Ming bit by bit.
She licked her lips, and a hint of excitement appeared on her charming face. The next day, when Su Ming returned home, he saw Jiang Shilian waiting for him at the door with eager eyes.
Master, are you going to work today?
She skipped forward and hugged Su Ming's arm.
I'm not going today, what's wrong?
Su Ming rubbed her soft waist.
Then go shopping with me. Wait for me to take a shower.
Su Ming said with a smile, I heard that the food at Yi Yuxing's place is good, and you have maintained a perfect figure. As expected of the heroine, she has a physique that allows her to eat a lot without gaining weight.
Isn't this for the young master?
That's good.
Go ahead.
A flash of doubt flashed across Su Ming's eyes.
Why are you so well behaved? Is Jiang Shilian so submissive in the plot? Who cares? He really has PTSD, that's something to think about.
Su Ming drove Jiang Shilian to the mall. She was quite excited and held Su Ming's arm tightly.
I can't run. Master, I heard that you gave Miss Qin a dress? I want one too. Okay, whatever you want. Just ask them to pack up whatever you want.
I'll pay for all your purchases today. Su Ming took out a bank card and placed it in Jiang Shilian's hand.
I bought a skirt for Qin Yanran, aren't you jealous?
Jiang Shilian curled her lips. Master, a man as outstanding as you are will definitely not have me as the only woman.
Su Ming chuckled. Go ahead. It seems that she is just pretending. Jiang Shilian in the original novel does not have such a good temper.
She often goes against Su Ming. Every time she goes against him, she will face Su Ming's terrible revenge. Jiang Shilian's behavior was probably an attempt to compromise and please him.
Smarter than in the original book.
Su Ming likes smart women, even though this woman's feelings towards him may not be so pure.
Why you?
Su Ming turned his head lazily, and unexpectedly he fell in love with Lin Ling. He was accompanied by a wealthy young man, who was wearing all branded clothes and even had exaggerated gold rings on his fingers. He reeked of the money-making smell of a nouveau riche. The rich young man stood beside Lin Ling, carrying the bag for her with a fawning look on his face. Su Ming was surprised.
How long has it been?
She has already climbed up the ladder.
I have to say, this woman is really capable. If it was the original Lin Ling, she probably wouldn't even look at this nouveau riche. But things are different now.
The Lin family went bankrupt, and the siblings were displaced. Lin Ling couldn't find Chu Yuan, so she had to find such a temporary bootlicker. Zhang Fan is a nouveau riche who has been pestering her for a long time. His father runs a small business and makes some money. As the saying goes, such people will not be rich for more than 3 generations. Although Lin Ling also looks down on her, Zhang Fan can indeed solve her urgent needs now.
As for what happened, that's impossible.
Lin Ling only recognizes Chu Yuan as a man in her life. I made an appointment with Zhang Fan today, originally wanting to change my appearance, but I didn't expect to meet Su Ming.
He and Yi Yuxing are the culprits who caused the Lin family to go bankrupt.
Lin Ling gritted her teeth and stared at Su Ming.
Zhang Fan obviously knew Su Ming.
In front of such a big boss, a nouveau riche like him was nothing. But Lin Ling obviously had some conflicts with Su Ming, which made him not know what to do. Su Ming lowered his eyes.
He didn't even bother to look at people like this. Master, do you think this looks good on me?
Zhang Xilian changed into a new dress and sat in Su Ming's arms.
Okay, let's buy them all. Zhang Fan secretly glanced at the sign. Good job.
Even if his family was rich, he would never spend money like that.
This is the difference between the nouveau riche and the upper class.
Su Ming called the person over with a smile. That row over there, wrap it all up for my fiancé.
Yes. Several sales clerks' faces were beaming with joy. Lin Ling was immediately angry. Zhang Fan. I want one too, buy it for me. Zhang Xilian then noticed the two people and looked over in surprise. Master, they are. Never mind. Su Ming glanced at them calmly and said softly, let's watch the show here. Zhang Fan looked embarrassed.
Lin Ling bit her lips.
Back then, the Zhang family was no match for their Lin family. But what about now? She must also have what Zhang Xilian can afford.
Xiaoling, which one do you want? Zhang Fan asked embarrassedly.
I want both. This puts Zhang Fan in a difficult position.
He didn't have that much money left in his card, so it was difficult for him to buy half of it, let alone the whole row. But facing the salesperson's bright eyes, he was too embarrassed to say that he didn't want to buy it.
It's a matter of man's face. Hey, isn't that Lin Ling?
Zhang Xilian finally recognized Lin Ling.
You two still know each other.
If he remembered correctly, the two men had never met each other. Zhang Xilian curled her lips. More than knowing her, she once mocked me in front of me.
Su Ming frowned. When? Before I met you.
Zhang Xilian had something else in her words and glanced at Lin Ling out of the corner of her eye.
Zhang Fan. Are you going to buy it or not? Wait a minute.
Su Ming called the salesperson over and whispered something to her.
Master, is this okay? Go ask your boss to contact the mall manager and tell him that it was Su Ming from the Su family who said that. Yes.
The salesperson was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly followed Su Ming's instructions. On the other hand, under the pressure of Lin Ling, Zhang Fan had to use his father's bank card.
That's right, this unfilial son stole his father's bank card.
Su Ming watched this scene with interest.
Chapter 179, The Sorrow of a Dog Licker. Wrap up that row for me.
Compared with Su Ming, Zhang Fan's words lacked any momentum, and the salesperson was unable to even finish packing for him.
Sorry, please wait a moment.
Soon, the manager of the clothing store came in and looked at Zhang Fan with a smile. Master Zhang, are you going to buy this row of clothes?
Right.
Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. He spent so much on this trip, and who knows how his dad will scold him when he returns. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. He has given so much for Lin Ling, the latter must be deeply moved.
Master, aren't we leaving yet? Zhang Xilian blew gently into Su Ming's ear. No hurry.
Su Ming rubbed her little hand and smiled.
Oh.
Zhang Xilian obeyed his orders.
Since Su Ming said he would not leave, then they would not leave.
Zhang Xilian was willing to sit here even if it meant sitting there all day. Lin Ling feels very proud now. Su Ming just said he wanted to book that row of clothes, but the manager didn't show up. But after they finished speaking, the manager showed up.
What does this mean?
It shows that they have face.
The manager can come out in person.
Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and handed over the bank card.
Make money from here.
Okay. After the manager took it, he left for a while. 10 minutes later, he returned to the clothing store, looking embarrassed. I'm sorry, Master Zhang, the balance on your card may not be enough.
What? Zhang Fan's scalp felt like it was bursting. Lin Ling shook his hand away. Zhang Fan. Are you kidding me?
Being attacked from both sides, Zhang Fan was overwhelmed. He walked over and looked at the tag, then murmured, "That's right. If it was just this price, of course he could afford it." The manager shrugged. I'm really sorry, these clothes have become limited edition, so we have to raise the price. Master Zhang, the price on the tag is not counted.
You are kidding me. Zhang Fan suddenly became furious.
Su Ming sat nearby and watched the joke. Young Master Zhang Xilian said in a low voice.
Is Su Ming doing this for her?
He nodded, as a sign of agreement. No matter what, Zhang Xilian is his woman now, so he has to put in some effort to look good on the surface. And Su Ming really looked down on Lin Ling. Such a materialistic woman really needs to be taught a lesson.
Su Ming raised his chin and gave the manager an approving look. The latter was encouraged and became more firm in his attitude.
Master Zhang, we don't dare to play tricks on you, but this is indeed the situation now. If you don't have money to buy it, you can go to another clothing store to buy it.
Good job.
Zhang Fan has been crazy for more than 10 years, but he never expected that there is someone even crazier than him.
Brother, you are in this business, how can you drive customers to other stores?
Even if he went to other clothing stores, it would be useless because Su Ming had taken care of everything.
Lin Ling started to act like a spoiled brat. I don't care. I want the clothes from this store. Zhang Fan, are you going to buy them for me or not?
This. A circle of people who were watching the show had gathered around. Most of them knew Zhang Fan, and their interested looks seemed to burn through him, making Zhang Fan's face burn with pain.
Buy it or not? Purchase? How to buy? I can't afford it.
Brother, if you don't have money, forget it.
It's not shameful.
Ha, that's right, we brothers won't laugh at you.
Hey! Then why are you showing your teeth?
Oh, it's too hot, I'll put it out to dry.
Brother, a gold digger like this isn't worth your efforts, run away.
Some people laughed at him, while others kindly comforted him. Zhang Fan's feet felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move a step.
Lin Ling was anxious.
She also realized that it wasn't that Zhang Fan didn't want to buy it for her, but that he didn't have the ability to do so. Suddenly, Lin Ling felt unwell. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of somewhere in the crowd, where a figure she had been thinking about day and night gradually came into view.
Brother Chu. How could this happen?
Su Ming turned his head in surprise.
As expected, Xu Yuan looked embarrassed. Damn it, could you please stop yelling at me?
If Zhang Fan can't afford it, then I can't afford it either. Even though he swallowed up the Chu family has been in seclusion for many years and does not have much assets. At most, Xu Yuan is now a nouveau riche that is slightly smaller than the Zhang family. Brother Chu, we haven't seen each other for a long time, don't you miss me?
Another one?
Passers-by took out their watermelons and started eating them.
Zhang Fan's face turned green. Ah, I do. Think of nothing. Chu Yuan looked embarrassed. Xiaoling, there are too many people here, let's go quickly.
Lin Ling curled her lips.
Brother Chu, I won't leave. I want that row of clothes. Su Ming almost burst out laughing.
Not to mention a row, even if it was just one piece, it wouldn't be easy for Chu Yuan to buy it. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw Su Ming hugging Jiang Xilian and being affectionate with her, he was suddenly stimulated. He was so excited that he was about to take out his bank card, but the manager came over and poured cold water on him.
It's a totally astronomical number. The corner of Chu Yuan's mouth twitched.
They are just a few pieces of clothing, but the price is almost longer than his ID card.
He frowned and looked at Lin Ling in front of him. Xiaoling, stop making trouble, let's go.
Lin Ling curled her lips and looked at Jiang Xilian unwillingly.
The latter was smiling and talking about something with Su Ming and didn't notice her gaze at all. Oh well.
Although she was unwilling, she still listened to Chu Yuan's words.
Chu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
When the people around realized that the fun was over, they scattered like birds and beasts and went back to their homes.
Only Zhang Fan was left, standing there blankly.
Su Ming patted the manager's shoulder.
Well done. Pack up these clothes for me. Master, I can't wear so many clothes.
Su Ming raised his eyebrows.
It's okay, change one every day, I like to watch it. Okay.
Zhang Fan then realized that everything was Su Ming's plan. The prices of these clothes are not that expensive at all. He raised his head with an incredible look on his face. Su Ming patted his shoulder with a smile. Next time you chase a girl, first see clearly what kind of person she is and whether she is worth your efforts. To put it simply, he and Zhang Fan were not related at all, so there was no need for him to help him too much. Su Ming and Jiang Xilian left hand in hand. In the underground garage, Lin Ling and Chu Yuan cried about what they had been going through these days.
It's all Su Ming.
Chu Yuan said bitterly.
And Yi Yusheng, Lin Ling added. Chu Yuan smiled and said, they are just temporarily bewitched by Su Ming. They may not want to embarrass you.
Lin Ling was stunned.
What are you talking about? It was clearly Yi Yusheng who sent Lin Chao in jail.
But Chu Yuan's unquestionable tone told her that she shouldn't ask any more.
Lin Ling shut up obediently.
Chu Yuan rubbed her head with satisfaction. From now on, you and Xiaonan will live with me. The Lin family went bankrupt because of me.
I can't just leave you alone. Brother Chu Wu, you're so nice.
The unhappiness in Lin Ling's heart completely disappeared with Chu Yuan's words.
She hugged Chu Yuan's arm, and the two left here happily. Chapter 180: The Mysterious Old Man.
On August 3rd, Su Ming placed the few props he had obtained so far on the table, with a thoughtful expression. 2 in total, a laptop and a broken cell phone. What is certain at the moment is that these are most likely the things of a certain female protagonist, but Su Ming does not know who they belong to.
How about putting these things with Chu Yuan? Su Ming's eyes rolled. After all, the heroine's things must be returned by the hero.
If he, the villain male supporting role, were to return the favor, it would always feel like something was not right.
Moreover, it's a ridiculous system. Why would it reward him with such a useless item?
Even if the reward was something else, Su Ming would accept it. He put away the 2 props with a curse. Sneaky, are you serious about your work?
Qin Yudai glanced at him.
Of course, Mr. Qin, I work very seriously. Su Ming yawned, but Qin Yudai couldn't tell that he was serious. He had been quite idle these past few days. Chu Yuan had been showing off and getting slapped in the face elsewhere and had no time to pay attention to him. So in the evening, Su Ming came to Luozhen's bar again to have fun.
Coincidentally, Su Hui was also there, with Lin Liu beside him. Su Ming blinked. Should I call Lin Liu my sister-in-law from now on?
The little girl blushed, but Su Hui widened his eyes and said unhappily, why don't you call me sister-in-law?
Get lost. I think you are tired of living.
Lin Liu was still a little afraid of Su Ming, so she tugged at Su Hui's sleeve, reminding him not to go too far.
It's okay.
Master Su may be harsh on others, but he's still very good to us.
Su Hui was smiling and looked heartless.
Su Ming thought about it and felt that the plot concerning him and Lin Luoyu had basically passed. There would definitely not be any crisis in their relationship in the future, and they would most likely go to the end of the plot. Perhaps the existence of these two people is too insignificant in the novel, so the plot correction does not care about them at all, and keeps correcting the plot between the male and female protagonists. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Master Su, I forgot to tell you that a very suspicious person came to see me recently.
How suspicious? Luozhen thought about it.
The man was dressed in black, with a cap and sunglasses. I couldn't see his face clearly, and his ID was forged. Without saying a word, he came up and asked me to help him change the prescription.
Su Ming frowned. Luozhen smiled awkwardly. I think he may have mistaken me for an alchemist.
I told him that the marrow cleansing and bone strengthening wine and the tendon and bone restoring pill were not made by me, but he insisted on finding the person who made these pills.
Where are the people? Su Ming asked.
He's gone, not long ago, but he comes here every day.
If you come early tomorrow, you might run into him. Su Ming nodded slightly and asked again, what prescription did he come to change? Is it the same as the one Yang Qifeng gave me before? No, the same. Luozhen's mouth twitched.
It's just a very common prescription, which is full of Chinese medicine, like a health product. But that person said that his prescription is very useful and works all the time, but the production process is too complicated. He asked me to help him contact the master and streamline the refining process.
Su Hui rolled his eyes. Where can you find a cure-all medicine these days? Are you afraid you've met a scammer?
Whether he is a liar or not, wait for him to come tomorrow and Master Su will know after taking a look.
Su Ming smiled bitterly. He was not a professional, so how could he know how to identify a scammer?
But listening to Luozhen's description, that person didn't seem like a liar, but more like a doctor who saved lives.
Luozhen, do you think he's a liar? I don't feel that way. Luozhen thought about it and said doubtfully, he doesn't look like a liar.
Nonsense, a liar won't grab your ears and tell you he's a liar. Lin Luoyu also echoed, in today's world, we really have to be careful, especially when it comes to people like young Master Luo and young Master Su who are worth a lot of money. Luozhen pointed to the group of bodyguards behind him with a smile and said, I have someone to protect me.
Everyone looked at Su Ming.
He lowered his head, as if thinking about something.
Luozhen cleared his throat. Master Su doesn't need anyone's protection. Nonsense, Wang Muyo had already secretly sent 2 experts to protect Su Ming, but he just didn't know it. Let's meet him tomorrow when he comes.
Su Ming said calmly.
The next evening, Luozhen came to the bar early.
When he saw the man in black sitting awkwardly across from the booth, he was speechless.
This guy is really energetic.
He comes here so early.
Sit down. Someone will be coming today. Talk to him about the prescription.
Luozhen poured him a glass of wine.
Thank you, but I don't drink.
He shook his wrist and the wine spilled all over the table. This was the first time the man in black took off his voice changer and spoke to him. It turned out to be an old man.
Could he be someone of Yang Qifeng's level? Luozhen became curious.
Not long after, Su Ming rushed over. After seeing him, the man in black was obviously surprised. He looked at him from behind his sunglasses. He seemed not to have expected that the man behind this deal was Su Ming.
Master Su.
Hello. While he was looking at Su Ming was also looking at him. The old man had his back straight and spoke with full energy. He didn't look like an ordinary person. He'd better be polite.
My last name is Wu, you can call me Old Wu. This surname. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely understood the answer.
He nodded and said, please show me the prescription first. Luozhen stared at him strangely.
Is Master Su usually so polite? When did you start calling someone you all the time? Does this little old man deserve such polite treatment?
Old Wu took out a brand new piece of paper and pen from his pocket and wrote it down on the spot. The handwriting is elegant and square, with a style similar to that of a calligraphy master. But Su Ming knew that the identity of the person in front of him was not comparable to those calligraphy masters. Please help me give it to the master alchemist. By the way, I can pay any price as long as you don't ask too much. Su Ming smiled. Don't worry, senior. This is just an ordinary prescription. If it needs to be improved, it will not cost more than 1 million at most. In this world, mortals are not as valuable as warriors. Master Yang Qifeng should have recommended you here, right? Yes, he didn't say it, and I didn't expect that you were the one responsible for this matter. The old man sounded surprised. Luozhen was becoming more and more confused. How come even the seniors are coming out? How did this old man become Su Ming's predecessor? His intuition told him that it would be best not to interrupt at this time. There was a hint of admiration in old Wu's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. This person is completely different from the rumors spread by the outside world. Yang Qifeng is right, you can't judge a person by his appearance. It turns out that seeing is believing, otherwise, how would those rumors from the outside world have belittled Su Ming? If you believe me, come back one day and get it. Of course I believe it. Although I am old, I still understand the principle of not employing people you doubt and not doubting them. Old Wu patted Su Ming's shoulder, acting like an elder. Chapter 181 A Mistake. If anyone else dared to act so arrogantly in front of Su Ming, he would have kicked them out long ago. But when it comes to this person, Su Ming doesn't dare. The grandfather and grandson talked pleasantly for a while, and then old Wu got up and left. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with the results of today's conversation. Luozhen sent the man away in confusion and asked impatiently, Master Su, have you figured out his identity? I guess so. Su Ming sighed. By the way, old Wu's granddaughter is also one of the heroines, but she will not appear until some time later, so she has no part to play for now. What's your background? Why do you respect me so much? Leader, big leader. Su Ming spread his hands. The kind of leader who can make Yan country tremble with just a stamp of his feet. Luozhen's eyes widened. You can see this. Of course, as long as you have more contact, you will be able to see it. Of course, Su Ming was bragging. Generally, only his father Su Hong had the opportunity to come into contact with seniors of this level. People like him can't even get a number. But being able to please old Wu is not a bad thing. I just hope that this old senior can take care of the Su family when something happens. Su Ming thinks long-term and certainly doesn't just think about himself. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, but the Su family cannot be destroyed because of him. After returning home, he took a quick look at the prescription. This is indeed just an ordinary prescription for treating diseases, most likely developed by old Wu himself. It is indeed a bit complicated, but it is not difficult for Su Ming to simplify it. Just remove most of the herbs and add those that possess the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The two kinds of medicinal herbs have different functions. The former are mainly used by ordinary people, while the medicinal herbs that possess the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are more commonly used by warriors. If there is too much spiritual energy contained in it, it is likely to cause harm to ordinary people. Su Ming must present the recipe perfectly on paper. The whole process, from thinking to writing the prescription, took only 10 minutes. When going out to work, Su Ming put the prescription into his pocket. Today is August 5th. Early in the morning, Xia Yizhua stayed in his office. If Su Ming hadn't seen her, he would have forgotten what day it was today. Master, I'll wait for you at Yuechang Hotel tonight. Some other time. I have other things to do tonight. What is more important than me? That's what I said. All in all, he had only known Xia Yizhua for a few days. Su Ming glanced at her helplessly. Anyway, go play first. Xia Yizhua was dissatisfied. What does this mean? Don't play with her? Su Ming frowned and added, I have other things to do tonight. If you can wait, wait in the room. Xia Yizhua is not someone who will give up easily, so of course she will wait. Joy City Hotel.
Brother Chu, do I have to sleep here tonight? Lin Ling said in a delicate voice. Yes, there is a problem with the water pipes at home. We have to sleep here tonight. It's too late now. I will find someone to repair it tomorrow. Chu Yuan shrugged helplessly. I don't know what's wrong with me lately, I've been having bad luck so often. Okay then, but Brother Chu, you have to accompany me. Okay. Lin Ling smiled slyly. When she said accompany, of course she didn't just mean simple accompany. This was a medicine that she had asked someone to buy at a high price. It was colorless and odorless, but had a significant aphrodisiac effect. Even if Chu Yuan was a warrior, he might not be able to detect it. This little bit of potion directly emptied Lin Ling's family fortune, but for Chu Yuan, it was all worth it. To make her brother Chu fall in love with her. Speaking of this, Lin Ling felt a little sad. They were clearly husband and wife, so why didn't Chu Yuan admit that he loved her? She believed that Chu Yuan must have her in his heart, otherwise he would not have taken her in now. Lin Nan followed the two of them stupidly, not noticing anything. Chu Yuan checked into 3 rooms, put his things in place, and prepared to go downstairs for dinner. Brother Chu, are you thirsty? Drink some water. Chu Yuan held the cup of water, but he didn't feel thirsty. Lin Ling didn't worry that he wouldn't drink, so she skipped away. After going downstairs and arriving at the hotel lobby, Chu Yuan saw from a distance a girl with delicate looks leaning against the sofa. She has fair skin, a gentle face, and a faint smile on her face, which contains a hint of playfulness. While talking on the phone, he stuffed dessert into his mouth. Master, when will you come over? Later? How long is later? 10 minutes. Okay, I'll still be waiting for you here. Xia Yizhui sighed helplessly. It's not easy to fish for a person. Although there was no love between her and Su Ming, he was handsome and rich, and his status was above everyone else in Yuncheng. She would not suffer any loss if she followed him. Sorry, she is such a vulgar woman. Although before Su Ming, Xia Yizhui had never been close to any other man. She has very high requirements for her partners. No one except Su Ming can be satisfied. As Xia Yizhui was thinking about it, her throat suddenly tightened and she frowned subconsciously. Are you okay? Chu Yuan happened to pass by her and recognized her as the famous movie queen of Yuncheng, Xia Yizhu. He quickly handed over the water at hand. I got to know Xia Yizhui not only because of her fame. It's also because. Mr. Chu, good evening. Xia Yizhu took the water but didn't drink it until Chu Yuan emphasized it. I haven't drunk this glass of water. I just received it. Only then did Xia Yizhui feel relieved and took a sip. He got to know Xia Yizhui not only because of her fame, but also because she was his former employee. Chu Yuan smiled gently and wanted to sit next to her. Boss Chu, were you here with your girlfriend just now? Chu Yuan frowned and was about to retort, but Xia Yizhu didn't give him a chance to refute and continued, if you don't go back, she will be waiting anxiously. I'm here to eat. The smile on his face froze for a moment. Are you waiting for someone here? That's right, wait for Master Su. She emphasized the 3 words Master Su. When Chu Yuan heard this name, he would frown subconsciously. If he dares to bully you, you can tell me. Xia Yizhui's mouth twitched. Thank you, but that's not necessary. Humph, you don't need to emphasize, I understand all of Su Ming's dirty tricks. Chu Yuan started to complain incessantly, and Xia Yizhui was bored. She leaned on the sofa behind her, but couldn't fall asleep. Instead, a feeling of heat gradually rose in my lower abdomen. Etc. Xia Yizhui touched his face. So hot. She felt like her whole body was burning. Could it be that glass of water? Xia Yizhu gritted her teeth and looked at Chu Yuan coldly. You are so shameless. Chu Yuan was inexplicably scolded and was confused. But he could clearly see that Xia Yizhui was not in a good condition, and he immediately understood what was going on. It should be Lin Ling who drugged him, but by mistake, Xia Yizhui drank the glass of water. Chu Yuan couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
He stood up with a serious look on his face. Xia Yizhu, it's not good for your health if you hold on like this. This matter is caused by me. If it really doesn't work, I can help you. Chapter 182, I'm not interested in your figure. Bar. Su Ming and Luozhen sat together, and opposite them was old Wu from yesterday. The hand holding the prescription was trembling slightly, and his excitement could be seen in his eyes. Su Ming, is this what the master helped me improve? For such an excellent prescription, 300,000 is still too little. I'll give you 500,000. Old Wu was wealthy, so he took out his cell phone and transferred money to Luozhen. Luozhen was worried. This old man, why doesn't he even call me young master, but just calls me young master Su by his name? Will this make Master Su unhappy? But Su Ming still had a smile on his face. Then I'll be honored to ask for your help. If you need anything other than prescriptions, just come to me and ask for it. Old Wu laughed and said mysteriously, Su Ming, have you figured out my true identity? Su Ming was stunned. He thought the old man didn't want to be exposed. I didn't expect him to be so proactive. Since he had said it, Su Ming naturally had no taboos and nodded slightly. Luozhen was confused and didn't dare to ask easily. He finally realized that the person who could be treated so politely by Su Ming must not be a simple person. In the entire Yunsheng, there are no more than a handful of people who can make Su Ming be so polite. Luozhen straightened his back subconsciously. Ah, good boy, you make me very satisfied. If you didn't have a fiancé, I would have wanted to introduce my granddaughter to you. Old Wu sighed, what a pity that someone else got there first. Su Ming smiled slightly and did not respond. Good boy, this prescription is something I researched to treat an old friend, but it has never been perfected and has many shortcomings. I didn't have much hope when I came here this time, but you gave me a big surprise. Old Wu was talkative and started chatting with Su Ming. He took a look and found that it was almost time to go to Yuecheng Hotel to meet Xia Yizhui. If you have any further questions, you can come to me directly, or you can ask me to go and see your old friend. Su Ming smiled and said, I learned a lot from watching and listening. Good. Old Wu nodded solemnly. Maybe I'll have to trouble you. What are you talking about? I feel very honored to be able to help you. After Old Wu left, Luozhen smacked his lips. Master Su, is this leader really that big? Is it worthy of your polite treatment? Su Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a dangerous smile. Was I mean before? Of course not, Luozhen replied immediately. He didn't dare to say that Su Ming was mean. Snort. Get me a car and go to Yuecheng Hotel. Okay. Joy City Hotel. This matter is caused by me. If it really doesn't work, let me help you. Xu Yuan said this and was about to take action. Get out of here. Xia Yizhui shouted coldly. He was stunned. Xia Yizhu, I was your former boss. You know my character very well. Besides, I actually have a hidden identity. I am the overlord of the underground forces of Yin country. If you follow me, I will never let you suffer any loss. It is better than being taken advantage of by that gangster Su Ming. Xu Yuan's confident smile made Xia Yizhu frown. What's the play? So confident? She was breathing heavily and her face flushed, but she still shook her head. If you dare to come over here today, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. Xu Yuan frowned and said unhappily, Don't tell me you are waiting for Su Ming to come. Oh, it's good that you know. Xia Yizhui looked at him with disdain. What's so good about him? Xu Yuan roared, attracting a lot of people's attention. He's worth all of your attention. The young master is good in every way. In short, he is better than a bastard like you. Xia Yizhui's words successfully stimulated Xu Yuan. His eyes instantly turned red and he reached out to grab the cloth on Xia Yizhui's chest. Humph, you are so stubborn, I will let you see how powerful I am. Depend on. Xia Yizhui's eyes widened. Suddenly. Bang. A figure fell from the sky and hit Xu Yuan hard in the face.
Miss Ya, are you okay? Master Su is on his way.
If Luozhen were here, he would definitely recognize who this person is. There were two assassins under Wang Muyao who had been protecting Su Ming. After learning about Su Ming's itinerary, they decided that one of them would protect Su Ming while the other came to check if Xia Yizhua was still staying in the hotel. However, they did not expect to see this scene. The killer stood in front of Xia Yizhua and stared at Chu Yuan coldly.
You dare to touch Master Su's woman? You really don't know how to live or die.
Chu Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling dizzy and his steps unsteady. The blow just now directly broke his nose bridge and even indirectly affected Chu Yuan's mind. He was in a state of confusion and the killer in front of him blurred into two and could not be distinguished at all.
Damn it, it's Su Ming again. Thump.
Chu Yuan's eyes went dark and he fell straight to the ground. The killer turned around and saw Xia Yizhua's situation, and quickly informed his companions.
Let Master Su come over quickly. Receive.
Another killer suddenly appeared in the car, which scared Su Ming.
Who are you?
The killer scratched his face in embarrassment.
I am a warrior sent by others to protect you.
My companion told me that Miss Xia was drugged by Chu Yuan in the hotel and is not in a good condition.
He asked me to inform you. Chu Yuan drugged Xia Yizhu. No way.
Although Chu Yuan is Xia Yizhua's former boss, he should not have any improper thoughts about her.
The two of them don't have much contact now. Why would someone drug Xia Yizhua? Where are the people?
Chu Yuan fainted, and Miss Xia is not in good condition.
Hurry up, step on the gas. Su Ming's face was gloomy.
There is another person with Xia Yizhua, she should be safe for the time being.
No matter what, Chu Yuan and Xia Yizhua must not have any relationship now. Wouldn't that be a mess?
Su Ming was very upset and kept asking the driver to step on the accelerator. Even so, it took him 10 minutes to arrive at Yuecheng Hotel. Master, Miss Xia has been placed in a room by the hotel staff.
Here is the room card. Please keep it safe. Well, thank you very much. You can go and have a rest. I will take care of the next things.
Su Ming tugged at his tie and said.
The two killers also knew what he was going to do and nodded immediately. Yes, master, then you should be careful. The two of them came and left in a hurry.
Su Ming walked to the door of the room with a gloomy face, but ran into Linling by chance.
Why are you here too?
Linling protected her chest with a vigilant look on her face. She is now wearing pajamas, which looks cool, but inevitably exposes some parts that should not be exposed.
But she was showing it to Chu Yuan, not to Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. Don't block that thing. I don't mind looking at it.
Linling was extremely angry. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to her and swiped his card to enter the room. As soon as he entered the door, a soft and delicate body threw itself into Su Ming's arms.
Master, you are finally here. Chapter 183, Slap and Send Away?
Xia Yizhui leaned in Su Ming's arms with a wrong look on her face, her breathing rapid and her condition just as the killer said. I was almost molested by Chu Yuan just now.
How audacious.
Wait till I get back to deal with him. Su Ming pinched Xia Yizhua's chin with an ambiguous look in his eyes.
Now, let me deal with you first.
Xia Yizhua's eyes are as charming as silk. When Chu Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Linling was standing in front of him with a worried look on her face.
Brother Chu, why are you sleeping here? You slept here all night. Linling asked in a low voice.
She waited in the room for a long time last night, but Chu Yuan didn't show up, so she came out to check and met Su Ming.
As soon as he saw her, Chu Yuan got angry.
He straightened up suddenly and found that his nose had healed itself.
Bang!
Linling covered her face and looked at him in astonishment.
Brother Chu? Chu Yuan spoke in a low voice. Why do that? What did you put in that glass of water? Linling asked blankly, what's going on? Is it because of that glass of water that you? I'm asking you a question. Chu Yuan's voice was as loud as a bell, attracting the attention of many passers-by. I didn't do that because I love you.
Lin Ling broke down and cried.
Her big reaction really scared Chu Yuan. Why are you crying? Hold it back. Chu Yuan scolded and pulled Lin Ling into the room. Don't do this again.
Don't let me find out you're doing these little things behind my back again. Lin Ling lowered her head, her eyes red. Chu Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms.
Brother Chu Wu. Okay, stop crying. I was just angry for a moment. But I really don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Do you understand?
Yes. Lin Ling stammered and shrank into his arms.
You watched over me all night last night. Lin
Ling felt even more aggrieved.
Chu Yuan sighed. Have you seen Su Ming?
Yes.
Which room is he in? It's next door. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth.
If we try to stop it now, it will surely be over. The scene where Xia Yizhui rejected him was still vivid in Chu Yuan's mind, making his heart feel as if it was stabbed by a needle.
Why? Why does everyone say he is not as good as Su Ming? What's so good about the stupid second generation?
The more Chu Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes turned red again. Lin Ling quickly woke him up.
Brother Chu? Are you okay? I'm fine.
His eyes cleared up again.
What's going on? I feel like I'm becoming less and less sane lately. He even had trouble controlling his emotions, otherwise he wouldn't have. Everything should be fine at home. Let's call Lin Nan and go back. Good.
Lin Nan had no idea what happened last night, and Chu Yuan and Lin Ling also tacitly did not tell him.
Boss Chu, look.
Lin Nan looked carefully and saw that the person walking in front was Su Ming. There was also a woman who was covered tightly.
Judging from their appearance, the two seemed to be quite affectionate. Let's go. Get around him.
It was too late to go around now, because Su Ming had already seen them.
Master. Xia Yizhui obviously heard Chu Yuan's voice.
She leaned into Su Ming's arms, her tone sounding a little tired.
Tired?
Su Ming teased with a smile.
I don't want to see him.
Well, when we get back later, I'll arrange for a few warriors to protect you, otherwise you won't be so lucky next time.
Okay. Xia Yizhui obeys Su Ming in everything.
After last night, she completely understood Su Ming's charm.
From now on, no matter how many women are around Su Ming, she will serve him wholeheartedly. Xia Yizhui swore secretly.
After seeing Xia Yizhui off, Su Ming came to the company in high spirits.
Long Minger was already waiting for her in the office chair.
She was young, and Su Ming was too lazy to argue with her.
Qin Yudai didn't care what she did.
As long as she didn't disturb everyone's work, she just let her do what she wanted.
Where have you been these days? I haven't even seen your shadow.
On holidays, I'll go to the bar for a drink once in a while.
I don't need you to follow me.
Su Ming had 1,000 regrets. Why did he agree to let her be his bodyguard in the first place? If Su Ming had known Long Minger's identity earlier, he would never have let her get close to him. You are the daughter of the Lord of Ao Palace.
He knows your whereabouts. Why didn't he send anyone to look for you?
Su Ming has wanted to ask this question for a long time. Long Minger curled her lips and said, "Of course it's because my brother helped me hide it from Dad. It turns out that he is a worry-free person." Su Ming sighed helplessly.
Su Ming, come with me to meet someone later. Who? Qin Yudai's expression was somewhat solemn. I'm not sure either. My father asked me to go and meet him. He must not be an ordinary person. You accompany me. Good.
Su Ming stood up and Long Minger followed closely behind him. Qin Yudai held Su Ming's arm, her expression unusually nervous.
Boss Qin. Dad rarely lets me meet guests at home. Who is it?
Qin Yudai frowned, quite puzzled.
Su Ming smiled. Don't panic, Mr. Qin.
In the entire Yunqing, there are only a handful of people whose status and position surpass mine. With me here, what do you have to be afraid of? Hearing him say this, Qin Yudai inexplicably felt relieved.
It's okay, Mr. Qin, don't worry. If that person dares to make a move, I will slap him away. Long Minger does have this ability. But Su Ming's mouth twitched. No, we are law-abiding citizens, don't do that.
Qin Yudai smiled and said, if you really beat that man away, I won't have to stay in Yunqing tomorrow.
Ah? So serious. Long Minger looked puzzled. Qin family.
Qin Yudai had been waiting at the door for a long time. She held Su Ming's other arm, and Long Minger was stunned for a moment.
Damn, is Su Ming so popular? He was like the core of a sandwich between the two sisters, being sandwiched in the middle quite awkwardly, listening to their conversation. Sister, why were you called back? I also want to ask you, who is it? A few people pushed the door open and saw an old man sitting on the sofa, and Qin Long was pouring tea for him. Mr. Wu, please try this. This is the tea I bought from another place some time ago. The quality is absolutely excellent. As soon as he heard this name, Su Ming knew who it was. He walked in, smiled and said hello. I hope you are well. It's only been a day since we last met, how can you say you're okay? The old man raised his head, revealing a resolute square face and a pair of sharp eyes. Do you know each other? The Qin family father and daughter said in unison. Old Wu frowned. Xiao Qin, I asked you to call Su Ming over, why did you bring the two girls back? It's really a waste of time for other people's work. Qin Long wiped his sweat and said with a wry smile, you are right in teaching me a lesson. I was not thoughtful enough. Mr. Wu. The Qin Yudai sisters were covered in cold sweats. I wondered who it was, but it turned out to be this heavyweight. Su Ming was not that nervous. He sat next to Mr. Wu with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 184, Gold or Stone? Old Wu is the big boss of the entire Yunqing. He is the one who can make Yunqing tremble with just one stomp of his feet. Even Su Hong must have a good relationship with Old Wu. Even if he can't have a good relationship with him, at least he can't make enemies with him. Mr. Wu's attitude towards these businessmen has always been neither cold nor cold. As a result, the relationship between Su Hong and him never made any progress. Perhaps Su Hang could not have imagined that the reason why the relationship between him and Mr. Wu could be further improved was because of Su Ming. I came to you today because of my old friend's illness. Mr. Wu sighed, took out his cell phone and showed Su Ming a few photos. In the photo, an old man was lying on a sickbed, dying. His face was blue and purple, but his neck and arms were strangely pale. Su Ming frowned. After the prescription was modified, it did relieve his symptoms, but the effect was minimal. I think there might be something wrong with the dialectic. I would like to ask you to come over and take a look. Old Wu sighed, his face full of worry. Su Ming nodded solemnly. Okay, why don't you take me there now? Don't worry, let's stay here with Xiao Qin for a while. It can be said that it was an honor for Qin Long that a person of Mr. Wu's level was willing to stay in the Qin family for a while. He was immediately overjoyed and poured another cup of tea for Mr. Wu. The two of them went to chat aside, leaving the three young people here. What's going on? Qin Yudai glanced at Su Ming. Do you know Wu Yongkang? Wu Yongkang is Mr. Wu's real name. How do you two know each other? And what is the prescription he just mentioned? The two sisters looked at each other and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Yudai was not like Qin Yanran, who knew nothing. However, she had heard from Fan Su that a merchant in Yunqing had recently been selling liquid medicine and pills needed by warriors. The prices were high, but people still flocked to buy them. However, Wu Yongkang's old friend does not seem to be a warrior. Could she be wrong? Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he smiled and said, I know some methods of treating diseases. Mr. Wu wants me to try and see if I can treat his old friend. When did you understand those things? Qin Yanran looked suspicious. Su Ming shrugged. I was interested, so I hired an old Chinese doctor to teach me.
That old Chinese doctor knew Mr. Wu, but he didn't have time recently, so he wanted me to go over and take a look at that senior. It was perfect here and the sisters couldn't find any faults, but they still felt something was wrong.
Long Minger, who remained silent, asked, "When did it happen?"
"This girl is so talkative."
Su Ming glanced at her.
"It was long time ago, before you came."
"Oh." Long Minger felt that there was murderous intent in Su Ming's eyes.
"It's not a bad thing to know Wu Yongkang. It would be best if you can make friends with him. This old man has never been willing to get along with people like us, but once you make friends with him, it will only benefit you. Even Yu Xing couldn't pry him away, but you did it."
Qin Yudai was quite emotional. Who would have thought that Su Ming, who was not favored by anyone at the beginning, could achieve this?
It was completely beyond everyone's expectations.
Su Ming's original intention was to keep a low profile.
After all, his identity in this book did not allow him to be too ostentatious.
But no matter how low-key he is, someone will still notice him. Is this what it means, gold will always shine? Qin Yanran curled her lips. Yeah, that might be a good thing.
Su Ming intends to make a clear distinction. Mr. Wu is Mr. Wu, and his granddaughter is his granddaughter. Su Ming didn't intend to have anything to do with his granddaughter.
Because Mr. Wu's granddaughter is also one of the heroines. He just needs to get along well with Mr. Wu. As for that woman, Su Ming didn't consider her. Su Ming, let's go. If you three young ladies don't mind, why don't you come with me?
I'll treat you to a meal when the time comes. Mr. Wu had a friendly smile on his face, without any of the airs of a big boss. Of course, we can also help take care of you. Qin Yudai came to old Wu with a smile, and Qin Yanran also had a sweet and well-behaved smile on her face. The two sisters were a beautiful scenery just standing there, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Old Wu couldn't help but sigh secretly. Xiao Qin gave birth to two good daughters. The person involved, Qin Long, almost laughed his old face off. If Mr. Wu was not still here, he really wanted to hold Su Ming's hand and thank him properly.
Without Su Ming, how could he have known Mr. Wu?
You know, Mr. Wu is the person many big shots dream of meeting. But now, he was able to get in touch with old Wu so easily.
All this is thanks to Su Ming.
Qin Long was extremely grateful to Su Ming.
Isn't this much better than Chu Yuan?
Unfortunately, Yanran had clearly rejected Su Ming at the beginning, and the other party now has a fiancé. Otherwise, Qin Long really wanted Su Ming to be his son-in-law. Qin Long sighed, but there was nothing he could do.
What else can he do now that things have come to this?
Several people got into Mr. Wu's business car and sat in the back to talk.
This is a good opportunity, and Qin Yudai will naturally not let it go. In just half an hour's journey, she and Qin Yanran had already maxed out Mr. Wu's favorability. Su Ming's mouth twitched.
Is this the legendary social terrorist?
Okay, you two are right.
When Mr. Wu got off the car, a very bright smile appeared on his face. This made Wu Yechi, who was waiting in the hospital, see her grandfather smiling so happily, thinking that something good had happened. However, when she looked back, she only saw two women and one man.
All three of them were very young and had excellent looks. They exuded an elegant aura that kept strangers away. Wu Yechi frowned calmly and walked forward. Grandpa, you're back. Yes, let me introduce you.
These two are the eldest daughters of the Qin group, Qin Yudai and Qin Yanran. The other one is Su Heng's only son, Su Ming.
Wu Yechi was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Doesn't Grandpa always disdain to deal with them? Why are you so enthusiastic today?
But the two Miss Qin were really as beautiful as the rumors said.
Even Wu Yechi, who was also a woman, couldn't help but look at them twice.
Wu Yechi is also a beauty, with long legs, big waves, and elegant facial features, but her whole temperament is somewhat alienated. It may be easy to talk to her, but it must be difficult to get into her heart.
Su Ming thought about it.
In the original novel, the reason why Wu Yechi and Chu Yuan got together was because of Yi Wanshuang. That's right, this woman is a good friend of Wu Yechi. And she is Wu Yechi's only good friend. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly.
Miss Qin, Master Su, hello.
Wu Yeqi's voice was somewhat inconsistent with her royal sister's appearance. It was soft and her movements were gentle. She just lightly touched the palm of Su Ming's hand and did not take any further action. Su Ming naturally would not offend and nodded with a smile.
Hello, I have heard a lot about you. No, it's me.
Wu Yeqi's words were full of meaning, and she stared at him meaningfully.
Chapter 185. Seeing an acquaintance, Su Ming wants to make amends.
After Wu Yeqi brought a few people into the ward, he found a way to leave. She came to an empty ward and dialed Yi Wanchuan's number on her cell phone.
Hello. I'm not saying don't call me casually. My current identity is very sensitive.
If I get caught by those old guys, I'll be in big trouble. Yi Wanchuan said lazily. Wu Yeqi curled her lips.
Does the old guy you're talking about include my grandfather? You know.
In short, she really doesn't like to be associated with the big boss.
What if she is caught? Wouldn't he be caught on the battlefield and forced to command like Li Yunting?
Wu Yeqi smiled helplessly.
Stop talking nonsense. I'm calling you to confirm something important. What? About Su Ming. There was silence for a while. You saw him.
You guessed it right. Wu Yeqi looked puzzled.
I don't understand. Is a dandy boy worthy of your attention?
Even my grandfather admires him. The two young ladies of the Qin family who are following Su Ming seem to be very fond of him. She didn't finish her words, but Yi Wanchuan understood. The two eldest daughters of the Qin family are the heroines of this book. They can see the contents recorded in the diary, so their impression of Su Ming is certainly different from Wu Yeqi's.
Yi Wanchuan couldn't tell Wu Yeqi about the diary and the plot.
Even if she told her, she wouldn't be able to hear it. She could only perfunctorily say, after spending more time with him, you'll understand his personal charm. At least he is much more pleasing to the eye than Chu Yuan. Yi Wanchuan secretly complained in her heart.
Wu Yeqi expressed her incomprehension. At least in my opinion, he is just a pretty boy. I'll have tea with you sometime.
For now, I'm going to go see Grandpa Sunday.
In the ward. Get out of here.
Sun Yi guarded the hospital bed and prevented Su Ming from getting close.
Grandpa Wu, you must not let Su Ming come into contact with my grandpa. Su Ming was speechless. He was wondering who Mr. Wu's old friend was, but when he looked around, wasn't it an acquaintance? Sun Deyu.
Before he traveled through time, the original owner Su Ming had severely offended Sun Deyu. He first stole Sun Ye's girlfriend, and then started to talk nonsense, calling Sun Deyu an old immortal. Sun Deyu's status in Yunqing was not as high as Wu Laogao's, so Su Ming was not afraid of him at that time.
Su Ming felt a headache.
He had to make up for the sins committed by the original owner.
Mr. Wu looked puzzled. Su Ming, you guys before. Come here.
At this point, I can only tell Mr. Wu the truth and explain everything clearly.
I was young and frivolous and didn't know better before, but I want to make amends now. Please give me a chance.
Su Ming spoke earnestly. Old Wu glared at him and frowned. You can't lie to me.
Do you really want to make amends? Certainly. Su Ming nodded firmly. Sun Yi still looked alert. Grandpa Wu, how can Su Ming, a playboy, know any medical skills?
You must have been deceived by him. He insulted my grandfather before, so he must not be allowed to come for treatment.
Sun Ye's vigilance was understandable.
But Su Ming didn't have that much patience.
He adhered to the principle of being a bad guy to the end and said coldly, incurable? Given your grandfather's condition, I'm afraid he must have offended someone. Nonsense.
Sun Yi sneered. It's been a year since we last met, but you've become much better at telling lies. As he spoke, he glanced at the two sisters behind Su Ming, with jealousy in his eyes. Even the two beauties of the Qin family were cheated away by Su Ming.
This bastard is really untrustworthy.
Sun Yi didn't want to admit that his charm was not as great as Su Ming's.
What's going on?
When Wu Yechi came back from the call, she saw this tense scene. After learning the whole story, her impression of Su Ming was greatly reduced.
Is this the personal charm that Yi Wanchuan talked about? It must be fake, right? Personal charm? Didn't feel it. I did feel the disgusting charm. Master Su, why don't you go back today? Grandpa's son. If I go back today, Sun Deyu won't survive tonight.
You even cursed my grandfather. Sun Yi rushed over excitedly.
Qin Yudai frowned. Bang.
Without Su Ming taking any action, Fan Su appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Sun Yi's wrist.
I'm sorry.
Qin Yudai said softly.
But you can't do anything to him.
Su Ming put his hands in his pockets and looked at Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, have you ever invited a Gu master to diagnose Sun Deyu?
Mr. Wu was stunned. Of course not, why would I hire a Gu master? That's right, this is the plot in the original book. But why did it happen early? And this should be the male protagonist's story. But the matter is urgent and there is nothing that can be done. Su Ming can't just watch Sun Deyu die, right? He sighed and said, if you don't believe me, then I won't treat Sun Deyu for the time being. Just listen to me and ask a Gu master to come over and take a look. Let's see what conclusion he will draw. You can ask for this Gu master. This way, Sun Yi will feel more at ease, right?
Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to that mad dog Sun Yi and talk to old Wu on his own.
He nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Subconsciously, Mr. Wu also wanted to understand Sun Yi's prejudice against Su Ming. At least after spending these days together, he felt that Su Ming was not as unreasonable as the rumors said. With Mr. Wu's connections, it is very easy to find a Gu master. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a sorcerer dressed in Miao costume came to the hospital and greeted Mr. Wu.
Show it to my old friend. Okay, please wait a moment. The Gu master was quite polite.
He sat on the edge of the bed and inserted a silver needle into one of Sun Deyu's acupuncture points. Sun Yi was controlled by Fan Su, his eyes were red. Let me make it clear first, if anything happens to my grandfather, Su Ming, I want you to be buried with him.
Shut up.
Su Ming shouted coldly.
Sun Yi was intimidated by his aura.
Although he became much more obedient, his eyes still looked like they wanted to eat him up.
Why aren't you well yet? Long Minger couldn't stand the loneliness, so she went out for a long walk and just came back now. Quiet. Oh.
She rested her chin on Su Ming's shoulder and put her arms around his waist. At this moment, Su Ming's attention was all on the Gu master in Sun Deyu, and he didn't care what Long Minger did. But the Qin sisters noticed her action almost instantly. Seeing that Long Minger just yawned lazily and did not go any further, they felt a little relieved.
Wu Yechi was good at observation. She took note of everyone's performance one by one and couldn't help but feel amazed. Now the center of attention in the ward is Su Ming?
Almost everyone was watching his movements, even Mr. Wu was no exception.
What's going on? Is she not good at judging people? That shouldn't be the case.
Apart from being good-looking and having a better temperament, Su Ming is just an ordinary rich young man.
There's nothing special about him.
The Gu master broke the silence in the ward. He looked embarrassed and put away the silver needle. Mr. Sun has indeed been poisoned by a Gu insect, and it is not an ordinary Gu.
With my ability, I am afraid I cannot cure it. Chapter 186, I'll smash your face with a punch. You farted.
Sun Yi struggled violently.
Don't go crazy, that's the Gu master that Elder Wu personally invited. Don't you trust young Master Su or Elder Wu? Fan Su rolled his eyes and pinned him down easily.
To a warrior, no matter how strong a mortal is, he is still just a mortal and can be easily subdued.
Sun Yi gradually calmed down. Mr. Wu didn't have time to look at him. He asked anxiously, what kind of Gu is it?
This poison is called the Qi-killing worm. The person who is infected needs to find an antidote within a month, otherwise they will die of Qi killing. If it is in the early stages of the poisoning, I still have a 60% chance of forcing the worm out, but now it is already too late to save the person.
The Gu Master sighed and felt sorry for this.
Sun Yi was completely dumbfounded.
Now what should I do?
Wu Yechi turned her head away reluctantly. Sun Deyu treated her well, and if he died here, she would find it hard to accept it for a while.
Not to mention Mr. Wu.
His eyes were slightly red as he looked at Su Ming.
You just said you have a solution, right?
Yes, I do. The Gu Master saw that Su Ming was not a serious person and said with contempt, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. When the chi-killing worm reaches the late stage, there is no way to cure it.
There is only one way to die."
Su Ming shrugged. Believe it or not, but you can't get in my way here right now.
The Gu Master sneered. I'm not interested in stopping you.
He's about to die anyway, so why not let you try it out?
These words seemed to treat Sun Deyu as a guinea pig.
The Gu Master retracted all the hatred in the ward. Old Wu and Sun Yi all stared at him with displeasure. The Gu Master smiled awkwardly, leaned against the wall, and dared not speak. Su Ming spent several hundred yuan to exchange a Baijiawan from the system mall. As the name suggests, no matter what kind of poison or insect poison it is, as long as Baijia pills are used, the person can be saved.
There is no need to distinguish between the early, middle and late stages of poisoning. That's it.
The Gu Master felt even more disdainful when he saw that Su Ming had only taken out a small light green pill.
Young man, I'm afraid you bought these health products from some scammer, right? The light green color on the pills is obviously pigment. Shut up.
Long Minger glared at him and warned him. Little girl, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're so young and it's easy for you to suffer if you stay with him.
Bang.
The Gu Master's face turned cold, and in the blink of an eye, the wall of the hospital ward shattered. Wu Yechi took a step back in fright. Mr. Wu was also startled, but after he reacted, he just coughed dryly.
Forget it, it's okay, I'll just compensate you later. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your face with my fist.
Long Minger had a smile on her face, but the words she said were chilling. Everyone suddenly realized that Sun Yi, who had always been noisy, had actually become quiet. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointing at the sickly Sun Deyu, his eyes looking as if he had seen a ghost.
Look. A group of people looked over at the same time.
Has old Sun's complexion returned to normal? Old Wu exclaimed.
Is that pill really useful?
The Gu Master walked forward with a look of disbelief.
Su Ming's mouth twitched. You'd better not live now.
Before he finished speaking, Sun Deyu's upper body suddenly jumped up from the sick bed, and with a wow sound, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood, a lot of which sprayed on the Gu Master's face.
A long worm similar to an earthworm was wriggling on the ground.
The Gu Master screamed in fear and ran out of the ward. Su Ming guessed that he might have gone to wash his face.
Ahem.
Sun Deyu started coughing violently.
Old Sun, how do you feel?
Mr. Wu patted him on the back to calm him down.
How long have I been unconscious?
Sun Deyu held old Wu's hand weakly and asked in a weak voice.
20 days. Mr. Wu spoke in a heavy tone.
If what the Gu Master said was true, then Sun Deyu really didn't have much time.
Fortunately, he met Su Ming.
When Sun Deyu heard that it was Su Ming who saved him, he still found it hard to believe.
Until everyone nodded in agreement, including his grandson Sun Yi. Su Ming.
Sun Deyu's eyes were complicated. Su Ming smiled faintly.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He has done the most he can by doing this. This wasn't his storyline.
Besides, the mastermind behind this incident will be discovered next. That person is related to Chu Yuan, and he will not easily interfere with the male protagonist's plot.
Why are you in such a hurry? Old Sun, I think you're almost well.
Why don't we go to the restaurant and have a meal together to celebrate your recovery and thank Su Ming for saving your life?
Good. After the poison was removed, Sun Deyu was as good as ever.
Sun Yi looked up and down, and after making sure that Sun Deyu was indeed fine, he didn't know how to get along with Su Ming.
Could it be that this dude really has changed his personality?
He followed Sun Deyu cautiously, not daring to look at Su Ming, let alone approach him.
He looked timid and funny.
Wu Yechi seemed to be thinking about something. I really didn't expect that what Su Ming said was actually true.
And he actually has a way to cure Sun Deyu. Qin Yanran couldn't resist her curiosity, so she stuck around Su Ming and asked him what was going on.
That pill was originally meant for warriors. It has little effect on warriors, but if ordinary people use it, the effect will be doubled. He didn't lie, Baijie pills indeed have such characteristics.
Where did you get it?
Qin Yudai glanced at him. Su Ming had a frank look on his face.
Of course I bought it. Don't you know about Luozhen's recent warrior business? Of course they both knew. However, they still had some doubts. Is it really such a coincidence? An unfathomable smile appeared on old Wu's face. He sees through it but doesn't say it out loud.
Since Su Ming is determined to hide it, he will naturally not let it slip.
But why would he hide it? Isn't this a good thing?
Mr. Wu shook his head. He found that he couldn't understand Su Ming.
After so many years in the upper echelons of Yunqing, there are very few people he cannot see through. Su Ming, count as one.
After entering the restaurant, in order to make up for his previous mistake, Sun Yi volunteered to treat everyone.
Master Su, that one before. He is flexible and a man of temperament.
He was wrong before, so he should apologize. Su Ming waved his hands to show that he didn't care. This made Sun Yi feel even more guilty.
During the trip, Wu Yechi suddenly left the table.
The reason she left was none other than the waiter of the restaurant. She clearly remembered that the notebook in her hand was handed to her by the waiter, but when she turned around, she found that the waiter had left at some point. I went outside the box to look, but there was nothing there. She didn't see the waitress's face clearly, she only knew that she handed her a notebook.
Open it and take a look.
It turned out to be a diary.
There are 2 words in the signature on the lower right corner. Su Ming.
At the same time, Su Ming also left the box, borrowed a pen from the restaurant owner, went to the bathroom, and wrote today's diary.
August 5th, sunny.
Seeing the words suddenly appearing on the diary, Wu Yechi's eyes widened, thinking it was haunted, and almost threw the diary away.
Chapter 187. A copy of Wu Yechi's diary. August 5th, sunny weather. I said something was wrong.
According to the normal plot, Wu Yechi should not appear now, and the plot of rescuing Sun Deyu should have been Shu Yuan's. In the original plot, Shu Yuan met Wu Yechi by accident and learned that she was distressed about this matter recently, so he decided to rescue her. But he failed to save the man, and was distrusted by Sun Yi. He was made difficult by the Gu master. In the end, Shu Yuan successfully saved Sun Deyu and succeeded in pretending to be awesome.
That's the normal plot. What happened today?
I stole the male lead's plot for no reason. I hope there won't be any negative reactions next time.
At least, I wasn't warned.
I hope the plot correction will work. After reading this long passage in the diary, Wu Yechi was stunned.
Not to mention why these words appeared out of nowhere in the diary.
The contents of the diary alone were enough to take her a long time to digest.
What male lead storyline? What the hell? This is not the end yet, there is more to come.
Shu Yuan and Wu Yechi will probably meet and fall in love in about 10 days.
Should I help them then? Why not just forget it? The previous attempts were not very successful. Damn, the male lead simply has no charm at all. He is just greasy. How can the female leads fall in love with him? After this period ended, there was nothing more.
Su Ming closed the diary and returned to the box. Wu Yechi digested the contents of the diary.
Prophecy. She frowned. Wrong.
At this time, Wu Yechi finally remembered to look through her previous diary. There were dozens of pages in total, and she flipped through them one by one, not missing a single punctuation mark. Finally, Wu Yechi overturned his worldview of more than 20 years. She actually lives in a fake fictional world all this time. In this world, except for Su Ming, they are all fake?
Wu Yechi found it unbelievable. Why did this diary appear in my hands?
The diary mentioned her good friend Yi Wanchuang.
Could it be that she also had a diary? Will there be any negative effects if we don't follow the plot?
Wu Yechi really had no interest in Chu Yuan mentioned in the diary. She is so absorbed in her work that she has no time for a romantic relationship. And judging from the description in the diary, that person didn't seem to be that good. In this case, Wu Yechi became even more worried. The first thing she wanted to do was share this matter with Yi Wanchuang.
But she definitely couldn't leave the dinner party now.
By the time the dinner was over, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening.
Wu Yechi found an excuse to leave and asked Yi Wanchuang to come out. Big sister, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's disturbing my sleep at this time.
Yi Wanchuang was sitting on a stone pier by the roadside.
She was wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and jeans today. She had a slender figure and looked heroic. I have something to ask you.
Wu Yechi sat next to Yi Wanchuang and asked, "Do you know about End?"
Why?
She touched her mouth. It was strange. She thought what she said was quite clear.
Why was the voice just now so vague?
Yi Wanchuang was not surprised. She had already read the diary just now.
Don't say sensitive words, it's easy to be blocked by the world. Wu Yechi's eyes widened.
So, you can also see Su Ming.
Yes.
Yi Wanchuang rolled her eyes.
How come I didn't know that you were Chu Yuan's subordinate? I've never heard you mention him. Wu Yechi asked in confusion.
Yi Wanchuang sneered, "I became his subordinate because Chu Yuan forced me to do so."
If it were you, would you tell others? It seems that it really won't happen. It's a bit embarrassing. What are you going to do now?
Yi Wanchuang shrugged. One day at a time is enough.
Anyway, I will not let Chu Yuan succeed. I will definitely destroy it to pieces. Wu Yechi's mouth twitched. It seems that I haven't had any of my TSK. This world is blocked, it's so annoying.
Yi Wanchuang patted her shoulder with a smile.
Welcome to the anti-dash team. Wu Yechi smiled bitterly. The next day. Master Su, let's add a contact number.
Su Ming looked at Wu Yechi opposite him with a confused look on his face.
Ah. Why?
He blurted out subconsciously.
Not willing. Wu Yechi frowned.
No, of course not. Wait. If what was presented to him now was Mr. Wu's contact information, he would definitely be willing to add it.
But why is it Wu Yechi's? This is very intriguing.
I spoke no more than 10 sentences to her yesterday.
What on earth made Wu Yechi want to add his contact information?
Wu Yechi shrugged and said with a smile, "I just think that Master Su was very interesting and promising at a young age. Besides, my grandfather is not very good at using a mobile phone.
You can just add me directly.
If you have anything to say, I will help you convey it."
So that's why.
Su Ming felt relieved and added her contact information with peace of mind.
Wu Yechi smiled secretly. How is Grandpa's son now?
It has recovered.
By the way, Master Su, we have been invited by Uncle Su tonight, so we might go and bother you.
Su Ming smiled and shook his head.
Bother you? Su Hong must be so happy that his heart must be blossoming with joy.
He had been trying to please Mr. Wu for a long time, but the other party's attitude had always been lukewarm, and he even refused to accept his gifts, which made Su Hong very uneasy. But after Su Ming took action, it only took one day for old Wu to greatly change his impression of the Su family. Su Hong sent 5 or 6 60-second voice messages this morning to express his feelings about this matter.
Not a bother at all. Wu Yechi smiled gently. Then I'll wait for you in the room tonight. Etc. Girl, there's something wrong with you.
Why did Su Ming feel so awkward when he heard her talk?
Maybe I'm overthinking? A head full of yellow garbage.
He silently condemned himself. He and Wu Yechi had only met once, and no matter what the other party was like, it was impossible for her to have any improper thoughts about him.
The male protagonist hasn't met Wu Yechi yet, so it's not Su Ming's turn yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, at the Su family. Mr. Wu, I'd like to offer you a toast. Su Heng's old face was about to break from laughing. Mr. Wu smiled and replied. Jiang Xilian was also here tonight. As Su Ming's fiancée, it was only natural for her to be here. But for some reason, she always felt that Mr. Wu's eyes were lingering on her. Alas, it's a pity that someone got there first. Old Wu sighed, glanced at his granddaughter, and found that she was also observing Jiang Xilian. Unlike Mr. Wu, Wu Yechi was thinking, is this Jiang Xilian? One of the heroines? As expected, the heroines are all very beautiful. We must not let the male protagonist be abused. Wu Yechi took a sip of juice and thought secretly. But her look was misunderstood by Mr. Wu. What are you looking at? Mr. Wu glared at her. Look again, that's someone else's too. Wu Yechi's mouth twitched. Did you misunderstand something? Old Wu snorted. If I had known this, I would have let you meet Su Ming earlier. Grandpa, you think too much. I don't have any thoughts in that regard. Wu Yechi rolled her eyes. Just drink your wine and leave me alone. Chapter 188 Final Battle. That evening, after Su Ming sent Wu Yechi away, he met Qu Yuan again. This time, he seemed to come with endless hatred, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wished to tear Su Ming into pieces. Su Ming had long been accustomed to his appearance. But this time, Qu Yuan seemed to be fighting hard. He came with the determination to kill. Su Ming frowned. Qu Yuan, what are you crazy about? Qu Yuan sneered and said, Su Ming, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Su Ming's ears were almost calloused from hearing this sentence. He sneered, it seems that you haven't recognized the reality yet? You want to deal with me, but it's wishful thinking. The atmosphere between the two was tense. Seeing this, the two killers who were secretly protecting Su Ming immediately informed Wang Muyo of the matter, and jumped out and stood in front of Su Ming. You have some good dogs. What are you talking about? Why are you bullying the young master when I'm not around? Long Minger, who was slacking off, suddenly appeared and blocked Su Ming's way. Qu Yuan frowned. You are so stubborn. It doesn't matter. Once I kill Su Ming, you will know who to choose. Oh, it definitely won't be you anyway. She was disgusted with Qu Yuan in her heart. Stop talking nonsense, Qu Yuan. If you have the guts, just do it. Long Minger shouted. Su Ming felt a little nervous. Because it is unlikely that he will show his true strength, and relying solely on Long Minger and two assassins is no match for Qu Yuan. What if he really killed Long Minger by accident? At that time, Su Ming would have to take action. The war is about to break out. Just as he imagined, the two assassins plus Long Minger were no match for the evil Qu Yuan. They were beaten back by him in no time. Su Ming, I want your life. Qu Yuan's face was gloomy and his tone was fierce as he grabbed towards Su Ming. Bang! His wrist was held tightly in Su Ming's hand. Su Ming rolled his eyes. You will shine if you are given some sunshine. Damn it, I have to take action. If he didn't take action, he would be killed by Qu Yuan. Although he is going to die, now is not the time for him to die. If Su Ming died, he still couldn't return to his original world. Because the current plot is already a mess, it is basically impossible to allow Qu Yuan and the heroines to develop freely and reach a satisfactory plot. You are also a warrior. Qu Yuan was shocked. I don't think so. Su Ming replied lazily, and then exerted a little force to throw Qu Yuan out. The moment he threw Qu Yuan out, a whirlpool appeared in front of him. Crash! Long Minger rolled her eyes. Damn! You guys are so slow. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Under his gaze, Yan Yueling, Wang Muya and others appeared in his field of vision. But why is Yi Wanchuan here too? Are they here to help me or to help Qu Yuan? Su Ming really couldn't see the situation clearly. Master, don't be afraid. Yi Wanchuan patted his shoulder, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Etc. Do we know each other well? Su Ming was confused. He turned to look at Yan Yueling. Why is the water control ring with you? He had no idea what he was revealing. Of course I took them to steal it. Long Minger puffed out her chest proudly. The amount of information is too much and Su Ming needs time to digest it. Master, let's talk about it later. Let's deal with Chu Yuan first. Etc. Su Ming gritted his teeth and realized that it was too late for him to say wait now. He had no choice but to shout from a distance. Don't kill. What is going on? Chu Yuan also reacted, and his heart was immediately filled with jealousy. Asshole. I still don't understand what charm Su Ming has that deserves your help. Anyway, he's more attractive than you. Stop talking. A fight is a fight. Can you please focus? Wang Muyao frowned, turned her wrist, and a peculiarly shaped dagger appeared in her palm. Ding ding dong. The sound of metal colliding continued to ring out, and Su Ming was dazzled. As for Chu Yuan, he had already gotten into a fight with several female protagonists. Su Ming was outside the battle circle, watching the battle with a gloomy face. Bang! After another collision, Chu Yuan got rid of several people and rushed straight towards Su Ming. I kill you. Get lost. Su Ming rolled his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. Why is the male lead so stupid? Su Ming raised his hand and slapped Chu Yuan, sending him flying. Oh my god. Wang Muyao gave a thumbs up. Master, you are worthy of me. Come on, arrest him. Su Ming ordered with a serious face. He should have done so long ago. If Chu Yuan couldn't complete the storyline normally, then he would be forced to complete it. From the beginning to the end, Su Ming believed that it was the male protagonist's problem. He was too greasy and too arrogant, which led to the female protagonist's failure to like him and caused various deviations in the plot. How could he have imagined that it was actually Wang Muyao and others who could see the diary he wrote? The other side. Yi Yuxing rolled down the car window and watched the battle on the opposite side. She said to Yi Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Are you all ready?" "Don't worry, Mississippi. I've asked Chu Tian to prepare. He has already." Yi Chen didn't say the second half of the sentence, but just nodded slightly. "Are you sure that nothing will go wrong?" There was a hint of warning in Yi Yuxing's tone. Yi Chen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, it is guaranteed to be foolproof. Even if Chu Yuan's master comes this time, it will be useless." "That's good." Yi Yuxing finally felt relieved. She put on her sunglasses and said calmly, "I don't have time to waste with him. It would be best if Su Ming stayed by my side forever." Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled, he swallowed his saliva, and dared not speak. Next to Yi Yuxing was sitting Qin Yudai. She yawned and said, "Will this work?" "Of course, I have been preparing for this for a long time. I originally planned to take action after a while, but I didn't expect Chu Yuan to be so impatient. Now he can't hold back and takes action against Su Ming." Yi Yuxing frowned. "Damn it. Yechen, go and help." "Yes. Just delay it and guide Chu Yuan in that direction." "Understood, Mississippi." Yi Chen got out of the car and joined the battle. It might be Chu Yuan's aura of destiny that caused the others to fight him for a long time, but they didn't hurt Chu Yuan at all. Boom. On the contrary, Chu Yuan's powerful and overbearing spiritual power directly scattered the other people. Then, he rushed towards Su Ming relentlessly. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. "It seems I'm still too good to you." He stretched out his hand to block Chu Yuan's fist. Chu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Why? Did he sense danger in Su Ming? Su Ming exerted slight force with his right hand. Ka. Chapter 189 Finale. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. Su Ming raised his knee and slammed it hard on his chest. Bang. This blow was so heavy that it directly caused Chu Yuan's chest to collapse. Puff.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Ming's clothes were stained with blood, making him look like a devil.
He attacked again and threw Chu Yuan away. Everyone took the opportunity to step forward and control Chu Yuan.
At this time, he had been beaten unconscious by Su Ming.
How is that possible?
Chu Yuan raised his head, and his scarlet eyes regained clarity.
How can you be stronger than me? Su Ming sneered.
I wanted to give you a chance to show off, but I didn't know you would be useless.
Damn it, I didn't even get to seize a single opportunity, and instead was spurned by the heroines.
You are simply the worst male lead I have ever taught. Su Ming secretly complained in his heart. Chu Yuan was like a madman, repeating these 3 words over and over again.
Impossible. Let's just deal with him. Chu Yuan's aura as the protagonist was so terrifying that Wang Muyao couldn't wait to get rid of the trouble forever. Su Ming frowned and was about to speak. No.
Yan Yueling sighed.
I feel it.
His master seems to be here again.
What? Yi Wanshuang frowned. The next second, a golden halo appeared in front of Chu Yuan.
It was that mysterious voice again.
Forgive others when you can. You old man, why are you here again? Wang Muyao couldn't help but complain. You are almost reaching transcendence, okay? Can you please be quiet for a bit? Humph, Chu Yuan is my apprentice.
As long as I'm here, no one can hurt him.
As he spoke, Cui Jingchen was about to pull Chu Yuan into his circle of light.
At the critical moment, Yi Chen took a step to the side and yelled.
Okay. Bang.
Su Ming was stunned at that time.
What is that sound? Gunshot? No way. Master.
Yan Yueling raised her head cautiously and observed Su Ming's expression.
Su Ming swallowed.
It was really gunshot. And Chu Yuan had already fallen in a pool of blood. The golden halo suddenly fluctuated violently.
Yuan air. Cui Jingchen actually lost his composure like this. Chu Yuan, couldn't he really be dead? Su Ming's eyes went dark and he couldn't help but swear. Grass.
Yi Chen didn't understand what was going on, so he cupped his hands and said, Master, it's solved.
Solved the problem? Did you solve him? Chu Yuan died just like that? Don't die. You're the hero. Boom.
Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Su Ming closed his eyes. He thought that he had angered heaven and was about to be punished by God.
However, these thunders did not seem to be directed at him. Cui Jingchen's exclamation came from the golden circle of light. Thunder tribulation? Why would it happen at this time? Yan Yueling sneered.
You have touched the heavenly Tao too many times, so of course it will trigger a thunder tribulation.
You brought this upon yourself, so don't blame others.
Since Cui Jingchen was on the mountain, Su Ming and others could not see the process of him experiencing the thunder tribulation, but when they saw the overwhelming thunder and lightning, they knew that Cui Jingchen might be enduring torture.
Boom! With the last sound, the halo disappeared and the thunderbolt suddenly stopped. Dead? Ye Chen asked.
Either he's dead, or he's ascended to heaven.
There are only 2 possibilities. Wang Muyo yawned.
Su Ming looked up at the sky anxiously.
It's over.
This time he failed to complete the mission, and not only could he not leave this world, he would most likely be struck to death by thunder from heaven. At this moment, the system that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke.
Ding! The male protagonist Chu Yuan's death has been detected. The male protagonist Chu Yuan's death has been detected. A series of alarms made Su Ming feel hopeless. But the next second, the system spoke again.
The death of the male protagonist Chu Yuan was suspected to be caused by the villain Su Ming. The main system determines that the host Su Ming is fully responsible. To prevent the world from collapsing, the system will automatically upgrade. The system will automatically upgrade. Upgrading, please wait patiently, upgrading, please wait patiently.
What's the play? Upgrade? Su Ming was stunned. Not killing him. This main system is so user-friendly.
Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart.
Main system, can you give him a chance to go back? Bite.
The system has been successfully upgraded from the villain diary system to the protagonist diary system. The villain Su Ming will replace the hero Qu Yuan and become the hero. Since the death of the previous hero Qu Yuan in this world was caused by the host, it is determined that the host cannot return to the original world. Please stay in this world and complete the next plot on behalf of the hero.
Update completed, the host received a novice gift pack. Su Ming was stunned again. Updated to the protagonist diary system?
What he didn't know was that the heroines also heard the prompt sound.
This damn system, can't you give me some privacy? Su Ming's affairs have been exposed. Yi Yuxing said in surprise.
What is this?
Qin Yudai shrugged.
She was just worried that if Qu Yuan died, would it have any negative impact on Su Ming?
It seems okay now.
Not only is it not a negative impact, it can even be considered good news for her.
Su Ming stood there in a daze.
The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed.
He was still digesting what he said. The villain's diary system has been upgraded to the protagonist's diary system? So, he will complete the rest of the storyline on behalf of Qu Yuan and conquer the heroines?
I don't know why, but Su Ming always feels it's easy. You can tell by the wolf-like and ferocious eyes of those guys around you.
Master.
Chu Tian had already dealt with the gun and ran towards this direction happily.
He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Qu Yuan's body.
I have avenged my family. But he soon discovered that Su Ming's complexion was not very good.
Master, are you okay? No. Su Ming's mouth twitched. This is a shitty system. Why upgrade to the main character system when there are so many other systems to choose from? He's used to playing the supporting villain role, and he can't stand the occasional change. How should he face the heroines around him in the future? Damn system, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? He now has to start his strategy against the heroines all over again? Chasing wife to crematorium?
But after seeing the beautiful faces of the heroines, Su Ming suddenly felt that the ending of not being able to return to the original world was not so sad. After all, in the original world, he was also alone.
Master, what's wrong with you? Master, let's go. I'm hungry. Boss, Qu Yuan is dead, remember to pay the balance.
Su Ming sighed helplessly.
I know. I'll listen to you. Let's go. Forget it, this ending isn't too bad. End of the book.